Jared Kelly there of SE2U. Hammer.
As our men's hammer competition has just begun over in the cage there towards the back straight. Much concern overnight about the prospective weather that's due to hit us in the next hour or two. But to date, just the pole vault has sadly been a victim of our weather warning here. The hammer has got away, and I believe there are plans to move the women's hammer competition slightly forward as well to get them out and get that competition over. But it's a busy day of competition yesterday on day one. Rory Cassidy is joining me here from Athletics Ireland. You were here for most of the day yesterday. Your highlights and potential lowlights of the day?
Highlights, men's 10,000 final. Good to see Colin O'Reilly taking the win there. Looked pretty impressive. I think just a touch over 31 minutes. Relays provided a little bit of drama as well.
Yeah, a little bit of drama in the relays. I think you were headed away from that. We had the men's 4x4 heats that never should have really happened, with only 8 teams eventually towing the line to qualify for 8 spots, and a little bit of rough and tumble at times in handovers. 4x1 heats saw some pretty quick times from UCD, and the ATU team actually producing a really good run in the men's 4x1 semi-final as well. They'll look to kind of claim a maiden gold medal for them in the relays.
Absolutely. And I suppose in the field yesterday, honourable mention to Ciara Kennelly in the women's high jump, 1 metre 80, a personal best for Ciara, and it was a really good jump. Good video. I think he's down, had it up on socials there.
I saw
Ciara celebrating.
She's delighted with that, I believe. Is it the 6th active 180 plus high jumper we have now in the country? Credit to Elizabeth Egan for that piece of statistics. But women's high jump is in rude health at the moment in Ireland.
Definitely. It'll make for a very good national final come at the end of June, the last weekend of June.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see we have a DCU athlete in the ring now for the first round of the hammer. A decent knockout there. We haven't got a start list quite available at this time, but I can see Robert Higgins from Maynooth University togged off and getting prepared to go. You might be able to cast a bit more of a light on the DCU athletes, Rory.
Not from this distance, I won't, but
no.
We might be able to get a start list.
No.
We'll try our best to keep you up to date with the field event results as the day goes on.
We are very much staying put in this stand for as long as possible today.
I would say it's not shelter proof, but there is a nice bit of shelter up here.
No, especially the wind very heavily. There'll be fairly strong headwinds, I'd say, for the sprinters today. Although the triple jump is due to go today. They'll probably get the benefit of a tailwind, although some jumpers would maintain that sometimes a strong tailwind is a bit of a disadvantage for marks and bits like that.
And Jack, 4 times you were out on that track yesterday, I believe. How'd you find it?
It's swirly. It's definitely swirly. No, I think the 100 and the I ran the 100 and the 200 heats yesterday. It's definitely very difficult on the top end for the 200 guys. We'll see them later in the semi-finals. They're coming in about 20 minutes time after the 400 hurdles finals. That top end for the 4 hurdlers and the sprinters is going to be difficult to negotiate, but I think Boriak and Ola showed it's still possible to run pretty fast yesterday, dipping into the 10, it was a 10.7 I think for a finish.
10.78 I think, may have been around the 10.
So that is quick running in these conditions, and it probably is a bit stronger today. I mean, I checked the forecast this morning when I woke up roaring and I saw 14 metres per second.
Yeah,
that is Santry levels of wind.
It is Santry levels of wind. I'm kind of glad the sprint hurdles have been done and dusted yesterday, because that could have been carnage. But we'll see how our longer sprint hurdlists get on there this morning. It won't be exactly easy.
No, definitely not. I can see Robert Higgins now from Maynooth University in the circle here. No stranger to national level throws competition. A very technical man, light on the feet as all hammer throwers need to be, and he has launched that out to the middle of the Mary Peters sod. Quite a talented weight for distance man as well. Claims many a national gold in his time. He'll be going in the weight for distance later on. today also, one would imagine. Of course, it's sadly I didn't quite make the ring this year, Rory, after 2 really strong appearances last year, coming 9th and 8th.
Disappointing not to see you out there, John.
No.
But I suppose you let the heavy hitters take their places this weekend.
Emphasis. They're not that much heavier than me, to be honest, the way I'm going at the moment. But when you're throwing 12 metres for the hammer, it's probably time to, maybe not do it for the points and do it for your own self-esteem. But another DCU athlete in here. I can see Pádraig O'Callaghan down there limbering up. He's not got the memo that he's now competing for UL, because he's wearing the red and black of UCC in his jacket. I hope he did find a UL singlet, but this DCU athlete now.
So many UL athletes here. The singlets in short supply.
No, they aren't, in fairness. We got a new shipment of them courtesy of JF Sports in Carlow, who supply everyone now, apparently.
Yes, seems to be the way.
It seems to be the way. They've carved out a nice little monopoly for themselves. But no, Pádraig, he graduated with an engineering degree last year in UCC, I think he told me, and now he's doing a PME. He's teaching on his teaching practice down in the Christian Brothers College down in Cork City. I think he's he's not a past pupil of theirs. I better not credit him with that. I believe he's a Closh Crease free man. But we can see a few 4 hurdlers limbering up down the back straight as well. And the men were lucky they didn't have to do heats yesterday. Only 8 checked in.
Yeah, so it makes it that bit easier for them. I'm probably sure they're glad now to not have had a run on their legs yesterday evening.
Yeah, the women had to subject themselves to a heat. There was 9 of those. We lost sadly 1. So they'll have a final now today as well. Rory, I think I'm going to go in search of a start list for this hammer.
Yes, absolutely, and see what you can find.
A nice close competition going on over there in the hammer. Called still leading with 49.42. Robert Higgins in second, 47.50, and Pádraig O'Callaghan with 47.39 in bronze medal position at the moment. And they're in the third round.
We have 8 men.
It's actually the first field event start list we've had here all
weekend. All it
so
took me was to come into the commentary booth, Rory.
I know.
Okay.
You have that magical effect on people, it seems.
I have that magical effect on Stephen Lipson's printer. DCU have got 3 athletes in this. None of them are in the ring at the moment. That's Pádraig O'Callaghan from UL, who has found a UL singlet, I'm delighted to see. So, Pádraig O'Callaghan, we'll give him the moment's peace there before we introduce the rest of them. Another talented man in the ring. Has been plying his trade from a young age in this hammer out of the Leavell Club in Cork City, and he's launched that out to potentially one of the further throws I'm going to say we've seen today. But from top to bottom, the throwing order is Kyle Murray of DCU, Matthew Flood also of DCU, we've got Jared Kelly of SETU, St Albans man I believe, Pádraig McCarthy from Munster Technological University is down there as well, as is the aforementioned Pádraig O'Callaghan from UL, Charlie Coughlin from DCU, Pádraig Kaur from UCC, and Robert Higgins of Maynooth University. So, if this throwing order is correct, Rory, that should be Charlie Coughlin preparing to throw.
Yeah, the DCU vest.
Yeah.
Entering the circle.
He's got the aerodynamically cut-in mullet, potentially from Michael Murphy, head barber of DCU.
I think we'll be seeing Mr. Murphy later on in the 5,000.
He's doing the 5,000. Yeah, he tells me that.
Wonder will he wander up here later on?
I'll surely do it. That's if East Town aren't following him the whole way around with a camera.
Or Mark Smith.
Or Mark Smith.
Killian Sheeran. Or anyone
who Murphy has employed as his personal photographers.
Slash videographers.
His third round.
Cinematographer. I believe he thinks he's cinema, so box office.
4K quality will
only
suffice.
do on the Mickey Murphy Instagram page. Just proceed to check my phone for a text from Michael Murphy now. No, he isn't watching. We have got a text from Barry Clavin though. He's delighted he's doing the steeplechase today.
And I missed it yesterday when I was live, but I believe Jack Raftery was watching as well. Not sure if he was here or watching at home.
No, he's in Portugal.
Okay, so he was watching.
No, he's
hello
on
Jack,
his
if you're watching this morning.
He said he had a very productive 2 hours of college watching the stream. Pádraig Corr from UCC in the men's hammer. I think we're in the second round now.
Good Wexford man, member of DMP Athletics Club.
And there was I about to say he's from Leeville.
You would be incorrect.
I would be incorrect. He is actually. DMP. One of the leading Wexford clubs at this stage, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. They've grown nicely there. DMP, Drina, Murrentown, Pearsestown, for those wondering.
That was my next question. Yeah, we'll see how many times today we can get in the Rorys from Wexford.
Yeah, I'd like to mention it.
Yeah. A Wexican.
Exactly, but good to have a good Southeast company as well beside me.
So Robert Higgins from Maynooth University taking to the ring. As I believe, no, that's not Killian Sheeran. So building up the revs like an Owl V6 engine, and he's launched that out to a decent length as well, so I think we're going to probably be tight enough at the top of the table in this men's hammer throw.
How was your second night in Belfast, Jack?
Second night in Belfast was lovely. And as Rory, you are well aware, we made a very nice discovery that pretty much the entirety of the IUA is staying within probably 300 metres of each other. And God love the poor Boojum folk that had to feed the entirety of the IUA at about 8:30 last night when everyone descended upon Belfast City.
Yeah, I think I got in early. I was about 7:30, and I didn't notice anyone, didn't recognise anyone. But I believe after, that's when the cavalry arrived.
The cavalry arrived. It was almost like the medal presentation dinner that we may be having later on. We might move it to Boojum, but we have.
Sure, they would only be delighted to see you arriving in.
Of course, other Mexican food brands are available, but we will be mentioning Boojum significantly throughout the stream. We've got a 400 metre hurdles final for women's start list, and Ava McKeown will have to navigate the tight lane 1 from UL. Cara McNally of ATU will be in lane 2. Orla Coffey of UCC will be in lane 3. Jenny Sire of UL is in lane 4. Emily Lynn of UCD is in 5. Maya O'Connell of UCD, that's DCU, not UCD. Maya O'Connell of DCU is in lane 6. Alex Joyce of ATU in lane 7. And Quiver, the sole OID athlete, will have the blind lane of lane 8. And that race is due to start in about 10 minutes, if memory serves me correct, of our timetable.
8 minutes to be exact.
8 minutes to be exact. 8 minutes to be exact. I can see them starting to make their final preparations. They've got a bit of a quieter track to warm up on this morning than they did yesterday, so they can actually get a few runs over hurdles. But that's quite a tough final to call now, Rory.
Yeah, very tough. I think the Heat 2 was the quicker of the two yesterday. I think it was running around 63 seconds, and I'm trying desperately now to remember who won it.
I think it was either Orla Coffey or Jenny Sire.
My money is on Orla Coffey. I will check that though in just a second.
I can't remember, to be honest. I know it was the two of them, but I think Orla Coffey probably the one to watch in that final. I think she made the best of the running yesterday. Sawyer will also go in the 200 final later on today. She's silver medalist from last year's championships, the Carlow athlete. As Rory pulls up the timetable and the results, so we can actually see what happened yesterday. Look at us both being wrong.
Completely wrong.
Alex Joyce, because she was in the outside lane. Yes, Alex Joyce, the ATU athlete, was the fastest qualifier into today's final. So
64.57.
I'm still going to back Coffey. I think she's definitely going to get in the medals. I thought I was very impressed with the way she ran the first 200 or 300 metres, and it could be fair to say with only 9 athletes there could have been a bit of shadow boxing yesterday, Rory.
Yeah, I would imagine so. The real business is to be done in 7 minutes time.
7 minutes time. We'll give you minute by minute preparations. Porrick from Wexford and not Cork, but representing the Cork College, is now in the hammer ring.
So the end of the third round, Colbert still leading with 49-42. Robert Higgins has closed the gap a little, 48-12 in second, and Patrick O'Callaghan 47-69. Matthew Flood with 44-86. Jared Kelly 39-27. Charlie Coughlin 36-51. And Patrick Orr 33-36. So we're still very tight at the top end.
So Darren Miller has instructed us to stop yapping, so we'll provide a bit of actual insight. I don't know, did that pick up from the in-stadium announcer, but Kylo Murray of DCU is leading the hammer competition after 3 rounds, from Robert Higgins of Maynooth University in second, and Porrick O'Callaghan of UL is in third as we stand at the moment. Frankly, Dara, if you're any good, you'll be here throwing the hammer at the moment. As our as our throws rep in UL.
Report to the marksman.
So
race 2 underway in 10 minutes time.
So it's going to be a little bit of a slow start this morning for our timetable. We'll have those 4 hurdles finals initially, and then we're back to a bit of 200 metre semi-finals, and then we start to get into a bit of the business end of some of our events. I think we're up to a 3K final then, isn't it? I'll just check our timetable so we can orientate you. So yeah, we'll have the women's 3K final going off at 11:05 today, and then after that, then it's the fastest men and women in third level who will be taken to the 100 metre final. That'll take us up to about 11:30. So that's your next hour and a bit here with us in Mary Peters.
I think this is our SCTU athlete Jared Kelly. There.
Yeah, if memory serves me right, he's a St. Albans man, nestled on the Laois-Kilkenny border.
Some would say Carlow as well, but I'm being told on many occasions that it's 100% Laois.
Yeah, it is definitely Laois. Produced quite an array of talented field eventers in recent times. Sarah Buggy, the national triple jump champion for what seems like the last million years. Probably one of their most famous exports, along with Ruby.
Not quite a million years. Jack, you've aged her quite a bit.
No, that is... Apologies, Sarah, if you are watching, which I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you're enjoying the rest of your Easter holidays. Primary school teacher. But yeah, I think this year was her 20th national triple jump champion indoors and out. No, I think there's a few long jump in there as well, but nonetheless, she's been a class apart in national triple jumping. Cuiva Road there going through her final preparations for the 400 hurdles. Her better half, Jack Maher, was on commentary, I believe, yesterday, Rory.
He was, yes. Got to have the Galway boys up for a while. Took us through the 10,000, which allowed me just to sit back for half an hour.
Yeah. A great race. The 10,000. I believe later on today, one of our former 10,000 metre champions, Thomas Devaney, will be joining us to cover the men's 5k and 1500 finals, hopefully, if he gets here in time. The foreigner European cross-country gold medalist on that infamous under-23 men's team that ran in Dublin.
We'll go famous, I think.
We'll go famous. Thomas Devaney, possibly infamous in Limerick circles, but definitely famous. Definitely want to remember that Dublin European cross-country championships.
Starter.
Hasn't been as good since.
No. I believe the World Cross Country there that was held last weekend had mixed reviews from all that travelled.
From a spectator's perspective, definitely, yes.
Yeah.
I think our Irish athletes did perform admirably, so to be fair.
100%.
When you look at, 26 of the 27 medals going the way of East Africans, the GB mixed relay were the only ones that managed
to elevate themselves onto the podium. Yeah, it was fair domination. Pádraig O'Callaghan potentially not overly amused with that effort there. Don't think that'll do any better to improve him in the medal standings. It should be Robert Higgins then, who's currently in the silver medal position, next up to throw. Yes, Marcus Lauder, you can take my chair. Yes.
Called out.
Marcus Lauder has decided again that it was a good idea to sit beside the commentators yesterday, and he's going to do it again today. He said he'd do the 200 heats yesterday. Apparently he says he knows something about running 200s, I don't know. I thought it was
just... happen to have rings tattooed
I think he might somewhere. I think he just wears the split shorts and just runs around the place pretending to be a sprinter. As some say I might do also. Anyway, Robert Higgins is in the ring. Good strong wind up again. And he launches that out to what we're starting to say is the benchmark of if you're forcing the officials to have to walk back out into the field, you're throwing it pretty far. But I can tell you, Rory, from my limited knowledge of the hammer thrower, it is a hard event to master.
It's a hard event to master, especially on a day like this when you're dealing with those conditions.
And also dealing with the fact that you were potentially here for a warm-up before 9 o'clock while most athletes were getting their last hour or two of sleep.
You had an early start though, Jack?
The breakfast was in the car. I maximised the sleep.
I'd rate my breakfast a solid 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I went for the 2 porridge pot method now. I'm a big believer in the carb load. But we have 7 athletes starting this 400 metre hurdles final at the moment. Well, only 6 actually take. No, we have 7 athletes. There's another one off tying their laces to the side. So we will see who our absentee is at the moment.
Moya O'Connell of DCU in lane 6. Alec Joyce of ATU goes in lane 7. And Kiva Rowe of DCU in the outside lane.
But as we said there a few minutes ago, it was Alex Joyce of ATU who was the fastest qualifier into this final. She will take lane 7, the Karsten Warholm lane, for this final, as our false start system is found to be still working.
Which is very encouraging.
The absence of sensors on the blocks, slightly less encouraging, but say nothing to no one, Rory. But Alex Joyce from ATU will go in lane 7 as Marcus Lauder returns my chair. She's the fastest qualifier into this final. Jenny Sawyer was the second fastest from UL. She's in lane 4. And Orla Coffey was third fastest, and she's in lane 3. So we'll probably orientate you to those 3 lanes. But the other athletes in this again: Ava McKeown from UL in 1, Cara McNally of ATU in 2, Orla Coffey of UCC in 3, Jenny Sawyer of UL in lane 4, Emily Lynn of UCD in 5, Moya O'Connell of DCU in 6, Alex Joyce of ATU in 7, and Quivero rounds out your field in lane 8. So O'Connell goes for her final preparation. And we do have all 8 athletes now. Someone has reappeared.
12 years now this IUAA record is stood. Jessie Barr, of course, the record holder, 58.19.
If memory,
it's
a hard one to beat. Yeah, if memory serves me, no, that was in indoors in 2012. I think if we check back as one UL man checked back at one stage, and I believe Jessie Barr at one indoor competition alone competed in 12 events.
Wow, that's commitment.
That was back in the day. I think it was a 60 hurdles, a 2 of 4, a multitude of field events, and then a 4x2 to top it all off. I might be a bit wrong in that figure. Someone who has a bit more time than me can go back and check that, but she added to her cap significantly that day. Jessie Barr, the woman who Thomas Barr credits as his largest role model in life.
Ah, that's lovely.
Yes.
Morning, Thomas, if you're watching.
He's definitely not. He's still asleep.
Definitely not.
He's still asleep. It's 10:30. So, short delay for these athletes as our starter just getting the finer details of our gun get sorted down in front of us. But McNally of ATU has gone missing again. She was there earlier, Rory, I think, wasn't she?
I believe she was, but
maybe
done a disappearing act.
She's done a disappearing act. She's decided it's not worth it. It's too windy. There are a lot of sandbags out at the moment, keeping stuff held down around the track as you scan your eyes around. A lot of wind gauges.
No DCU tent today in the right corner there.
No DCU tent today. And McNally has reappeared into lane 2, fixing her bib.
Yeah, and I think by the looks of things we are just about to get underway here.
Yeah, as a starter. Calls all to attention, and he's found a whistle today. That's because it's not Cyril Smythe, of course.
Loan for Cyril today, perhaps?
I think he's getting the morning off.
Deserved.
Yeah, deserved. I think he started every race yesterday. Anyway, Rory, we've got McKeown, UL in 1, McNally in 2, Coffey in 3, Sawyer in 4, Lynn, O'Connell, Joyce and Rowe. The IUA women's 400 metre hurdles final.
Yeah, they're away safely first time there, and we'll see who's first to rise. I believe it's going to be quite close there to see who rose first. Looking quite even. The UL athlete there, Jenny Sawyer, she seems to be going quite well at the moment down this back straight.
Yeah, it's Sawyer and McNally who are making the best of the running down the back straight, but Orla Coffey has come off hurdle 3 rather well here, and she's pulling up onto the shoulder of Sawyer. She'll start to keep an eye now on the ATU athlete that's outside of her, so it's Coffey and Alex Joyce rather out in lane 7, who's probably hurdling is a little untidy at times, but it's Coffey and Joyce who are coming to hurdle 8 now, Rory, and now they're starting to hit that wind.
Yeah, so nothing between our leaders. CUCC's Coffey and ATU's Joyce as they go to the final barrier now, neck and neck. Just Joyce leading ever so slightly now, and I think Alex Joyce is going to be your IUAA champion for 2024 in 63.52, just ahead of Orla Coffey. Not entirely sure Jackie got up for third there.
I would credit it with Moy O'Connell, I'd say, from DCU, who was making the best of the run, and I must admit my eyes were cast to the final position for the points because it was falling down to Ava McKeown or Cueva Rowe, who were making incredible work off that last hurdle, and it came down to a dip. The Sprints Trophy is fairly tight at the moment between DCU and UL, so that final point that I think Ava McKeown may have got up for could prove significant. We have a replay here in front of us.
Yeah, Alex Joyce off that last hurdle, she really started
and it panned away just as we wanted it
ahead.
But I think Moy O'Connell may just have held Sawyer the fastest of the finishers. The Carlow athlete, Marcus Lawler, raises his fist. Sawyer, a dual sport athlete. She's also played for Carlow in the Ladies Football All-Ireland Championship. A nifty corner forward, I'm told. But she'll have to prepare her legs now. She's in the 200 final also. But yeah, Joyce and Coffey were a class apart there. The winning time, I think, just under 64 seconds. So yeah, we have our replay here again. So it was definitely Joyce who, rather kind of Karsten Warholm, had a bit of a speed stutter into that last hurdle, but ran off again to take a comprehensive victory from Coffey. And yeah, I think O'Connell just got it on the dip from Sawyer. But Ava McKeown is happy with her efforts. I can see Sawyer in a heap, as are most of the 400 hurdlers, to be honest. It's a grueling event, Rory.
Absolutely. Definitely hurts, that's for sure. We'll have our men's 400 metre final now coming up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, these guys first gracing the track for potentially the first time in anger. No heats for those guys yesterday. So it is their first time taking to the track. I'm just going to go back to last year's final because I have a hunch that we have very few returning athletes this year, Rory.
Yeah, perhaps Oisin McCorry.
Oisin McCorry
might be one of the only
ones. Yeah. But my mind cast back. I definitely remember Ryan Canning of Ulster University definitely being on the podium, and I do not see him on our start list.
The men's 400 metre hurdles final. Lineup will be Steve Kieran of DCU in lane 1, Kieran Campbell.
But yeah, Oisin McCorry, his sister Niamh, claimed bronze in the women's multi-events yesterday.
Jack O'Connell, TCD in 4, and James O'Connell.
But yeah, McCorry claimed bronze in this competition last year. We have, which is not going to be confusing for us at all, but we've got a Jack O'Connell and a James O'Connell side by side from Trinity University in this. And if memory serves me right, Jack O'Connell did the pentathlon yesterday, so his legs are surely very fresh. Not. But James was in this final last year. And that is it. Three returning athletes from last year, so a nice bit of a changing of the guard here.
Yeah, which means we could easily see plenty of new medalists.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, but McCorry would imagine that he is probably the favourite in this race. The head UL statistician, Owen Kenny, who's going in the 400 final, has come up to me with a potential amendment to the results. I'm a bit busy on.
Yeah, save that for another time.
Yeah.
For Alex Joyce of ATU and the lifetime best of 63.52. Second, World Trophy, UCC, also with a PB of 64.49. Third,
what was the Boujim order last night after Jack?
Oh, the Boujim order. White rice, chicken,
fourth, 65.92.
Tomato and sweet corn, and then a bit of guac. I was feeling good.
69.41.
The old Masters money hasn't run out yet. And what had I for a finish? A bit of cheese as well. Nice, plain and simple.
Bit of cheese.
Went down easy. Rory, I know you got an early Boujim in.
Yeah, I went for Mexican rice, as I always tend to do. Chorizo.
Oh,
yes.
Very Spanish.
I know. Pinto beans.
Yes.
What else did I have? Cheese, guac, sour cream.
I can draw a line at
bit
sour
of the mild
cream.
and the medium sauce as well,
That Athletics Ireland money is better than the Masters money, I can tell you that. Anyway, your full lineup for the 400 metre men's hurdles final is Stephen Kiernan.
I'm not going to count.
Is Stephen Kiernan from DCU. Caelan Campbell goes in 2 from the Ulster University, the hosts here this weekend. Oisin McCarry of UCD is in 3. Jack O'Connell of Trinity College Dublin is in 4, and he will have his namesake James O'Connell from Trinity College Dublin, the lane outside him. Richard Campson of ATU will be hoping to take the second 400 hurdles gold of the weekend for ATU. He goes in 6. Mark O'Connor of MTU, who I believe plies his trade as a distance runner most of the time, is in lane 7, and Adam Courtney of Ulster University is out there in lane 8, and I believe Adam Courtney is no stranger to this event as well, so we may need to keep an eye on lane 8 the whole way around as well, Rory.
Absolutely. Slightly behind schedule here at the moment, but hopefully we will make up time as we go.
That's for sure. See some of our 200 metre men preparing for semi-finals. We've got 2 semi-finals coming up later today. Well, not more, a bit less than later, I'd say, in the next 15 minutes. 4 automatic qualifiers, no fastest losers in the 200 later on, Rory.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who can make their way to the final. And a ruthless way to do it.
It's a ruthless way to do it, Stephen Lipson. It's a ruthless way to do it. The one arm sleeve on Richard Campson. It's a bold move out there in lane 6. Galway City Harriers man, and I believe he does a small bit of triple jump as well. He's definitely a mainstay on the National League circuit with his club, that's for sure. So they've been called to attention, Rory.
Yes, so called to their marks, and we'll have in lane 1 Kiernan, 2 Campbell, 3 McCorry, 4 O'Connell, 5 O'Connell, Jack and James, 6 Campson, 7 O'Connor and 8 Courtney. Final of the men's 400 metre hurdles here at the IUAA Track and Field Championships in Mary Peters, Belfast.
Quite a long time in their marks there, with all athletes safely away, and it's Campson who makes the absolute best of the run, and he has devoured the stagger on O'Connor, but potentially forgot there was a hurdle in the way there, and his hurdling technique. He's fast on the flat, but can he get it over the barriers safely? McCorry definitely a bit more technical over these barriers.
Yeah, down the back straight it does look to be Adam Courtney, I think, leading the way. Perhaps from Oisin McCorry, the UCD athlete. Richard Crampton also still going well. Also looking down the field, Ulster University's Caelan Campbell. Seems to be going
Campson
well
has been struck by the lactic sniper. He's out the gap here. But Courtney is absolutely storming away with this. And he is running completely blind in lane 8. But he has emerged as a class apart here. McCorry, the UCD man, will upgrade bronze to silver, barring disaster over this last hurdle. But Courtney has gone through in 53.77 to claim your Irish University's title.
Yeah, it's impressive running there from Courtney to take it.
And Richard Campson here, he made the best of the running over the first 3 flights, but he is in a world of hurt there as O'Connor nearly gets up to take 7th.
I think Richard Krause will be delighted.
I think that was the best cheer of the day so far, early on. But Adam Courtney, probably we didn't give him enough credit in the preview, Rory. He was emphatic in that, and I can tell you 53.77 is not slow in April.
Yeah, he wasn't too far away from the line by the time Ushin McCory reached that last hurdle.
Yeah, he was a class apart there. Didn't quite threaten the IUA record of Thomas Barr, 50.44 from this track here in 2015 rather. But Barr knows a thing or two about hurdles.
Yeah, I think so. Did he happen to be fourth in the Olympics once?
He says he went to Brazil on a holiday once in 2016. And
something happened out there.
Something happened out there. But
I can't remember what happened in the end either.
Nor would I. But yeah, Courtney claims gold on the home track at the home championships. You're grand.
200 meters semi-man, 100 meters final man. 200, 100.
Yeah. Poor Ger for Mantry has just been taking all these startless the last couple of days.
That's part of the internship process, I believe, Rory. We did bring a colouring book for him as well, just to keep him amused. The next generation of entry being trained in here at Belfast. They have to get used to these sarcastic Athletics Ireland officials. Tell you what, Rory, I'm looking through this 200 metre men's semi-final start list, and I would not like to be the person who's have to commentate and predict over who's going to qualify for this final.
Yeah, with just the first four qualifying from boat, like it won't be easy.
I know Andrew Egan, who's scheduled to start in lane 6 for the University of Galway, will not be taking his place.
Yeah, which is a shame. He pulled up there yesterday.
He pulled up yesterday in the 100 metre semi-finals. And
as well as Killian Griffin when they
as
were
well as
both
Killian Griffin, yeah, and
which caused a little bit of carnage for me trying to commentate on it here.
And poor Rex Namikaze from TUS, who was stuck in the middle of those two pulling up, thought they were being recalled for a false start, so that rather inhibited his ability to qualify for the final also. But yeah, Dara Murphy of UCD, the Limerick man, product of Castletroy College, which has produced a fair selection of sprinters in their time, will be one of the standout names in our first semi-final. Alamin Bankoli of TUD has been steadily going through this weekend. Yesterday, the Fingalians man, and Alan Miley is in that blind lane of 8 out there from the University of Limerick, the former Irish junior 400 metre hurdles representative from St. Lawrence O'Toole. He'll take up experimenting over the shorter distance this weekend, as Rory checks to make sure the socials are being ran accordingly. The juveniles, of course, on today and Saturday, tomorrow in Athlone.
Yeah, over 2,000 juvenile athletes in Athlone for the weekend.
Rather amusingly, here we are stuck outdoors and they're still in the warm confines of Athlone. Well, we will have a little bit of a gap. We have neglected to cover the men's hammer there. Apologies for that, and I'd say they're wrapping up there, so we will get a result for that as quickly as we can. I can see preparing for the women's competition is Nicola Tuchel of UCD, who broke the Irish under-23 record here at these championships last year in DSD and has been rewriting their history books every time she gets in the ring since. She'll be looking, although I can't imagine the wind. Well, she's got the wind at her back, so I don't think that how much of a bearing it plays on the 4K hammer, but...
Yeah, she performed very well at the European Throwing Cup in Portugal.
Yeah.
Silver out there. And yeah, has the potential to be a very big silver for Nicola. Like, I mean, she'd definitely probably be looking at Rome and thinking, I can probably make my first major senior championships there.
Yeah, and it'll be great to have a kind of a female thrower who's back competitive. You cast your eyes back to the days of Eileen O'Keefe from Kilkenny City Harriers, who was a mainstay at world level in the hammer throw, and then we kind of had Michaela Walsh, who was keeping the flag flying at underage competitions in Europe and at world level. But Nicola has kind of the potential now to take on that mantle with Michaela, who's still playing her trade, the Swinford AC athlete, and they can kind of start to inspire the next generation of Irish female throwers.
And also should mention today the National 20k Walk Championships taking place in Podabrady in the Czech Republic. So it's all go.
Yeah. Next year we'll be looking to move our university championships to a foreign country also, by the sounds of it. But rather novel approach to doing our national championships, Rory.
It is indeed.
But effective. Yeah, a few probably impacting the walks fields here at these championships, which hopefully, Rory, will mean that we have a few people who've never done the walk before.
It always provides a bit of entertainment, you know.
It does provide a bit of entertainment. A bit of Shakira hips.
That's it. Nice and loose.
Yes.
A lot of those walkers in Podabrady today on to Antalya in Turkey then next week. World Race Walking Team Championships with Olympic qualification on the line in the all-new marathon
mixed medley relay
race walk relay.
It's very catchy.
Yeah.
Kate Veal and Brendan Boyce
hoping to qualify for the Olympic Games next week. They need to finish in the top 22. Well, Ish. I won't get into it now.
No, we won't get into it now, but we'd be hopeful they can qualify for the mixed. Hopes are high. But a rather novel event, it has to be said. I believe Pierce O'Callaghan has a little bit of the brain work put into that. The Irishman, the Galway man, I think he is. But great opportunity for us to keep the race walking flag flying at the Olympics. Medal alert. We have our hammer result.
Oh, very good.
Kyle Murray from DCU has took the title in an unknown distance. But Pádraig O'Callaghan managed to supersede Robert Higgins to take the second place position and claim his silver medal for UL. And Robert Higgins maintained his hold on the bronze medal for the rest of the competition. So your top three in the men's hammer: Kyle Murray of DCU, Pádraig O'Callaghan of UL, and Robert Higgins of Maynooth University.
There is a live results spreadsheet, but I'm not exactly sure how live it is. So I think it's on the IUAA Instagram story.
It's about as live as RTE1+1.
yeah, that's probably an hour behind. You'll get the results an hour later.
Probably the best analogy I could give it. It's available on the IUA Twitter. But of course, all results will be available on results.iua.org for you to peruse at your convenience or inconvenience. One of possibly the most extensive domestic databases available.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
You've available results all the way back to, let's see, by year. If you want to know what the results of the 1913 IUA Track and Field Championships are, you can now go to results.iua.org and
111 years ago. Wow.
111 years ago at the Ulster Cricket Club grounds.
Which might not be too far away from here, I might suspect.
Let's see, for the third year in a row, University College Galway didn't send a team. Interesting. Eric Brady, I believe, is the man behind most of these historical notes. During their stay in Belfast, the visiting teams were guests of Queen's University and were entertained to dinner, like ourselves tonight, Rory.
Absolutely.
The following day, they were motored to Newcastle and Rostrevor on Carlingford Lough for a day's relaxation. Don't think we're
not getting that.
Trinity College Dublin won the Intervarsity competition and the Ladies' Cup for the first time ever, with 4 wins and 6 second places. So there you are. And rather amusingly, here's the way the results are listed. Jay Craig from Queen's University Belfast won the 100 yards in 10.2 seconds by inches, Rory.
By inches.
Not by time, by inches.
Running late, so you should be at your event. That event is now.
So yeah, that's all available.
With heat one,
There are slightly more modern results available as well.
For Queens.
But the 1914 Outdoor Track and Trail Championships.
Held in June as well, might I add.
Held in June.
Wow.
I don't think they had to worry as much about exam times.
No, I don't think
back
so.
in those days.
DCD, the fastest qualifier from last night, goes in lane 5.
Also significantly less teams. 4 teams: Trinity, UCD, UCC and Queen's.
Limerick goes in lane 6. James Holt of UCD is 5th in the Indoor Championships. UCD is in lane 7, and Alan Miley of University of Limerick in the outside lane.
So we'll turn our attention to the far corner of the track, and the first of our men's 200 metre semi-finals are setting their blocks and going through their last preparation. So Adam Hanna of Queen's University Belfast, he'll be hoping to emulate his Queen's University colleague from 1914 there and make it through to this final. He's going to go in lane 1. Sean Harding of TUS is in lane 2. Alaman Bankoli of Technical University Dublin in 3. Sean Stratton of DCU was very impressive on the closing leg of the 4x1 for DCU in the heats yesterday. He's in lane 4. Dara Murphy in 5 from UCD. David Forkin of UL is the first of the UL pair in this semi-final. He's in 6, the freshers athlete. James Holden, by contrast, the 1 year down athlete in 7 from UCD, and Alan Miley of UL rounds out this field in lane number 8.
The goal is to qualify by inches. Inches will do.
Inches, preferably in the top 4, because there's no such thing as fastest losers in the 200 today. As for some reason there's a bull wandering around with cheerleaders from UU there, but we'll more on that later. I believe we have a few empty lanes, Rory.
Yeah, Sean Stratton, I believe, is gone.
Yeah, and as someone who failed to qualify for this semi-final yesterday by 1 or 2 places, I'm a little bit annoyed. But anyway, moving on.
You're up here. You're up here.
I'm up here. Where else would I rather be on my Saturday morning at the IUAs? They've been called by the whistle. Hannah, Harding, Bankole, No Stratton, Murphy, Forkin, Holden of UCD, and Miley of the University of Limerick. Murphy has made bits of this bend initially up on Fark, and he's making a good bit of the running here, but Bancoli in close attention, and Miley now will start to feel his 400 metre hurdle strength come to effect here, but it is at the moment Murphy from Bancoli from Miley, Holden and Fark and battling it out for that final place. But Dara Murphy 22.33 into a very strong headwind.
Yeah, James Holden and Adam Miley also getting up there to qualify.
And Farkin just outside there, but good running by all of those athletes. You can see Caston here. Murphy really took the race by the scruff of the neck on that first 50 and did most of the running. He kind of had the luxury then to look around and shut down, but Bancoli was comfortable in second all the way, and Miley and Holden probably stuck in those two outside lanes, ran a bit more honest to the line, but they'll be happy they're through to the final.
Yeah, so they'll be back a little bit later on for that final. Sammy Chi coming up in a few minutes here.
If we turn the camera down to the finish line there, you'll actually spot Mark Smith, who was unfortunately picked up his injury at the National Seniors, but he is our defending champion, Rory, so we should give him a bit of camera time.
Yeah, camera in hand as well.
Camera in hand, the digital new media master student.
I think you've made a mess of that. Oh, God. What is
Something
the master's
like
in? I actually can't remember.
But we'll see if I can get him to give me a wave. Jamil Saidi of Trinity, the other cameraman today. But the boys are... Mark Smith gives us a wave. We got the wave. We can go back to the next heat. But yeah, he's unfortunately not in a position to defend his title. But he's out videoing with Jamil all day.
I want to say it's emerging media, but I can't be sure.
Google has not brought up the right results. But anyway, Sheldon Romeo Gnoni of ATU, the Letterkenny man, formerly of West Musgrave AC, now of Letterkenny AC. He's in lane 1. Canis Weirty of UCD was probably one of the more amusing athletes yesterday in the 4x4 heat that should never have been, as he plodded around. He's due to go in lane 2. Glory Wenigimi of UCC is in 3. Emmanuel Alori of UCD goes in 4. James Armstrong of UU goes in 5. Andrew Egan, a non-starter, in lane 6. Raekwon Luciano of ATU is in lane 7. And Dara Donoghue of Trinity College Dublin, officially Marino. He's a primary school teaching student, but he is in lane 8. So UCD have the potential to get 4 men into this final if Weirty and Alori can find their way into the top 4.
I see the ball now.
And cheerleaders. I will get them for an interview. We really should.
The ball might give us a few words as well.
The Elks, which I believe are the American football team here. But anyway, in their blocks, Gnoni, Weirty, Wenigimi, Alori, Armstrong, No Egan, Luciano, and Dunn.
Yes, so the ROA first time here. Looked like a good start from Ulster University's James Armstrong. Also going well there is Luciano of ATU. They ran the bend, and this is going to be the Ulster University athlete James Armstrong out in front. Luciano closing him down now, and it will actually go past him, and it will be Raekwon Luciano who takes it from James Armstrong, and closer on the line. I think it might have been Dara Donoghue in third, perhaps. I'm not sure about fourth, but
Glory Wenigime from UCC got up from just managing to hold off the fast finishing UCD pair of Alori and Weirty. But 22.11, quick running in these conditions. Early in the morning, sprinters and early mornings generally don't agree, but they've managed to get the job done. They'll be through to the final. later
strong
on
running
today.
there from Luciano, who got it really pulled clear in that closing meters.
Yeah, we must investigate this mascot further.
Yeah, I think so.
He's wandering around here. We're going to call him a he for now, but we will establish. But you can see there, he's off onto the track. I don't know what event he's in. Potentially a weight for distance. But he's the Lyra now, and Armstrong is getting stung for a photo by Emma McKay there in the red jacket, who is the IOA committee member, and also meet coordinator here today as the host college. But must say it's a first for me anyway. I don't think I've ever seen a mascot at an IOA.
It's a first for me as well, yeah.
I know we bring the teddy bear wolf, which actually I must locate from UL.
Could provide us with some company up here.
Yeah, but we'll give him a wave. We'll see if we can get some attention. But there are cheerleaders there as well. Not sure what they're here to cheer on, but a nice touch by the host college. The women's hammer going through their final warm-ups there.
Just a reminder to all athletes that any shoes worn on the track must be track legal. As we are aware, there is a list on the World Athletics websites of different shoes that are allowed and not allowed in different races. You need to check if your shoe is track legal. If it's not track legal, you will not just follow the rules. So please check the shoes you're wearing for the race and make sure they're track legal.
Oh, a little bit of a lull in proceedings. Women's 3K is up next. We have a start list, Rory.
We do, somewhere.
But you can have a look over the women's hammer warm-ups. Looks to be a relatively small field down there.
Yeah, so we are just a couple of minutes from getting underway. We'll give you the lineup in just a second.
See our men's hammer throw medalists getting their medals here on the podium down in front of us. Kyle O'Meary standing atop the podium claiming his gold medal.
Funnily, I spent pretty much all day yesterday wondering where that podium was, and it was right down in front of us.
There you are now. So there you are. There's your three men: O'Meary, O'Callaghan and Higgins. Fair play to them. The earliest men up to say, maybe bar our officials and live stream folks who had to come and set up the camera while I was still in bed.
Katrina Kaita of University of Limerick and Uno O'Donnell of UCD. So we have Ireland's number one hammer thrower at the moment.
So the women's 3K are standing to attention down there.
Second best all-time thrower in the hammer, Bernari.
A run through the field now will tell us that Saeed Mohan from UCD will be the first on the inside curve. Evelyn Coughlin from Trinity College Dublin, Sylvia Martin from MTU, Karen Ryan of UL, Ellen McLaughlin of DCU, Laura Cooney of UCD, Avril Millerick of DCU, Niamh Kineen of UL, Jade Van de Venter of MTU, Sarah Bateson of Maynooth University, Adele Monaghan of TUD, Lauren Carney of Trinity, and Eve Canan of Maynooth. As the Galway boys are back, Rory. God help us.
It's always a good sign.
How are you, Jack?
Oh, fantastic. Ready for a big day of commentary and fantastic athletics, as always.
Good stuff. Have you had a chance to revive your better half, Queeve, off the ground after her 400 hurdles earlier?
She is now just about off the ground, recovered. Don't know what she's up to now. She might come up to a stint on commentary if we're very good to her.
That's unlikely, let's be honest.
Very unlikely.
Right, I'm going to give you the microphone and let ye talk about this.
Into the distance, boys. Enough of Jack Hickey spoofing now.
So we have a stacked 3K final here now. Some big names.
Two of your standout names here now, Aaron.
Looking through the list here, I've only seen them now, but I have to say Avril Millerick is definitely a favourite.
Of course, Adele Monaghan's been in good form recently as well. She's always in or around the medals. Just taking a bit of time here to get started. They were lined up, but they were told to go off for another stride. So we'll see when they get going, hopefully soon now.
Conditions are very windy out there, so I can't expect this to be a fast-paced race unless someone is brave enough and willing to take it out.
Yeah, from what I've heard from a few athletes on the track so far this morning, that it's really this last 100 metres is the wind's really in your face there. So, of course, athletes might try and sit in and leave it as late as possible so they don't have to deal with that wind. But a strong field, 13 women, so should be plenty of action and hopefully makes for an entertaining race.
So the athletes are harshly being kept waiting here. They have to do another stride, it looks like. They just want the action to get underway, but they're going to have to wait another few minutes, I think.
I see here below us we have a few cheerleaders with their pom-poms. They're going to be keeping us entertained for the day. Always a nice addition.
Who do you think they're cheerleading for, Jack?
It's tough to see. Do we have any Ulster athletes in this race? Don't think so.
No.
Cheering for everyone, because as we said yesterday, everyone's a winner.
Yes.
Yeah, they're really being kept here for quite a while. Don't know, is this a few technical difficulties or what's going on, but never nice to be kept this long at the start line. After looking across here, and see we also have Niamh Kineen in the race. Of course, she had a really strong run at both varsity meets recently, the cross country and the indoors. She's really come on over the last couple of years, so it's great to see that.
So it looks like we're finally ready to get going here after some anxious waiting by the athletes. Avril Millerick doesn't look too nervous there. She was joking on the start line. She seems confident enough. What do you think, Jack?
She must be confident, yeah. She's definitely one of the standout athletes in this race and will definitely be trying to claim that gold medal. That's a part of the key to success, staying calm on that line and not getting too anxious or nervous beforehand. It just drains the energy. A few toes on the line there, maybe, potentially. And we're finally away in this women's 3K final. That looks like Edel Monaghan straight to the front. Avril Millerick just sloshing in behind her there.
So it looks like Adele is not hanging around here. She's gone off quick, but as I say that now, it seems like the pack is beginning to bunch again, and she'll hit this home straight and realise just how windy it is. So
yeah, she was definitely making sure she got to the front there. She's always fond of a bit of front running and a strong pace. She's not someone to hang around. We also have Sive Maughan just sitting there in third, and then Niamh Cunneen fourth, and our other DCU athlete Ellen McLaughlin was in fifth. And Laura Cooney just at the back of that pack. But they seem to be letting Edel Monaghan get away from them here now. They're happy enough to allow that happen.
Which mightn't be a wise enough move considering the wind. I think Avril in second here should really close the gap if she wants to try and catch Edel, because she's going to be the one who has to work now throughout the laps to try and catch her back in this tough breeze.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see these athletes letting Edel get away from them now. That's a 73 first lap, so it is fast, maybe a bit quick, but these other women will want to keep an eye on her and not let her too far away. Just maybe in that second group no one wants to hit the front and actually do that hard work to rejoin Edel at the front.
So is that Niamh Cunneen in second place for UL there?
So second place Avril Millerick,
third position.
and then third place Niamh Cunneen. Fourth place we have Sive Maughan. Fifth place we have our other DCU athletes Ellen McLaughlin, and then I just can't quite see who's in sixth place there.
Is that the UCD athlete?
There's seven. In between them.
So in seventh place we have Laura Cooney from UCD. But
What's thing it's not?
I think it's
It was empty, not the red
Around about 2.5 minutes for the first.
We'll find out who's in sixth now, just as they come around again. We'll have to catch their number. But this is a big gap after just 2 laps. Edel Monaghan has a 50-metre lead. And when she comes down now, we will get her 1K split and she'll have 5 laps to go.
So very impressive running here in this tough breeze. She'll go through the K in a pretty quick pace, 3:05 or so. So she is moving.
Yeah, and you'll see the wind down there. It's really picked up. So you have to wonder, was this the tactic? Try get away from them early. And that's a 3:09 first K split. So as we said, in this wind, that is really good moving. Yeah, our sixth place athlete is Sarah Bateson from MU. So that chase pack has gone through there in 3:22. So about 13 seconds off our leader, Edel.
So are the pack here willing to just sit on Avril Millerick, or are they going to try and push on and try and work together to catch the front leader at the minute?
Really interesting to see, because none of these girls seem like they want to go past Avril. They don't want to do that work at the front. They want to tuck in from that wind and try and get as much of a free ride around as possible. Mm-hmm. But this gap to Edel is just growing. It's now up to about 60 metres.
So the big question really is, will Edel falter, or will she just keep ploughing on at this pace?
You have
come
to
away
say
with an
now,
impressive win.
Coming up towards the halfway mark for Edel, she does still look strong. She doesn't show too many signs of faltering. Four laps to go for our leader. It looks like Avril Millerick has moved away from this chase pack and is going to start going after Edel. Just Niamh Cunneen and our UCD athlete Sive Maughan are battling out currently for third place.
The other DCU athlete there, Ellen McLaughlin, in fourth, or in fifth.
Fifth, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so we have a pack of 3 then fighting it out for 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment.
So Edel goes through the mile there in about 5:06, 5:07. It's great moving in this conditions.
Yeah, really strong. And as we said, Avril Millerick is going to try and start closing that gap now, but it has grown again on this lap. I think it's up to about 70 metres there, Aaron. It's really strong. When she comes around here now, she's going to have 3 laps to go, so 1200. Can she hold this lead?
So it looks as though Adele is even picking the pace up here. A very strong performance by her. Unless anything goes catastrophically wrong, she should be taking home this win today.
3 laps to go. Our leader, Adele Monaghan.
We'll just have to see how she reacts if this wind has hurt her now with this early hard pace. And we seem to have 3rd place. We have Sive Mahan of UCD is after breaking away from Niamh Cunneen. So the first 4 are all very strung out and running solo. You'd think it might be in their benefit to try and run together. We're going to get Edel's 2k split now as she comes up to the line here. It's going to look like it's about 6:30. So good even running from Edel. She slowed slightly this K, but keeping that pace quite consistent.
She's on pace for about a 9:45 3K, which would be slower than her PB, but in these conditions and solo front running, it's an impressive run nonetheless.
I have to say, looking at Edel now, she does look like she's maybe working a good bit harder than she has been. Maybe that wind is taking the toll on her.
But the gap remains back to second, at least 70 metres, 80 metres. She has this sewn up. So Avril Millerick in second, and then it's the UCD athlete, Sive Mahan in the 3rd position.
Yeah,
back to Niamh Cunneen.
We have a pack then chasing down Niamh Cunneen. It looks like our other UCD athlete of Laura Cooney and another UL athlete who
that would be Karen Ryan.
Karen Ryan.
1 in 3rd.
Yeah, you have to say now this silver medal is up for grabs. Sive Mahan is making great inroads on that gap towards Avril Miller.
And the Trinity athlete, that is, I believe that's Evelyn Coughlin, moves into about 6th position now, and she's moving strongly through the field, so she could move up into 4th here.
Yeah, you have to say now, Edel, she has about 550 metres to go, I think, and I can't see anyone cutting down that gap to her. She might have this sewn up.
So really impressive run here from the young lady from Enniskillen, running for TUD, coming up to the bell.
So Edel Monaghan's going to hit the bell here, goes through in 8:30 for the 2,600 metre mark.
Really fast time to start the season.
Yeah, she still has about 100 metre on 2nd place athlete, but this silver medal, there is about a 15 metre gap, but we'll see if anything can happen in this last lap.
Savon in 3rd.
So Avril Millerick remains in 2nd, followed closely by the UCD athlete Sive Mahan, and then there's a big gap back to 4th. That is Niamh Cunneen of UL in 4th, and there's a chase group down chasing her of 3 athletes.
Yeah, Niamh will really need to get going now, try and hold on to that 4th spot. These 3 women behind her are working together and will be hoping to catch her.
For the 4, 5, 6 and 7. Meanwhile,
But a fantastic run by Edel Monaghan. She's coming into the finish line here with 150 metres to go. She starts to apply the pressure now.
Yeah, really strong. Yeah. She went out there, she set her intent down early, and she stuck to it. Really strong from Edel. It looks like Avril might be holding on to this silver medal. That gap has remained the same the whole way around. But
so a great run by Edel, braved the conditions here, and she's going to get the deserving win in a time of 9:47. Great run, Edel.
Yeah, very deserved round of applause there. She came into the finish line. That was a really impressive run from the front. And Avril's coming in now for second place. She's held on to that very well. It was a good run from Avril. And then, of course, Sive Maughan in third place.
And it's a fantastic race for the fourth position. It's between Niamh Cunneen of UL.
I believe that's Laura Cooney of UCD.
And Evelyn Coughlin of Trinity. So who's going to take this fourth position?
Niamh using all their strength there to lock down fourth place. Niamh Cunneen fourth. We have Laura Cooney fifth. And our Trinity athlete,
that's Evelyn Coughlin, I
Evelyn
believe.
Coughlin in fifth. Karen Ryan was sixth, I believe.
Is that the MTU athlete coming through there? That could be Jade Van Deventer. Sorry if I mispronounced the name there.
And DCU athlete in after her, that was Ellen McLaughlin. Good race there, and as we said many times, really strong from Del Monaghan to get out front and hold that pace and not tire too much, but really hold on to that and get that win.
Yeah, that was a very brave run, to have the confidence to say, you know what, I'm much better than these athletes. I can afford to front run in these conditions and still manage to pull away. So
yeah, you have to wonder, was there maybe a bit too much complacency early on from our other athletes such as Avril Millerick to not go with Edel, because Edel clearly did not fancy a kick and wanted to go out hard early. But should these athletes have gone with her and maybe tried to tuck in on her and go with that pace?
Yeah, post-race you always have these if, buts and maybes. Who knows, maybe if Avril had gone with the pace, she would have blown up and even lost her medal. So it's hard to say. I mean, it was a great run by Edel nonetheless. But yeah, it's impossible to tell. Based on the winning margin by 100 metres, I imagine that Edel would have still pulled away. So we have the Trinity athlete coming in there. That was Laura Carney, I believe.
As our final athlete just coming up to the line now, and that will mean we'll be getting ready for the 100 metre finals. I believe our next event on the track is going to be the women's 100 metre final. So I'll go through our entrants here. We have lane 1, we have Lorena Harrison from DCU. Lane 2, Erin Tahini, DCU. Lane 3, Aisling Kelly, UCD. Lane 4, Bevan McCaffrey, TUS. Lane 5, our very own Sarah Quinn, University of Galway. Lane 6, Alana Ryan, UL. Lane 7, Sophie Meredith, UL. And lane 8, Shona Lowe, UCC.
So based on the heat times, we have to say Alana Ryan is the favourite, running the fastest time of 12:25. Then the second fastest time was Bevan McCaffrey there, running 12:46 in the semi-final. And then the third quickest time was marginally Sarah Quinn, running 12:63. I know she has a big following here in Ballina, I believe. So I've been told they're all watching here today. So let's hope Sarah goes well here in the women's 100 metres.
Yeah, I know all her supporters were big fans of our commentary yesterday, Aaron. They really enjoyed all our insider knowledge with Sarah Quinn. As we said, she's a top athlete. She spent a bit of time out, but she does have that world silver 4x200 metre relay medal. So top athlete.
Yeah. Always a smile on Sarah Quinn's face, even coming up to a varsity final here. She's smiling around, always happy.
So respect to the athletes who are still on the track competing.
These three are the favourites.
Yeah, so our middle lanes here, lanes 4, 5 and 6, we have our fastest 3 qualifiers. So we are going to expect the medals to be split between these 3 athletes. But of course, anything can happen. They're running into this strong headwind, so it's who can be the strongest into that wind.
There's also Aisling Kelly in lane 3, who ran 12:65 there in yesterday's semi-final. She'll be looking to get a medal also in today's final. So a competitive field. It'll be interesting to see who can pull away with the medals here.
Yeah, still a bit of time, I think, until we get started. These women are just taking off the gear. They're trying to stay as warm as possible, keep those muscles warm, and hopefully get them all the way to the finish line in one piece.
It's worth noting as well, for anyone watching at home, there's a very bad breeze against these athletes on the 100 metre mark. I'd say it's -3 or so wind. So don't expect crazy times today. It's just a matter of pulling off the win for these athletes.
Yeah, this is championship racing. They're out here for these medals. They're probably not too pushed on times today. It's all about these medals.
And we can see a statue of the great Mary Peters in the background there, famous for winning Olympic medals back in her heyday. So
I think we just have our final athlete from the 3K just coming in now. Well done to her for finishing out.
In the circle, Nicola Tuttle.
We currently have Nicola Tuhill in the circle going for her hammer throw. Of course, I believe she has the national under-23 record. Very impressive UCD athlete, going from strength to strength. And that was an absolutely fantastic throw there. We'll wait to see if we can get a measurement on that one.
Eddie the Elk. Oh, headless.
So Jack Hickey, do you have any, as a sprinter yourself now, 100, 200, do you have any insider knowledge or insider tips on who's going to win this 100?
I'm just looking at the Elk there out of the corner of my eye. It's still got me. Insider knowledge, I would say Alana Ryan and Sarah Quinn are two athletes to look at. Sophie Meredith is in the triple jump at the moment.
100 metre final for women. The next to go.
She needs to make her way over there. I'm distracted. Alana Ryan, she was probably the leading qualification person. She was the leading qualifier into these 100 metre finals. But Sarah Quinn, it's great to see her back in the track, lads. As I'm sure you're aware from your time down in Galway, she's had an absolutely torrid time with injury.
I think the biggest hit she took is she was taken off the wall in the Kingfisher. She was very proud of her mural, but she will get back there with a good performance today.
She's obviously kind of have a load of experience at international level, but Alana Ryan has put together quite a comprehensive indoor season, claimed a first national senior medal over the 200 metres indoors this year, but your eyes will probably have to look at 6 and 7. Erin Tahini in DCU is a veteran of IUA competition at this stage, and Aisling Kelly of UCD one to look at as well.
So we're really looking at lanes 3 to 6, the UCD athlete, the TUS, Sarah Quinn for Galway, and Alana Ryan for UL.
Yeah, so Harrison, Tahini, Kelly, McCaffrey, Quinn, Ryan, and Lowe out in lane 8. No athlete in lane 7.
And so Ryan and Quinn,
the first to rise there, and they're going with neck and neck here. And Ryan's 200 speed starting to pay dividends, and she's pulling away. She's going to take the title from McCaffrey of TUS, as the boys rightly point out, and Aisling Kelly from UCD getting up for third. Sarah Quinn just ran out of it, but as we said, it's great to see her back on the track. But Alana Ryan will take it.
Yeah, we might just be seeing a bit of lack of race experience there from Sarah Quinn. She hasn't spent too much time in the track these days.
Yeah, and just confirmation from her in-stadium announcer there, that last throw in the hammer from Nicola Tuttle was indeed a national under-23 record. So history repeating itself here at the Championship. She broke the record last year at these Championships, and she's gone and done it again here in Mary Peters. So the wind not paying any effects on her. 12:42 the time on the clock for Alana Ryan. Probably severely impeded by that strong headwind, but she's delighted with that. She's going talking to a a few of her colleagues down here in front of us. Alan Miley and Conor Cusack, who won the javelin there yesterday on his right. He's happy with his day off today. But we'll try and see if we can pull her for a chat later on today.
Very Love Island.
Very Love Island
of you. By the fire pit, maybe.
By the fire pit, yeah. We have to get the fire pit installed in Mary Peters. Probably keep us warm. It's gone so cold, lads.
We might get one up here yet. We'll see.
But
no portable heater or anything.
Portable heater, anything at all. We'll see what the Athletics Ireland budget can stretch to. But Ryan walking back the way now. Delighted with that, the Schliekulen athlete. Go on, Mark. Tell me where Schliekulen is.
It's in Ireland anyways. So
Wicklow. Greystones.
Would you be...
No, I'm fine standing. Thank you. Someone else trying to take my seat. That's not Marcus Lawler, but that's fine. Boys, there's been a bit of controversy in the Galway camp too, I hear.
Oh, there has been controversy. Unfortunately, a slight hiccup on the relay team's behalf last night. Athletes not showing up to the start line of that 4x4. Unfortunately now Andrew Egan injured himself in that 100 metre semi-final, and the team did not show up, so they have been disqualified. That will affect our athlete Kyle Moorhead, who was supposed to go in the 800 metre final not too far from now.
Yeah, he's been walking around fully togged in protest the whole time there for the last hour, I think.
Really hoping now he runs under protest. It would be great to see, but I don't think it will happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
It might be mind games from him. I think he's fully warming up, so you never know what will come out of that.
The rules are the rules, though.
The rules are the rules.
And
the
Laura
boys
Brennan
were aware of this. They can't be too disappointed with it. These are the consequences.
Anyway, there's a men's 100 final about to start, so let's go through the start list. So Ozamen Hamsley Okoma from ATU goes in lane 1. Emmanuel Ilori is back on track again. I make this race number 7 of his IUA championships. He is in lane 2 from UCD. Paul Costello, former UL athlete, now in the colours of SCTU, where he's taking his master's study.
Hopefully no bad blood between yourself and himself there now.
Paul's
after
a nice chap.
Legion.
He's a nice chap. He has his moments. Glory Wenigime from UCC is in lane 4. He's also been a busy man. I think this could be race number 7 for him as well. Nikamjika Onamwera of DCU goes in lane 5. Bori Akinola of UCD goes in 6. And Michael Farley is in 7, with Conor Morey in unfamiliar territory out in lane 8. He's used to being in the middle of the action, but he will have to negotiate that lane 8. Bori Akinola, the fastest of the qualifiers yesterday, with 10.79. Paul Costello won the first semi-final with a 10.8 time. Michael Farley was also dipping under that 11-second barrier, as was Nikamjika Onamwera. Glory Wenigime won the third semi-final in a slightly slower time of 11.34, which I think saw 2 hamstrings go. And he kind of had the luxury of maybe being a little bit more comfortable to the line. But they've been called under starters' orders, and I can see that we have got a non-starter from DCU in Nikamjika Onamwera, so that's a bit disappointing for them. They've lost Sean Stratton earlier in the 200 as well, so that's 2 of their 4x1 team who will sadly not be seeing later on.
It's great to see here now we have our cheerleaders at the finish line. Cheering on these athletes.
Yeah, we won't pan to them quite now as the athletes, but you will catch an eye of them doing a pyramid at the finish line.
Very impressive. With what is that? An ox behind them?
It's an elk, actually.
An elk.
Anyway, they're under starters' orders here. So you've got Akoma, Ilori, Costello, Wenigime, No Onamwera, Akinola, Farrelly, and Morey. So Bori Akinola, the standout name amongst here, and he's been cheered on by the UCD crowd. Paul Costello giving him a little bit of time, but Bori Akinola in 10.98 is your IUA 100-metre champion. He had it all his own way, really, Jack.
Really strong run from him there, and you have to ignore the time there now. There was a really strong headwind they were running into, but really impressive from Bori to control it the whole way and take that well-deserved win.
as Laura Brennan comes up here to the commentary booth to give us the extra cross-country medals.
Absolutely
and
fantastic
she waves
to see here. University of Galway men, 10 extra bronze medals for their
cross-country. I got the University of Limerick 10 extra gold medals from the cross-country. But Bori Akinola, we'll go back to the 100 here, Jack. He's delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check now. Was it our second place athlete, I believe, was Paul Costello. Really strong run from him. And maybe in third place we had DCU Michael Farrelly. They'll all be delighted with that.
Akinola waving to his adoring fans here. Costello will be delighted to get up for second.
We have our cheerleaders on screen
and
now.
Our cheerleaders
Hopefully they pull
screen.
something out nice for us.
Here we go. They're thinking about it anyway.
No, they've gone shy.
No, they've gone shy. We'll see if we can get their attention. But Costello will be delighted with that. Coached down by Gary Ryan, same man who's steering Charlene Maudsley through this season. He's had a bit of a change in coach there recently. The Dooneen AC man, he's been making great strides now this season. Had massive PBs during the indoor season. But yeah, thanks Rory. Rory's been doing a bit of research there. So that's just shy of the B standard for Nicola Tuchel earlier. You might have missed it if you're just tuning in. She threw a national under 23 record in the hammer throw, so she's just far off. She's about 40 centimetres shy of the B standard for the European Championships. So that's surely there within her grasp in the next coming weeks if she can get another competition
hopefully
in.
She keeps this streak of national records on the go and she gets that qualification standard for Rome.
No, we're joined by the infamous Galway lads now. They have all been disqualified. Moorhead is finally togged in after potentially running under protest.
The mind games are finished. He has now joined us in the commentary booth.
But
the wind speed is minus 2.5, so picking up a little.
So the wind gauge there coming at a minus 2.1 for Akinola, so that probably credited with that maybe slightly slower time than he produced yesterday. He did go on the 4x1 heats, but he's delighted. He's off skipping up the track again. He's man, time and time again I credit with being probably one of the happiest men on the circuit in Irish domestic athletics, but he's delighted with that win. As it was DCU at indoors flooding the commentary booth, and now it's Galway. We've got about 17 million Galway lads in the commentary booth at the moment.
Absolutely representing. We're doing our bit here in the IUAA, finally doing our bit.
Always doing a bit. About time, says I.
Yeah, we can't have you running the show too much, Jack. But next up on the track we're going to have our women's 800 metre final. So we've a field of 10 strong athletes.
And Jack, while we're waiting, Sean Cotter is willing to give us a slight interlude about the 1904 marathon. This will be just a quick 2-minute interlude.
That'll be absolutely fantastic background knowledge.
Sean Cotter here. So I suppose windy day today, you can probably see it in the trees up there, so bit of hardship for the runners, but I don't think there was ever as much hardship as the athletes running the 1904 Summer Olympic Marathon in the United States. So the race ended up only being 24 miles long. It proved to be a bizarre affair due to very poor organisation and officiating. Frederick Lowers crossed the finish line first and was hailed as the winner, but he was disqualified after it was discovered that she had hitched a car ride for 11 miles after having supposedly dropped out.
And I don't think, Sean, now anyone today in this 800 is going to get away with tumbling into
No, they won't get away with such tomfoolery. No. The actual winner, Thomas Hicks, was actually at a near collapse and hallucination when he crossed the finish line as a side effect of being administered brandy and raw eggs by his trainers. The fourth place, Anderin Carvajal, took a nap during the race after eating spoiled apples. Such spoiled apples, we probably wouldn't see them today.
This is absolute chaos. I hope we don't encounter any of these issues now today, Sean.
No.
Just as we see our women are coming towards the start line now. I believe these women did not have to run their heats yesterday, so this is a straight final, 10 athletes. And our athletes are Karen Hayes, TCD, Emily O'Shea, SETU, Kira Bowman, TCD, Lucy Holmes, MTU, Kayla Ryan, TUS, Cleena Nolan, TCD, Leah Moffat, UU, Claire O'Connor, TUD, Ella O'Connor, UG, and Amy Doherty, DCU. Just as I've been joined here by Sean McGinley on commentary.
Well, how are we today?
All good now, yourself?
Not too bad. Now happy to be up here. I suppose nice view of the races now, and hopefully.
Yeah, of course. Taking the weekend off yourself.
Yeah, unfortunately, we injury there kind of picked up last week, just testing the legs out in the track. But sure, happy to be out here watching, and definitely a few good races in store for us now with the 800 and Steeple chase about to be underway. So looking forward to them now.
Absolutely, and your record today under threat in the steeplechase potentially?
I'd say definitely now. Hopefully the wind's probably a bit maybe too strong, I'd say, for any. It'll be tight to get a few decent times in that there weather. I suppose no one will really be wanting to go and taking it from the front or leading it, but definitely Spillane there showed he's in good form there recently off the very strong cross-country season, so definitely a big favourite there for the chase. And that record's definitely under some threat today anyways now, but it's just whether or not he wants to go out and set a hard pace from the gun. With the wind it might prove a bit difficult, but he's definitely a man that'll be, probably that target will be in the back of his head anyways, so be interesting to see.
Absolutely, and I think this will be Oisín Spillane's last outing in the IUAA as he heads off to America next year, so this is really his last chance to get this record.
Yeah, it's probably more the reason for him to try and go after that standard or go after that record, but definitely the conditions aren't ideal for it, but I'm sure he'll give it a good run and probably come away with the win you'd expect today. Definitely a good favourite, but still a few other decent lads in that field, so it'll be interesting to see that race now, but I suppose we've the 800 to look forward to before that now, so
absolutely, and we both have interest here in this race. You have your very own DCU athlete Amy Doherty, and we have University of Galway athlete Ella O'Connor. They'll be starting in the outside lanes. It looks like it'll be a good race. Do you have any picks for who you think might be up there featuring heavily in this race, Sean?
No, to be honest, I wouldn't have any favourites straight away now looking at the entry list, but I'd say it's just they're all such great athletes here, so I think it'll be interesting to see who takes the win now, but no instant favourites kind of straight away, but it should be a great race in store anyways.
Just as our athletes are heading out into their lanes, hopefully getting underway now very soon. So once again we have Karen Hayes, Emily O'Shea, Ciara Bowman, Lucy Holmes, Kayla Ryan, Cleena Nolan, Leah Moffat, Claire O'Connor, Ella O'Connor and Amy Doherty. Although it looks like we only have 8 athletes have shown up on the start line and we have a start list of 10. As they're held on their marks. So our IUA record here is 2:05.5. We'll see if that's under threat today.
Again, I'd say it'll be a tough one to break under the conditions here today. A very strong wind coming into that home straight, but they're off to a flying start here as we are ready for them to come into the lane 1 now.
Yeah, they'll cut in now and they'll all sort themselves out now, try fight for that lane 1 position. All very bunched. Ella O'Connor of University of Galway there caught at the back and just had to make a bit of a surge to get back in contention with that front group. Try and see, I think our leaders there, that might be Lucy Holmes of MTU in the red, and just can't see who's outside her.
Lucy seems to be doing a lot of the work here now as they approach the home straight. She'll be taking most of the win there and blocking it for the rest of the girls in the field now, but seems to be an honest pace here. They're quite strung out now.
Yeah, that's Kayla Ryan of TUS just on the outside of Lucy Holmes, with Ella O'Connor and Karen Hayes tucked in behind.
They come through the first 400 in the time of about 1:06.
Lucy Holmes really strong here now, starting to open up a gap 3, 4, 5 metres away from Kayla Ryan, and third place Ella O'Connor of University of Galway, also Karen Hayes.
She really seems to put the foot down there in that past 150 metres or so. That gap's continuing to grow now as we come into the last 200 metres of the race or so.
Yeah, a lot of kicks coming here on this back straight. The wind is on their back there, so maybe trying to make their move there.
It'll be interesting to see now if Lucy can hold this pace. Another 200 to go now. quite a gap in front. I'd be surprised if anyone catches her at this rate, but still all to play for. Big win in the home straight.
Yeah, really strong from Lucy Holmes, and we have our Trinity athlete Karen Hayes second place, Ella O'Connor third, and a big fight here now for the minor medals between these 4 athletes.
Well done to Lucy Holmes here. She comes into the last 20 metres or so of the race.
These girls are fighting really hard. Ella O'Connor coming strong for the silver medal maybe. Karen Hayes really faltering.
Oh, in third place, just got stepped on the line.
Photo finish there for third place. Did you see that, Sean?
I think it was very tight one to call.
I think it was SETU athlete Emily O'Shea.
I think it was Emily O'Shea, yes, just about got it there at the end. Great performances all around, and Lucy Holmes came away in a time there of 2:11, so great running there in that condition.
Yeah, really strong from Lucy Holmes to get away from that group with 350 to go, and once she was gone there was absolutely no catching her. Well, absolutely fantastic run from Ella O'Connor of University of Galway. She made the move at the right time, and in this home straight she fought against that tough wind to come up for that silver medal. After that exciting race now, we're going to be following up with the men's 800 metre final. These gentlemen now, they had to qualify yesterday, so they have a few races in their legs. Maybe some of them have done the 400s as well.
Definitely be a very strong field here now today. Be looking forward to this race. Could be one of the races of the day now. A lot of big names entered here. Unfortunately, the Galway man of Kyle Murhead unfortunately missing out due to kind of technicality, I suppose we could call it.
It was lapse of concentration maybe. They just let up and didn't show up on that start line. But he would have been someone definitely looking to medal here.
Definitely would have been right in the mix here.
But we do have 4 DCU athletes, and of course Minute, Kevin McGrath. They're all going to feature very prominently.
Yep, so I'll just run through the start list here now. We have Jack O'Donnell of TUS. We have Owen Quinn of DCU. Unfortunately, Kyle Moorhead is no longer going to be taking part. And then we have Kevin McGrath of MU, Austin Kelly of DCU, Finn Woodger of DCU, and Jack Kelly, again, the last of the DCU men, and Iosa of DKIT. So a very strong field here. A lot of DCU men in it, so hopefully we'll have a few medal hopefuls anyways.
Yeah, you're taking up. We should have 7 on the start line. 4 of these will be DCU, so nearly guaranteeing themselves a medal here.
Be very hopeful now anyways. Definitely a few strong lads representing DCU here today, so let's see, I suppose, just what colour medals hopefully we can maybe get, but definitely some strong competition in the likes of Kevin McGrath there. I'd say probably be tipping him as the odds-on favourite now, but nothing's guaranteed here today. The likes of Owen Quinn, Finn Woodger, 2 just very strong names as well. Austin Jack Kelly. To be honest, this is just a very strong final. Don't know who to pick. Probably Kevin's slight favourite, but definitely be some strong competition there throughout.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes out. As we've mentioned, this wind is really strong and is affecting all our athletes. So it'll be interesting to see, will someone try and take this on? Just as we have Nicola Tuchel lining up another throw now.
First 3 from the Indoor Championships.
She's after throwing a new national record. She's 40 centimetres off that European qualifier for Rome, so hopefully she can get that here. That is another big throw. I think it's just short of her previous throw there, the yellow marker, but great form from her as the men are called up to the line. And they're away.
It's actually not going to be very far away, judging from...
So it'll be interesting to see when this stagger unravels who is left at the front.
Again, yeah, with the strong conditions here today, the strong winds, will be interesting to see who does take the lead.
Maybe be doing Jack O'Donnell coming towards the front there, but they're all bunching now.
Seems to be definitely a very slow pace here. I don't think anyone's too keen to take it out.
Yeah, really slow. They'll have to be careful to not trip over each other. This could lead to a messy race.
I mean, at this stage, I'd nearly say it's not even it's not a blanket thrown over them, sorry, but it's more like a doormat.
Very good, very good. Yeah, but this is really pedestrian now. We've seen the 1500s go out much quicker than this.
It's a very slow pace here. Everyone's bunched up, like everyone's just waiting to see who's going to make that first move. And it's a matter of will it be at 400 or 200 to go, or maybe even later. And who will it be to make that decisive move? We see
Yeah,
the likes of Kevin McGrath tucked in here behind leaders Jack Kelly and Jack O'Donnell. Austin Kelly just outside of that there. Owen Quinn just running inside of lane 2. Finn Woodger out the back there. And they're starting to wind it up ever so slightly now.
Yeah, Jack O'Donnell at the front. They went through 467, so the same time as that women's race.
Slowly winding it up, but still no one to put the foot down yet.
Yeah, Jack's starting to stretch it now, but the real move hasn't started at all. Kevin McGrath looks really
Kevin looks
calm.
like he's starting to put the foot down. Slowly making his move on the outside now. Jack O'Donnell still working hard there, and then Kevin cuts across, maybe just. And Kevin,
officials review maybe, but I think he should be alright.
I think it's okay as we see Austin Kelly in second, Finn Woodger just behind him on his heels, Owen Quinn coming around the outside, but Jack Kelly just in front of that there. But it looks like Kevin's pulling away from the field now, about 5 metres maybe ahead. 3 DCU men fighting out for second and third here. We've Jack Kelly coming through strong, Finn Woodger in third, Austin Kelly, and that is the top 3. We've Jack Kelly and Finn Woodger, and Austin Kelly just off that in fourth.
Yeah, really strong showing there. Kevin McGrath, he looked really good. Once he made that move, it was really all over.
Very decisive move from Kevin, coming in with about 200 to go. Just got in round the bend and powered away and never really looked back from there. Brilliant run from Jack Kelly. After yesterday's heat, I suppose he was very tactical and obviously plenty left in the tank and came very strong there through the last 100 metres or so. Austin Kelly unfortunately just missing out there on the podium, with Finn Woodger coming through in third and I believe it was Owen Quinn in fourth. So strong showing there from the DCU men in the 800, coming up with the way second, third and fourth.
Maybe fifth as well.
Maybe fifth as well, I think actually. Yeah, I think we did get, was it
packing
Owen Quinn,
well,
I think in fifth. Very good. Well anyways.
UCD.
Yeah, interesting to see how the two races went. They were quite different now. As you said, the men's and women's went through that 400 in a similar split, 67, and the men really picked it up then in that last 200.
Yeah, I'd love to nearly get that split actually. I thought last 200 kind of forgot to time it there, but it'd be interesting to see now if looking back.
Well, I think it was a 2:01 finishing time, so would that leave him at maybe a 54 last 400?
So a very fast last 400 there anyways.
Eddie the Elk having a little cuddle.
I think next up on the track, are we going to have our steeplechase?
I think we do have the men's steeplechases first, I think.
I'll have to check now. Yeah, so we're going to have the men's steeplechase up first.
So next event on the track, 10 past 12, the final of the men's steeplechase.
Yeah, so another roughly 15 minutes till this gets underway, but we have a strong field of 13 athletes for this one.
Display by the Ulster Elks.
So again, another strong showing from DCU, hopefully here in the steeplechase, as we have the athletes such as Jack McMahon, strong finisher there in the varsity cross a number of weeks ago, coming in as a counter there for DCU. And we also have the likes of Barry Clavin, the men's DCU captain, along with Keane Law. So we're going to see those three lads get on. And of course we have Austin Spillane there of UL. He'll be hoping to come away with the victory here today. So we look forward to see this race now in the next 10-15 minutes.
Just as we see our Galway men, Aaron Brennan and Sean Cotter, getting their picture with those cheerleaders and the Elk. They're always up to mischief around this track.
It's great to see the kind of, I suppose, different kind of supporters here out today, maybe doing a bit more for the sport. Or what would be your take on the likes of the cheerleaders and the mascot? Do you think it's
sure, look, it adds a bit of something else. It's not something we've had before.
Exactly, it's something different. It's nice to see, I suppose, trying something new, maybe getting a bit more involved. So very nice to see.
Yeah, I know our own James Burke was part of our cheerleading team down at University of Galway. He was hoping to feature prominently in the pole vault today, but that was cancelled due to the strong weather, strong wind. But he was looking at getting our very own cheerleading team up here, but it never happened.
It was always next year.
We'll see. If Galway hosts, we will absolutely have the cheerleaders out in full force. We will have to come up with some sort of mascot. Our current mascot is Smokey the Pigeon. He's a one-legged pigeon who flies around in the canteen. It is hygienic.
Anyways, on a more serious note, I have news from the overall team competition. Now, I don't know what happened in the men's 800, but prior to that men's 800, UL and DCU overall are tied on points.
Well, the DCU men seem to lock down 2, 3, 4 and 5 in that 800,
so
Jack.
That would put them at 9, DCU being 9 points up overall. So that's the state of play in the current overall competition. In the finer details of the event group trophies, it is a bit more tighter. I believe UL are 7 up in the jumps trophy, but that women's triple jump competition is actually ongoing there on the back straight. And we have the men's triple jump, but I don't think DCU have anyone in the men's triple jump. So
it could come down to those field events for the overall.
It will definitely, yeah. But certainly DCU, the gap is closing. But I can see Emma McKay there now rallying the troops of the cheerleaders as the monitors threaten to blow away. If you could see our behind the scenes here, there is copious amounts of duct tape holding both the screens and Jack Maar together.
It's very important to stay put when you are, of course, doing a fantastic commentary job, as I have
just
been
as well our pole vault
morning.
competition was called off, because about 2 minutes while the lads were talking about pigeons or something, the pole vault mats blew away down the back of the stadium as well there. So
I think we have Nicola Tuchel just entering that cage again for her hammer throw.
Yeah, I think final round here. She's already broken the IUA and the national under 23 record. 40 centimetres shy of the Brome B standard.
I believe we have a marker out there. That yellow marker is her best throw today, I think. So 40 centimetres past that is necessary.
And she's caught the edge of the cage there on that one. Just an early release on it. So that'll be her competition today.
Someone to report to the 1500 metre start. That's over behind the hammer cage.
So yeah, our steeplechase up and coming. Sean McGinley knows a thing or two about steeplechase. He won it here last year, an IUA record if memory serves me right.
Yeah, it was a nice race now. Conditions probably weren't quite as windy as today, so it'll be interesting to see how the lads fare. But yeah, it was a nice race out last year now, so happy to sit up here in the commentary box and see the race unfold now.
Yeah, as I see Katrina Persiskaita of University of Limerick, the first year sports science student down there, preparing for her penultimate throw, or final throw rather, of this competition.
Once again, St John's Anvil is pleased to
claimed gold at the National Senior Indoor Championships in the weight for distance, and also at the under 23 Indoor Championships as well. John Dwyer in Templemore looking after a little bit of her coaching there, the Tipperary athlete who has set up quite a production line of throwers down in Templemore AC. She plies her trade with Fanahan McSweeney's, but a little bit of outsourcing for the coaching is helping Katrina this year. Her maiden hammer throw competition of the year. And she nice and slow on the rotations, nice and controlled, and she's launched that out to probably around the high 30s, low 40 metres.
So we just have the presentation now for that women's 400 metre hurdles, our first event on the track today. We have DCU's Moya O'Connell taking the bronze medal.
And Orla Coffey then from UCC in second place, of Final Bend fame. I don't know if you ever purchased a pair of their leggings.
I haven't purchased, but I believe I've featured on the Instagram.
Have you?
I have.
Claim to fame that.
It was early stages.
Alex Joyce then of ATU. I believe, no, that's not the right name. Who won for her? Alex Joyce. It was Alex Joyce. Rory Cassidy is confirmed.
That is fantastic knowledge from our very own Jack Hickey. Not much gets past you.
Not much gets through me either. The women's triple jump ongoing down the back straight there as well. You can see Sophie Meredith taking part down there, walking away. P and geography graduate at the University of Limerick, taking her final jumps as a UL athlete. And then you've Aoife Sheehy, who's 400 hurdler turned triple jumper, a bit of a Christian Taylor effect. Went into 4x4 yesterday, mixed 4x4 final yesterday. Now she's on the triple jump runway. Actually, that was Laura MacDonald of UL, not Sophie Meredith of UL. I do apologise. As Sheehy puts those long limbs to use. A Galway woman, Jack.
Of course, yeah. GCH.
And our steeplechase men are starting to congregate around that line in front of them as well.
Just having a look back through these results, in that women's 800 metres, second, third and fourth were only separated by 0.51 of a second. So very close between Ella O'Connor, Emily O'Shea and Karen Hayes.
Quick maths there, Jack, well done.
Thanks very much.
You see Tom McStay down in front of us. Don't think Tom McStay is capable of wearing a backwards hat anyway other than backwards. Don't think I've ever seen him wear it the right way around.
I just think he's unaware of how hats work.
Yeah.
Also that in that men's 800, just having a look at the final here, we just don't have time for them as of yet.
Right, I'm going to give this mic back to Sean McGinley because he knows more about jumping over stuff than I do.
Thanks very much. 05. Jack Kelly second, 2:01.48. Then Woodger DCU 2:01.85.
Yeah, these men are starting to gather around that start line. We should be another 5 minutes till we start. I believe start time is 10 past.
2:23.
But we'll run you through who we have. So we have Luke Purcell of UL, Owen O'Reilly of MTU, John Spellman UCC, Morgan Clarkson UCD, Tommy Arthur QUB, Jack McMahon DCU, Brendan Murphy UCC, Barry Clavin DCU, Adam Byrne TUS, Cian Law DCU, William Kinsella TCD, Oisin Spillane UL and Solomon Holden Betts UCD. I think we have to say definitely Oisin Spillane is the hot favourite in this race and should take this win any way he wants.
I definitely expect that now. Just interested to see what way he does plan on running it. If it is going to be hard from the start, or maybe he's going to want to sit in for a few K. But be interesting to find out now. Definitely nice to see Barry Clavin make the start line after just witnessing a tough enough clash there with going over a few strides in the barrier there about 10 minutes ago. We seen him lying down on the floor, kind of. I think he's hurt his ankle, maybe landing, was it? Or
I think it looked like he might have hit his knee on the barrier on the way over. So a painful one, but hopefully he can get through this race. And that won't affect him too much. Hopefully he's alright now. That's always the risk you run with this steeplechase. It's a 35-36 jumps around the track for 7.5 laps, and those barriers aren't soft.
No, definitely. If you hit one of them, it'll be a tough impact probably with the track. It's definitely something you want to try and avoid now, but once the legs get tired those kind of later few laps, it can be tough to just about get the legs over them. You might be clipping a few, so as we've seen Patton in there last year, of course, unfortunately became a victim to one of those barriers and quite a nasty fall. So hopefully we don't see that today, but that's always a worry going into the steeplechase. But hopefully the lads can stay on their feet today.
Yeah, that's always a risk, but especially it's tough event when you're coming around. You have that water jump as well, so it's interesting to see how will people take that, try to get over the water, but you might use a lot of energy to do that, so put a foot in and out.
Yeah, exactly. The water jump's definitely very taxing one there, and you definitely have to be very switched on for nearly all the jumps, I suppose, and it's a different kind of element compared to the usual 3Ks and 5Ks on the track. There's that bit of kind of, I suppose, you have to really keep an eye out going into the barriers and stuff, and Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now how the lads fare over the coming barriers. Of course, it's no hurdles for the first 200 metres of the race, and then we go into our first barrier just past the finishing line here in front of us.
Yeah, so that first barrier can get quite crowded if they're all packed in together. You want to be able to see that barrier and not be stuck in behind someone. You're always running a risk of maybe mishurdling or going into the back of someone if you're too caught up.
And we're about to get underway here now.
A few toes on the line once again, I think.
And we're underway here in the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase now. As we see, is it Oisin Spillane looking to take the lead here? Is he sitting off on the shoulder? I believe he's sitting off on the shoulder anyways for first.
I think that might be Solomon Bates of UCC is just beside Cian Law, and Oisin Spillane tucked in behind them.
Yes, so it appears to be Cian Law and Solomon Bates. Solomon Holden Bates, yes, of UCD. Him and Cian Law just inside of him. They're taking out this race now. Seems to be Solomon just kind of going in front of Cian, as we see Oisin Spillane rocking the very, very nice shades now today.
The shades and the slim shady haircut. He is definitely prepared for this. He has planned his style very well.
A few stutters going into that first barrier, but everyone's over it cleanly. And we see Solomon and Oisin now just starting to pull away from the rest of the lads very early on here. As we see Cian Law kind of leading that second group. Is he going to let that gap grow, or is he trying to close it down now, will we see?
Yeah, with this event, the technique over these barriers are very important, because you can gain or lose a lot of time on those barriers. We're looking at 73 first 400 then for our leaders, so they are looking at just outside 9 minutes.
So a decent pace there early on now. So it was obviously the first 200 there with no barriers to contest with, but just as they approach the first water jump very cleanly there by our leaders.
So the first water barrier.
Bit of a stutter there from Cian Law, but he's been going well in training now up in DC over the water jumps and the hurdle kind of session, so hopefully that's just him getting used to things over the water jump, but quite clean there from the rest of the lads.
It's interesting, I don't know, does Solomon Holden Betts have much experience in this event? I believe an American athlete over here in UCD and training under Emmett Dunleavy.
I believe he's around about, I think it's a 9:20, I think I've heard is his PB over the steeplechase, so definitely a good time here. He seems to be happy to take out the race now, but I think Oisin Spillane seems to be quite comfortable there sitting in behind, but Solomon doesn't seem to be putting in too much effort himself, so I think appears to be relaxed enough, so hopefully they can hold this pace now.
Yeah, they'll work together hopefully, and between them get a good time.
As we see Luke Purcell there just pulling away in third place, just a few metres opening up there on UCD's Morgan Clarkson, tightly followed in behind there by Cian Law as they go over the barrier down the back straight now.
Of course, this event now we've 2 UL athletes and 2 DCU athletes quite up there in the point, so this could have an effect on the overall team scorings.
Oh, a bit of a stutter there from Cian Law again as he went into that barrier, and unfortunately landing there with the 2 feet, but fingers crossed he'll get that sorted out there as he looks quite smooth going over the regular barrier, so hopefully he can sort his feet out there over the water jump, but quite clean again by our 2 leaders there of Solomon Holden Bates in first, and Oisin Spillane still sitting very tightly on the shoulder.
They probably went through the K mark in probably 3:05 because it's not quite at the finish line, that K mark, as they start a bit further back to account for that steeplechase. And we're after having someone fall into the steeplechase, into the water jump, so a nice swim on a hot day like this.
Unfortunately, that's Barry Clavin, it appears to have pulled out as well, just down there before the first K. That's very unfortunate to see. Could be that earlier knock that he picked up doing a few strides, maybe that's still lingering. Very unfortunate to see here, but yeah, everyone else seems to be going quite okay now, I suppose, over the barriers, and hopefully we have no more pulling out or kind of falls over the barrier now.
Yeah, Barry, he did take a tumble early on, and you can see he had a big cut on his shoulder, so fair play to him for getting onto that start line and giving it a go, but obviously just a bit too hard of a knock to keep going.
As we see positions changing now for third, fourth and fifth, as we see Morgan Clarkson going into third place, Cian Law going into fourth. Oh, and we've a fall over the water jump by Luke Purcell. of UL. Looked like a nasty enough fall there, but he's up and running again. That's good to see. Getting quite strung
So
out
still
now.
Solomon holding bets from Oisin Spillane.
Yeah, Luke Purcell, he might be paying the price. He went out a bit hard, and that water jump now might have just taken a bit of energy as he's being caught here by our DCU athlete.
Jack McMahon there.
Jack McMahon.
Yeah, so that could very well come down to later few laps now, as we see Jack kind of slowly closing him down anyways. Definitely could be some vital points come towards the end of the day now if we see that battle.
I believe now Jack McMahon, a mountain runner background, so he should have that strength over these barriers for 3 kilometres. He's well used to running up the hills.
Definitely, because that's one thing about the steeplechase. It really does come into a different race in that last kind of kilometre or so. The legs are starting to fill with lactic, and it just gets that bit harder to get over the barriers. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see our lads fare over this last K and a half, I suppose, or so now. Still Solomon holding Bates out in front. Oisin Spillane closely followed behind him on his shoulder. Both look quite comfortable yet. They're through the first K in about 3:05, was it? So they're on for about 9:15 pace, and they seem to have maintained that pace ever since. So that'll be a good honest pace, definitely, of about 9:15 if they can maintain it. But I'm sure these two lads nearly will be picking it up.
Yeah,
that last K the way they're looking now.
Oisin does seem to be more than happy to sit in behind and let Solomon do all that work. I think your record, Sean, is safe at this stage.
I think so, and it would have been a tough ask today with the conditions, but the two lads are still looking very strong there. Solomon seems to have picked up the pace maybe a wee bit there.
Yeah, well, we'll come up to, they're approaching the 2K mark. I think we have another faller on the other side of the track. This steeplechase does not take any prisoners.
As we see in front of us now, Jack McMahon just coming past Luke of UL, and just right outside now, going into this barrier just after the finish line. Goes around the outside of him now, and back to our leaders. Does Solomon open up about a gap or so there, just coming off that barrier down the back straight?
Yeah, about 6:16 through the 2K mark, so 3:08 average maybe. They'll come in, I'm sure they'll pick it up and come in under 9:15 here, but could turn out to be a great race in this last, what is about 900 metres from here.
Two athletes are definitely looking very, very comfortable yet, so hopefully they have lots left in the tank and been for an interesting finish here now today. As we go back to third place, it's still Morgan Clarkson of UCD, looking quite strong, decent gap there ahead of Kane Law of DCU, and it is Jack McMahon now sitting back in 5th place.
Yeah, so a swing in the points there anyways for the UL and DCU battle at the top of that table, but will Oisin Spillane be able to get that number 1 spot?
So still these two out in front.
Still our UCD athletes here holding down 3rd place. That's Morgan Clarkson.
Moving up onto the shoulder.
Kane Law just behind him, and we've Jack McMahon just coming away. We're just coming in with 2 laps to go now. Looking quite smooth. Very strong representation here from DCU. Likes of Kane Law and Jack. Looking very strong here coming in the last 2 laps.
Yeah, you can see Luke Purcell, he's still trying to get back towards Jack, but he's working really hard, and you can see that fall in the water jump. He is absolutely drenched.
I think that earlier work done by Luke there is starting to prove.
And here's maybe a move at the front. Sorry there, Sean. Oisin Spillane just moved out from behind Solomon and might be trying to put in that last kick for this last
decisive move now as we come into the last lap. Both shoulder to shoulder now. It's the first time we've seen Oisin Spillane out in his shoulder. He's usually been sitting behind, but it's going to be a nice run here from home.
Holden Bates surely trying to hold him off, but Oisin Spillane getting ahead of him there.
The last lap.
As they come in with 350 to go now, Austin just slowly starting to wind that screw now. Maybe about a metre or so. I think he's timed it very well now. I think Solomon seems to be tired after leading the race for most of it now. I think that win's definitely a very taxing element here today, and I think Austin timed it brilliantly as he's continuing to pull away here, setting a very nice pace.
Yeah, slowly open that gap. We'll see can Solomon Holden Bates hold on to him, but doesn't look too likely. As our 3rd place and 4th place athletes come through to get the bell, there could be a bit of a bust up here for 4th place. Cian Law's being chased down by Jack McMahon.
Solomon's not quite let him go yet. Very clean over the water jump there.
You could say he's holding on to him, Sean.
He's doing quite well actually as we come into the final jump now in the home straight.
They come into the home
It's only about a metre to, I don't know if Washington's plan sees how close Solomon actually is to him.
He's going really hard with a great finish on a hand.
Great kick, but no Washington's plan, very comfortable, comes through nice and easy, takes off the glasses, lovely celebration there. Time of 9:19. Very strong finish there from the two lads though.
There was not a great reception here in the crowd from Oisin's Plans taking off with the sunglasses celebration. A lot of oohs and boos.
The two lads put in a great performance here. You can see Morgan Clarkson coming into the home straight now, but that just I think proves, the athletes that we have here today in the steeplechase, the likes of Oisin and Solomon there, setting a very great pace, coming home in about 9:19. As we now see Morgan Clarkson coming over the last barrier, well clear in third place.
Always tough, that last barrier, when you're fighting for your position, trying to stay on your feet, your legs are heavy, and you just have to try and clear that last barrier.
Nice clearance there by Keane.
Luke Purcell mounted a great sprint here against Jack McMahon for that 5th place.
And Jack's coming home
they
very
may
strong.
even catch the Keane.
And Keane just seen that, had to make a move, and Jack McMahon held on for 5th place there. And Luke Purcell of 6th place there from UL. Very strong finish there from the three lads.
And then we have our queened athlete just coming across the line here now. That's Tommy Arthur.
Tommy Arthur.
We have a few athletes here just getting the bell. Patrice to a great race there. It looked like Oisin's Plan was pulling away with 300 to go, but Solomon holding bait really held on well and was mounting a surge in that last 50-60 metres, but just didn't have enough.
Definitely a very strong finish from the two lads there. I don't think Oisin Span probably expected, and neither did I, probably Solomon to have that later kick. Very strong, but no, Oisin Span definitely had plenty left in the tank there once he realised and was able to pull away quite comfortably. But a very honest race from the two lads there, and under the conditions as well. I think it was a great race. There's a bit of a fight here now on at the back of the pack, just coming into the water jump now, or just before. This was about 200 metres to go. We have our athletes from Trinity, William Kinsella, and is it MTU's Owen O'Reilly? I think they're fighting it out.
And maybe our UCC athletes, could that be John Spellman maybe in there as well, or Brendan Murphy? Can't just see the number at the moment. But could be a big finish here between these three athletes this last 100 metres.
And that's the three athletes successfully over the final barrier.
That was Adam Byrne now. He really mounted a fantastic sprint finish there for TUS. Had a bit in the tank for that last kick. Our next event on the track will be that women's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. These barriers should go down a small bit for their height, and we will have 6 athletes contesting this race. We've 3 DCU athletes, 2 UCC athletes, and a TCD athlete, and they are Amy Green, Anya Burke, Claire Barrett, Avril Cashman, Kirsten Monaghan, and Robin Buckley.
Up UL. Anyway, back to the unprocessed.
Tell us about that, Jack, now. That celebration from Oisin's Plan coming across the line. A few boos and jeers from the crowd. What did you make of that?
Look, I've lost my voice, and it wasn't from roaring at Oisin, it was roaring from Luke, who actually did really well to get back up for 6th. But no, Oisin took the decision in our house during the week to dye his hair blonde. It's awful. There's no other way about it, Jack.
You'd have to say, maybe has he spent a bit too much time with our very own guy, Roland Surlis. He does that to a lot of...
He looks like Roland Surlis off Alibaba.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you've seen Callum Morgan coming back from South Africa there in January or February, and he
had something similar, didn't he? Yeah,
that was a rolling Saturday.
No, it's a bold move. Let's see how it plays out. No, Cab, in fairness, he's the man known as Cabbage.
Cabbage? What's the reasoning behind this?
Oh, will we get into that?
We have a bit of time before this women's
He has a social
starts.
media profile that he made at a very young age, and it included the word cabbage in it, and it stuck. And there's no other meaning behind it, but he is known by almost all of the UL. He's men's captain this year in UL. He's known by the most of the team as Cabbage, and only in the team hotel last night that some of the first years discovered that he has both the first name and a second name.
Actual names.
He has actual names.
And that it's not Cabbage on the birth cert.
Yeah, and I won't lie, if I'd been on the commentary, I would have probably called him Cabbage the entire way around. But I thought Barry Clavin did quite well, considering he fell over a hurdle in the warm-up.
Yeah, well, he did have to. It was fair play to him for making that start line, but he did have to pull out, I think, after about 8 or 100 metres.
Quite a noticeable gash on his shoulder.
On the top right shoulder,
That will inhibit him for the rest of today's proceedings. But, Nicola Tuchel, she's due to come up to talk to Rory at some stage, she tells us, putting on her best South Dublin accent as well. The West Cork woman competing for UCD. But it was a good steeplechase, a very honest race at the back, and Oisin Spillane then decided to turn it into a 50-metre sprint.
Yeah, he could have, you have to wonder, could he maybe have actually done a bit of work in that race, Jack?
If you know our Oisin, like I know my Oisin. Yeah, I don't know, I think, to be honest, his mindset was to just get the win. He's ran well on the roads there. Lately he's been collecting in a bit of cash dollar down in Killarney, and John Tracy 10 miler down in Dungarvan, so he's really focusing on a bit of a kind of a tune up today, just to figure out where the barriers are on the track and where the water jump is and all that kind of stuff. And I think he's hoping to make a bit of a tilt at some fast times later on in the year.
Yeah, of course, and he'll be hoping to, of course, challenge our national champ Finlay Daly over the barriers this summer.
Yeah, I think he's from Sligo, isn't he?
A Sligo man.
Yeah,
that's controversial, as we mentioned. We can't quite say where his address is, but it's not Sligo.
It's not Galway either.
It's not Galway. It is now currently Galway.
But anyway, the triple jump women's competition did wrap up. I haven't got an official result yet. Sophie Meredith was unfortunately withdrawal in that competition due to some knee pains, so no double jumps medals for her. I have also some breaking news that the discus competition may also be a victim to the wind. Fears over athlete and official safety have kind of prompted the field's referee to cancel that event, but they are making that decision in the next minute or two. But Rory, you've kind of taken the back seat there for the last hour or so. Your thoughts on the last hour's proceedings?
Enjoyable. I actually missed that entire 3,000 steeplechase. I was caught
so did Oisin Spillane.
Was caught up in Nicola Tuchel's record-breaking exploits there. But good to have an Irish record broken again for the second consecutive year at the Irish Universities Championships. So always good.
No doubt. Elizabeth Egan is drafting her tweet as we speak.
Yeah, due to the lack of live results, I think we actually won that race today. So
well done us. Well done us. Yes. It's fairly seldom. Elizabeth Egan, I discovered during the week, a former UL captain.
Very good.
So we do have a 3K steeplechase for women coming up. If memory serves me right, Rory, the women's 3K steeplechase was unfortunately probably the site of our biggest waffle talk last year when we had that prolonged injury for that poor UCD athlete.
Goodness, yeah, I'd erased that from my memory, but it must have been a good half an hour of
we had unfortunately a severe ankle injury to one of the UCD athletes in this race last year, and we ended up having a bit of a postponement to proceedings, which prompted us to do a bit of a fashion show, I think, if memory serves me right.
Oh yeah, that was right, yeah. Well remembered.
But
I think Nicola's walking up. We might see a show pop up here a couple of minutes.
I'm just going to give her a wave. But Amy Green is in this. The lads have kind of done a bit of a preview of this. Amy Green toured the cross-country scene apart up in the north of Ireland in Ulster, and then was told, you're too good, you'll have to give back the medal.
Correct.
And then I believe she got reinstated, Sean. Yeah. I won't get too into the politics of Donegal athletics, but Finn Valley are very good at getting their way, Sean. They're very good. And getting all the athletes. That too.
Your voice is starting to go, Mr.
Yeah,
Hickey.
I kind of I went a bit too excited at Luke Purcell there, and I'm going to have to reevaluate my choice of words. Anything that's too high or excitable.
Sure, Sean, you wouldn't fancy a steeple in a windy day like this?
No, definitely conditions are less than ideal, I'd say, but at least it's dry, I suppose. But I think out in the track, you'd probably rather a bit of rain rather than the kind of wind we have here today.
Absolutely. So a few minutes from getting underway in the women's race, her dust standing behind the line there. Amy Green of DCU, Anya Burke of DCU, Claire Barrett of DCU. The UCC athlete is Avril Cashman, Kirsten Monaghan of TCD, and Robin Buckley of UCC. So do you expect Amy Green to kind of front run and take this on?
I suppose again with the conditions here today, it'll be an interesting one to see. Some of the Austin's plan there, we might just see her kind of sitting off, maybe letting someone else do the work and maybe leave it kind of to that later stages of the race. But I'd definitely be picking her probably as one of the favourites here today. She's a very strong cross-country season behind her, and I think she's going well now in the hurdles up in DC there. So definitely a strong favourite here today, but definitely won't be an easy race. With the conditions and some other strong athletes in the field here today too.
Yeah, so just about to get underway here. A little over 7.5 laps of the track. As the whistle goes.
And we're off now in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase final here. Seems to be quite a pedestrian start here by the girls. It's Amy Green taking the lead, but very leisurely pace here.
Yeah, unlikely bunched together at the moment anyway.
Six women contesting the steeplechase.
Quite strung out here actually early on. As we see a gap kind of beginning to form between the top three here. As we see Amy Green setting a good pace here through the first 200 in about 46. As they negotiate the first barrier now just after the start or finish line in front of us.
Celtic International.
Everyone's over quite cleanly there.
Cross country junior champion this year. Runner up in the national junior.
Yeah, so the first two have definitely gotten away, so not entirely sure. It could be Avril Cashman of UCC sitting there in second.
I think it's Avril, and she seems to be just sitting off Amy there. As we go back to the DCU athlete then of Anya Burke, and behind her then we have UCC's second athlete of, I believe, Robin Buckley, followed closely behind by Claire Barrett there of DCU, and Kirsten Monaghan of TCD behind Claire. As they come into the first water jump here now.
Yeah, so Amy Green will go over the first water jump here and nicely clears it. In terms of steeplechasing itself, like, does it take you a while to get used to the water jump?
I think definitely. I mean, as much as you can practice, whether it's in the grass or in the sand pit, or even if you're lucky enough to have kind of a water jump at home, it's still never quite like it is in training as it will be in the race. So you kind of need those first few laps, maybe just to kind of, settle the head and get used to it, and allow yourself to make a few mistakes, and it'll come naturally enough. But it's definitely something that's hard to get right outside of the track. But just a matter of getting used to it and allowing yourself to kind of make a few mistakes and have the confidence there to learn from them kind of, and just kind of push on then. So it's an okay one to negotiate, but girls seem to have gone over quite well there now for the first time, and hopefully a few improvements now coming into the second one. As we see Amy Green powering away down the back straight there, seems to have opened up quite a gap there off UCC's Avril Cashman, we believe, probably about 10 metres there or so. She's over the barrier down the back straight now, coming in to the water jump again, and the girls are quite strung out here now. Quite a decent gap between everyone here now.
The best of 11-12 in this event, with she said winning the national junior title last year in Tullamore. Avril was a Cashman runner-up in that, the best of 11-21.
Yeah, so Amy Green will come up now with 5 laps to go.
A bronze medalist last year in the University Championships.
Amy comes through just about a kilometre here now in a time of about 3:30. Some good front running here in the tough conditions, so fair play to Amy now for taking it out from the start. And
be way under PB pace anyway if the in-stadium announcer is right in saying that her PB is only around 11:21. It's around 10:30 pace there.
Well, as your exploits on the track and the country,
Claire Barrett and Robin Buckley there,
European
UCC.
Championships and
Coming around with just a K done there. Claire's just overtaken Robin there of UCC.
European Championships cross country this year.
Good pace from the start, and she's kind of working her way into it now as we see her slowly pull away from Robin there of UCC. But it seems to be Amy's race here today in front, and she's continuing to grow that gap over Avril Cashman. And she appears to be looking very strong here, and I'd be surprised now if she comes under any threat coming into these last kind of 1,500 metres or so. Cleanly over again the water jump there by Amy. As we see Avril, lovely clearance as well. That's Anya Burke of DCU there, well clear in 3rd place. Claire Barrett behind her in DCU on 4th place, slowly pulling away there from UCC's Robin Buckley. And then we have Kirsten Monaghan of TCD.
Yeah, you can imagine it's tough for Amy Green, but she certainly backs herself front running.
Yeah, definitely must be happy with her training's going. It's very confident display here today, being able to set this pace from the start, and quite comfortably it appears to pull away from the field. But it is going to be tough coming into this last kind of 1,500 metres or so now. Having the wind kind of doing it all the work yourself, no one really to help you or even push you on behind you in your shoulder kind of. So it'll be interesting one to see how she fares, but she looks quite comfortable, and I think she's obviously thought this one out, and I think she's confident in herself that she will be able to maintain this pace.
Yeah, as tends to be the way though with Steeple, I suppose anything can happen. I needed, I suppose, one misplaced foot over the water jump, and it could be curtains, but Amy Green looking strong at the moment.
So that's definitely the big thing about the Steeple, as much as they might have a lead now over one another. One wrong barrier, one wrong water jump, and things can definitely change very quick. So fingers crossed we don't have any falls here now in the women's steeplechase, but definitely something to be mindful of, that things can change in a flash just like that.
Just out of interest, any falls yourself ever?
Unfortunately, only the one, but it unfortunately happened at the European stage.
Yes.
So it was a very bad time to happen.
Sorry, that's a touchy subject.
No, it's okay, but we learned from it, so nice bit of experience gained, and try not to do that again now. But
in terms of the summer ahead, looking to get back to the steeple, do you think?
I think a few kind of calf issues since last year, even going into last year, and I think the steeple definitely doesn't complement them. So just get a few kind of maybe 15s under the belt first, and if the legs are okay, hopefully towards the end of the season might get a steeple or two in, but just kind of main goal, just get racing kind of this year, and see where the body is after the first few races and go from there. But definitely would like to be back out in the steeple. It's definitely a nice event, kind of mixing it up from the usual 3k I suppose on the track, or 5ks. Has that kind of edge to it that I quite like. I suppose just the barriers are always kind of a bit more switched on, I find, and I quite enjoy it, but see what the legs kind of allow me to do I suppose this year now.
Very good. So Amy Green coming up now with around a kilometre to go. Should go through there in around 7:05 or so.
They're the DCU.
So slowed off that earlier pace very slightly. Went through the first kilometre about 3:30, so just on about 3:36 there. So now, still a very good pace, and still on track for probably just about maybe 10:40 or so. If she can hold this now. She goes into the water jump now. very cleanly over it again. Great technique here today by Amy over the water jump. As we see Avril Cashman just coming into the water jump now too. Still no changes in position as we see Avril Cashman just over the water jump there successfully in second place. Back then again to Anya Burke and DCU in third place. Well clear of fourth place. Claire Barrett again of DCU. And Claire Barrett, as she made that move earlier on, just about a K in on UCC's Robin Buckley, she never looked back, and she's moving consistently away from her ever since. As we see Amy Green come around with 2 laps to go now.
So just under 8 minutes with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, so PB for Amy Green of 11.12 set in July of last year. So it looks on course to go well under that. Should she be able to hold things together over the course of this last 750 metres or so?
That'll be a big performance today. She can come away with a PB. One of the tough conditions here today. Definitely set her up for a nice season, hopefully. Hopefully she can maintain this pace now.
Yeah, down the back straight now for the penultimate time. The athlete's definitely facing the brunt of the breeze down that straight.
Bit of a stutter there into that back barrier, but she's over it successfully. And she's over the water jump successfully again.
So just one last water jump to negotiate for Amy Green. She'll come into the home straight now for the penultimate time with just a little over 500 metres to go. And I'm sure she'll be only too delighted to hear the bell now. Not easy front running like that. She'll probably be looking at around 10:40 or so, 10:45 perhaps.
Seems to have pushed on there again after hearing the bell.
Lifetime best of 11.12.
So hopefully she can push on now and continue this great pace set from the start. And again, that front running demonstration was very, very, very impressive considering the wind here today. And she looks to be pulling away yet again of Avril Cashman of UCC in second place. She's still a very strong run here today. And she's just went over the barrier here just past the finish line very cleanly. As we see Amy coming down the back straight now for the final time.
Yeah, so a little over 250 metres to go. Just the 3 more barriers. And nicely over that one for Amy Green.
And now as we see DCU's Anya Burke coming home now with 1 lap to go. As she crosses the line in about 10:15, 10:16 there.
Yes, final water jump for Amy, and she's nicely over. Probably not as smooth in technique as she was in the early stages, but that's definitely down to fatigue.
Yeah, we can see definitely the legs starting to get a bit tired now coming into this last lap, but still successful over the water jump. And coming into the home straight now, coming over the final barrier. Hopefully she can push on after this here and come away with a strong time. Just as we look back to the Avril Cashman come over it now too very cleanly. And it's Amy Green's race here today. She led it right from off. Very honest pace. Coming through just over 10:50 in a time of about 10:52. Brilliant running there from Amy.
Yeah, so under around 20 seconds off her PB, so that's great work from Amy Green. She's your 2024 Irish University's 3,000 metre steeplechase champion.
And we see Avril Cashman of UCC coming home very strong there in a time probably maybe just about 11.5, maybe 11.10 for Avril Cashman. Great running there too. Stuck with Amy for those first 3 laps, but decided not to go with the pace and focus on herself, and had a great run there. Very strong, very clean over the barriers, and yeah, time was about 11.10.
Straight for the last time.
And it'll be DCU to round off the podium here. Some vital points for the team as we see Anya Burke coming over the final barrier and into the home straight.
Yes, the two DCU athletes making their way nicely onto the podium here. As our Trinity athlete takes the bell, Kirsten Monaghan.
Now we see Claire Barr coming in the home straight. She approaches the last barrier. Coming home in about 4th place here now for Claire. And she's finishing quite strongly.
Third DCU athlete.
Very good run here again by Claire. and she'll come home in 4th place. Very well done. Now we have UCC's athlete, Robin Buckley, over the last barrier successfully. Nice clean jump, and coming into the home straight now again, about 50 metres to go. And she'll come home in 5th place.
University College Cork.
I mean, it's very impressive, even just to get around kind of the steeplechase. When you look at the amount of barriers they have to negotiate, just to get over them all cleanly and successfully, that's an achievement in itself. So well done to all the girls here today that proven that very well. And now we have our TCD athlete of Kirsten Monaghan coming into the home straight, just about to go over the last barrier here.
And winning time of 10:52, would have ranked 4th in Ireland last year.
And again, over it cleanly, very well done. And Kirsten coming home here to round off the field in the 6th place. Great running here again.
Yeah, nice to see all the rest of the athletes waiting for Kirsten to cross the line there. So we'll be moving on shortly to one lap affairs, the women's and men's 400 metres coming up. And those no doubt will be exciting finals based off the heats. Jack has popped back up.
I think I found my voice.
Just about. It doesn't sound all too good yet.
Oh, wait till this time tomorrow, Rory.
Yeah. I don't even know what to think about that.
Thanks, Sean. Fair play.
Yeah, stellar shift from the Donegal man here.
No, he's good in fairness. He has his moments. Yeah, he has his moments. Cheers, Sean. Now, for those of you who didn't understand Sean McGinley's Donegal accent, you can find a translator. But we have got a 400 final coming up soon here, Rory.
Absolutely, and these are probably the two events that I'm looking forward to most, I won't lie.
Yeah.
Just the heats were exciting yesterday.
Yeah, the InterVarsity 400 has kind of carved out a niche of being one of the kind of the stellar events of the year, really. There's always seems to be strong fields, and while the times mightn't be savagely fast, well, with the exception of last year, the race itself as a competition is always quite good. There's always fairly even in I'll put it this way, it's a hard one to call today.
Men's discus, could they report please to the discus circle? The circle of the water jump end of the grind.
The good news is for the throwing fans, I believe they have decided to go ahead with the discus.
Excellent.
After
music to the throwing enthusiasts' ears.
After a bit of deliberation, it's Oisin Spillane, I think, is ringing me now, Rory, so I'm going to have to excuse myself.
Take a very important phone call. Everything.
Oh, Rory, you do that one.
Yes, I can do that.
This announcement to clarify the situation.
So we have
Justice events. We had a captains and athletes meeting there a few minutes ago where it was announced that we would likely call off the event. However, we are now going to try and go ahead with the men's discus and then hopefully the women's discus. We can't do this. I'll go wait for distances. They will be a little bit delayed. But this
I think they're going to turn the camera around now.
So experiments there a little bit.
So we are here with our hammer gold medalist and Nicola Tuttle, who's just extended her under-23 national record to 68.65, so 80 centimetres added onto your PB there today, Nicola, so you must be delighted with that.
Yeah, no, I'm delighted with that. I was really, I'm just so happy to get it. I was hoping I would be able to push it out, because I know it was this competition last year I broke the under-20 record for the first time, so to be able to come out this year again and break it is really special, yeah.
And then you obviously performed very well at the European Throws Cup in Portugal a few weeks ago, so you're definitely in good form.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was delighted to get out there and get a silver medal. I think that's always special, so to be able to come out again today and push on my PB was brilliant.
And it's going to be a very busy outdoor season. You've probably got one eye, I suppose, on Rome maybe, and perhaps getting your first senior major international best.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely be looking towards it, but I think it's all ranking points and stuff, so it's just I'm only 20, so wait and see can I get a few ranking points, and it would be great to get out there, especially just for experience and everything, so just wait and see how it progresses as the season goes on.
And then your plans for the next few weeks, do you have any meets coming up?
I think I have about a month now. There's nothing really on, so I can just get another training block in, and then there's hopefully going to be a few competitions in May.
Excellent. And you obviously had a very strong winter then to come out in early March and perform so well.
Yeah, no, I had a really good winter training, and I got a good few solid blocks in, and I'm very happy with how it's all been going, so hopefully I can keep building on it.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing what you do for the rest of the summer, and well done today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well done.
So yeah, well done to her. Really starting to feel at home in university competition anyway. Not too seldom we see national records broken at our university competitions, especially outdoors, given the earliness in the season. But I suppose for the throwers it's a season opener, so they're a bit of an exception to the rule. But while that interview is taking place, confirmation that we will have discus competitions. We have had to make a few adjustments to our timetable to accommodate the weight for distance as well. That's scheduled to go ahead in the same direction, and I don't think they want those to clash, and I think a lot of the athletes are in both competitions as well, so glad that we could find a solution. We had a comment on the live stream, Rory, asking us for a bit of background and context as to what they're actually watching.
Oh, I don't know how to explain that. Quite simply, it's the Irish Universities Athletics Association Track and Field Championships with a bit of waffle thrown in to hopefully add some entertainment, but we can't guarantee that.
No, waffle is guaranteed, entertainment is not.
Yeah, well, sure luck.
But yeah, you're listening to the voice of Rory Cassidy to my right, and my name is Jack Hickey. Rory is the designated commentator and media man extraordinaire in Athletics Ireland, and I'm just some fella that talks a lot.
Sure, you never know what the future holds. You could join me one day.
Here's hoping. Dara, if you're listening, I'm still looking and I'm available.
Call me.
Call me. Call me, you have my email.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, we can see the women's 400s starting to come over to their blocks to set them up.
Yeah, I think it was 54.19 yesterday for Lauren Cadden. I don't know if that got slightly rounded down after, but it was a whopper of a PB anyway.
Yeah, she kind of probably caught the field unawares. I know she's definitely known as a 200 runner and has probably dabbled in the 400, but that was a real, I suppose, statement performance by her yesterday. She looks happy enough. I walked around by the warm-up area there earlier, and she looked fairly confident and relaxed. So
it actually got rounded up, unfortunately, to 54.22, but still a big PB.
Of course, as the BBC commentary would always maintain, Rory, it's just corrected, not rounded.
Yeah. Sure luck.
Sure look, and sure listen. Yeah, the other athletes to look at, well, Rachel McCann also dipped under 55 seconds, winning the first semi-final in 54.87. She won the indoor title, and the Elks are pyramiding again. They're looking great. It's off camera, you can't see it, but we are still not really aware, as Jamil Saidi is taking our photo, Rory. We're just waving here. But Rachel McCann won that first one. Quiva Cronin and Molly Hurahan also came through from that first semi-final. Miriam Daly Kate O'Connell, Hannah Murray and Orla Lear then all qualified from the second semi-final. As Barry Clevin has emerged from the depths of injury to look for an ATT. He's took a bad tumble in the steeplechase, so I don't know will he commentate for a while.
No, hopefully he will be okay. So we are about 12 minutes until we get underway in this women's 400. So plenty of time to fill. I'd say we could nearly
we'll find a way. We'll
pan
find
the
a
camera
way
down to our elk.
Yeah, I'm gonna go rogue here and maybe manoeuvre the camera myself. Will you put the camera on then, will you? We're gonna fill time here. We've got about 10 minutes. So our elks are still here. To be fair, Rory, if you were tuning in around the time where the elks were on, it would be hard to understand the context of what's going on.
No context needed.
No context
track and field.
No context track and field, yes. I'll see if I can see our 100 metre champion is down below us. I'll see if I can grab him for an interview.
The elk. The elk ranges from Central Asia through to Siberia and East Asia and in North America. Some context on the elk for those who are wondering.
So Bori Akinola is going to come up and join us here in a minute, so we're going to discuss him and his interview. Yeah.
They can be found in open, deciduous woodlands, but now they are in Mary Peters, Belfast.
That's elks now, not Bori Akinola.
That is elks, not Bori.
And he's taking his time. He's taking his time, but he's on the way up. And Barry Clevin is also here, nursing his wounds.
Sure, look, he'll be back.
He'll be back.
I could say stick to the photography, but that'd be a bit controversial.
Oh, look, there I am on the screen. Bori Akinola, the Irish University's 100 metre champion. And a performance you described to me in your warm-up as one of your best? Or your cool-down?
The execution. Like, coming out of transition was one of my best because, I was all nice and relaxed. Had a bit of resistance from the wind, but kind of pushed through it, so it was good. It was good.
Could you give us a bit of insight just how difficult the conditions were for the sprinters today with that wind? It's obviously kind of gusting a lot.
Yeah, I think said it was a minus 2.5, but I think it was like a minus 4 or something, to be fair, because it was very strong. Coming out, as soon as you get up tall, you just feel it straight in your face, so it was treacherous conditions. Hopefully.
And your coach, Adam McMullen, is starting to settle in with life in UCD. He's obviously happy enough with their day. How would you assess UCD's varsity championship so far?
A few gaps in some of the performances because we didn't have people to represent, but all the people we've had so far are doing really well. Like in the 400 finals just about to come up, we have 3 people there and they're all in the gunning for a medal, so, and the 200 as well, so it should be fun.
And tell us, a solid start to the season.
Yeah, it's still early days.
I mean, yeah, conditions not ideal, but like it's still not bad. As I said, you're happy overall with it.
Overall, yes, and happy to come out of it like injury free. Still have the relay to go, so it'll be fun. It seems like it's going to be a good season. Yeah, and a big summer ahead. I imagine Rome is kind of lingering in your mind a little bit. It is. Don't have the qualifier just yet, but there are a few races lined up just to hit the target, so that's going to be good to hit. And I believe you were wearing Pete's socks yesterday, is that right? What have you gone for today?
He's got elks on.
Yeah, we can zoom in there. Step back.
He's got the elks like the mascots.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
You're a man who likes your socks.
I do.
Bit of personality.
I do. But it's not just. I don't provide them. My girlfriend does because she's amazing. You know what I mean?
Brownie points for Bori. Bori, our final question, right? So we made a realisation. Now you're not staying in the city centre, UCD. You're staying a little closer to Mary Peters, I believe. Now, we won't give away specific locations, but most of the IUA went for Boojum last night.
Hotel-wise.
Oh yeah.
Yes. What was on the UCD menu last night in between?
Pizza. It was good.
What's your go-to pizza topping?
Okay. Jalapenos, some spicy chicken, put some mushrooms on there, and pineapple.
Pineapple. Bori, you've gone down so much in my estimation. Thank you very much, Bori Akinola, our 100-metre champion.
Robin Buckley, 13:06.23, and Kirsten Monaghan, 13:40.
So there was Bori Akinola. I don't think the smile left his face the entire time, and rather amusingly, he's got Elks.
No boojum for him, though.
No boojum for Bori. Maybe that was the key. But our 400-metre athletes going through their final preparations. Another few minutes left. Mark Smith is still down there with a camera.
Yeah, he's been stuck down there all day.
If you do have any thoughts, questions, queries or concerns, please do send them into the YouTube live chat. We'll be happy to answer your questions at any stage, or not stage. But they've done a bit of a split jump there.
Yeah, nicely done by the Elk there.
Yeah, we'll get them into the high jump next year.
Oh,
he's got a head.
Ran away quick.
It's not a real elk. Oh no. And he's stretching there as our 400-metre start list blows away. Wow, it was all an illusion.
Yeah, we've been seeing things.
Rory, I don't know how I feel about this, but I'll tell you, a man who is probably feeling it is Barry Clavin. Barry, the steeplechase.
Steeplechase, painful event, as I know well. What was your thoughts from it from up here?
Well, I find Barry getting to the start line in one piece is a big bonus. Can you talk us through your warm-up?
Yeah, I had a bit of an unconventional warm-up in running into a barrier. So
great start.
Yeah, it started off great.
It could only have got better, but it didn't.
Only could have gone up from there, really. Started the race in far from peak form, but sure, look it. We had Cian Law and Jack McMahon put in some strong performances there, so be interesting to see how we go on points wise throughout the day.
Yeah, Barry, I'm just trying to find the specific text you sent me during the week. I think it was more along the lines of, will I beat the steeplechase or will the steeplechase beat you? Well, I think it's 1-0 steeplechase. But look, did you have fun?
It was a great fun, yeah. I don't think you can beat the crack that you have doing the water jump every day. Especially here today when you have some boys doing the water jump for the very first time.
Luke Purcell didn't do the water jump for the very first time, but he went for a swim. But he still got up for sixth, which is a good thing. But that's you for the day, Barry, is it?
That's me for the day. I might have been roped into a 4x4, but I think after that now I'll be written off.
Good stuff. So you're up with us in the commentary booth for a little bit, are you?
Can do, if my services are required.
No, probably not. We'll see you later. No, we'll look at the 400 anyway. We've got that athlete setting their blocks there in lane 1 is Hannah Murray of UCD. If memory serves me right, Rory, a junior 4x4 member of squads
pretty sure.
Last summer, I think, if not maybe the summer before. She's gone for the makeshift number method because she's obviously lost hers during the overnight stay. Orla Lear of Queens is in lane 2. Molly Horan of UCD is in lane 3. Lauren Cadden was the standout athlete in yesterday's heat. She is in lane 4. Rachel McCann of Queens is in 5. Quiva McCronin of DCU will go in 6. Miriam Daly, our defending champion, goes out in the Karsten Warholm lane of lane 7. And out in lane 8 is Kate O'Connor of TCU. So this is a high quality field, Rory.
It is, yeah. So 3 of these athletes have been on Irish women's senior relay squads at recent championships. Miriam Daly was part of the squad in 2023 at the European Indoor Championships in Istanbul, and both Lauren Cadden and Rachel McCann were part of the squad in Glasgow not too long ago, last month, with the women's 4x4 who made the world final.
Yeah, even down below that then, Cueva Cronin, Molly Horahan, Kate O'Connell and Murray have all competed internationally. I actually am not too sure on Lear myself, but I know she had a very good indoor campaign for Queen's University at the Indoor Championships. So they're under the attention of the starter, and we're getting ready to go in this 400 metres final. Karen Shinkins holds the record again from Mary Peters. We're seeing Mary Peters a lot. It is a fast track, maybe not in a yellow water warning, but she holds the record of 53.50 from the 1999 championships. If we could see Annie Mark in the 53s today, Rory, I think we would go away happy.
Yeah, places on relay squads this summer up for grabs, so it'd be good for some of these girls to hit the ground running, and Lauren Cadden certainly did yesterday.
Yeah.
54.22 will put her in contention for squads going into the summer.
So here we go, the women's 400 final. Murray, Lear, Horahan, Cadden, McCann, Cronin, Daly and O'Connell on the outside. Actually, O'Connell is a non-starter in lane 8.
So away first time, and it looks like it is Lauren Cadden there of HU getting the best of the start. She's eaten up the stagger already on Rachel McCann and Cueva Cronin to her outside, so really powerful start from Cadden, going well down the back straight. Hannah Murray there also going well.
Yeah, Cadden making the best use of that strong gale force wind at her back on that back straight, but now it's about getting around that bend and having a bit in reserve to get through this. Although as I look at now, the wind socket is dying down a small bit. McCann is going very well, the lane outside of her, and Miriam Daly probably in third place at the moment, but it's all Lauren Cadden's race to lose as she rounds into the home straight.
Yeah, so Lauren Cadden about 70 metres to go. Rachel McCann trying to close on her now, but Lauren Cadden's going to try and fight the lactic acid now and come through, and it is Lauren Cadden who's going to be your InterVarsity champion. Watch the clock, it's 53.38.
Whoa, an IUA record.
Wow, that's phenomenal for Lauren Cadden.
More fool me, Rory Cassidy, for thinking that a record wasn't possible today.
Well, she's only gone and taken 0.9 off her PB from yesterday
and smashed the IUA record.
And Rachel McCann definitely with a massive PB in behind as well.
Yeah, and Miriam Daly, that is potentially could be the race of the championships we've just seen there, folks. Miriam Daly got up for third, holding off the fast finishing Cueva Cronin. But what a performance.
Yeah, and the sheer delight on Lauren Cadden's face as it all. She pumps the air. I don't think she can quite believe that.
Incredible. She went out, made best use of that wind at her back, and did the wind affect her on the way home? Not at all. Not a bit. And Miriam Daly looks delighted too. So she well. I'd say she's probably produced a fast time there in behind. But what a performance, Rory Cassidy.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Lauren Cadden. I said before that she had put herself in contention for relay squads. Well, let me tell you, she's definitely upped her chances now of getting on that plane.
I can see
to World Relays.
Drew Harrison is down there. He's the mixed team relay coach, and I'm sure he'll have a bit of head scratching to do, as will Dave McCarthy, the team coach. But there is Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, I'd like to get a time on Rachel McCann as well. I'd imagine maybe 53.67 perhaps.
It was definitely sub 54. It was incredible racing by the two of them.
Also a good PB of 54.01.
54.01.
So just outside. Still a PB for her. But the girls, I'd say there's about one left standing. That was as high a quality a race as you will find.
Yeah, we'll try and get the full results confirmed there, but
triple jumpers,
yeah, what we do know is Lauren Cannon, 53.38. Really, really impressive from the ATU athlete.
That time of 53.38 breaks Karen Chinkin's record, which was set here back in 1999.
So obviously Irish University's record for Lauren, and then just going to have a look here. 1 second. Yeah, so that will put Lauren Cannon into the top 20 Irish all time. Probably around 17th there, so very impressive performance. And we might try and get our 400 metre champion up at some stage. We'll let her rest for a while.
We might let the lactic acid dissipate from her body.
Yeah, so 54.22 PB yesterday, 53.38 today, so what's that, 0.85 of a second there, thereabouts? Not a bad day's work. I had said, Jack, that I thought the 400s were going to deliver, and well, the women's has certainly done so.
Now it's the turn of the men. Now it is the turn of the men. We have our lane draw here.
Yeah, so in lane 1 we'll have Godwin Matthews of TUD. In lane 2, Owen Redmond of UL. In lane 3, Ben Edda of HEU. In lane 4, Hugo McGee of UCD. In lane 5, Owen Kenny of UL. In lane 6, Kieran Carthy of GCU. In lane 7, Joe Doody of UCD. And in lane 8, David Doyle of UCD.
Yeah.
The IRA record 46.59 set by Jack Raftery at the championships last year. Hello, Jack, if you are watching, no doubt you are.
Potentially he is, yeah.
TUD in lane 1. Owen Redmond in 2 for University of Limerick. Then Ida, ATU in 3. Hugo McGee in 4 for UCD. Owen Kenny of University of Limerick in 5. Kieran Carthy, DCU in 6.
So I know Kieran Carthy is a withdrawal from this final, the DCU man. So that's one less man who's going to be in the shake-up come the end of it. But the indoor champion Doody will be in lane 7. He pipped Owen Kenny on the line.
Yeah, it was a great final in Abbottstown.
Carthy, the fastest qualifier from last evening with 48.67. In fact, Owen Kenny with a 48.33. So
Aaron Keane says, give us your predictions. Aaron, I don't think you'll win anyway, because you're not here. I hope your hamstring is in one piece again after your indoor season. Give us our predictions. I think a UCD lad is going to medal anyway. That's me on the fence there.
I'll give it to Joe Doody.
I think Doody, as much as I would love to say Owen Kenny, will claim this.
That is quite controversial, Jack. Going against your own.
Well, it's better to be wrong and then
true.
Then you will win. I'm gonna say Doody, but I would have a sneaking suspicion that at the 200 metre mark, Owen Kenny will be in the lead. I know Haley is probably watching this, so Haley, apologies. I trust you, but I'd rather be wrong in this instance. So from the inside, Matthias, Redmond, Ede, McGee, Kenny, no Carty in 6, Joe Doody, and David Doyle. A man affectionately known by his training partners as Blackrock David.
Very good.
Owing to his very South Dublin accent.
Yeah, self-explanatory name there if there ever was one.
3 UCD men, 2 UL men, a TUD athlete. And Eddie of ATU, who is probably a dark horse in this race, has a very good PB of in the 48 seconds, if memory serves me right, so will certainly be one to watch out for down the home stretch.
Yeah, so away cleanly first time, and it is a very powerful start there from Joe Duty out in lane 7. He's definitely got away the quickest, up on the shoulder of David Doyle now. Kenny also going well. The other UCD best there, Hugo McGee, powering down the back straight as well.
Yeah, Kenny not probably going out as hard as I would have thought, but he'll see how much he has left in the tank. But his UCD to the fore in this early race. Eddie of ATU on the inside has the benefit of looking at his competitors. He's coming well around the bend, and Kenny probably starting to feel the effects of the breeze. But it's McGee, Duty and Eddie as we round into the home straight, Rory.
Yeah, so Hugo McGee leading Eddie just on his shoulder now, and Joe Duty now trying to fight it. Joe Duty has now got into the lead, and he's going to battle all the way to the line. Joe Duty is going to be your InterVarsity champion for 2024 in 48.23, just ahead of Ben Eddie. And Hugo McGee getting up for third.
Well, the king of the indoors has made now the king of the outdoors, and the UCD crowd in front of us is loving it. Kenny never really got into it, unfortunately, for the UL athlete, but the UCD men made it a very strong performance for them. I think they put 3 in the top 4. Eddie ran well, came strong really well around the top end, but it was Joe Duty, the fresher, who has now claimed our indoor and outdoor titles this year.
Yeah, I thought Duty had got away the best of them, and then you saw Hugo McGee kind of come to the fore, but in the closing stages it was Duty who just found that extra gear.
Yeah, as you see, Eddie, he really rallied well here in the last 50 as McGee started to falter to get up for that silver medal, but it was really punched into the wind, and to be fair to Duty, he never really wavered into that headwind. Have the 400 satisfied you, Rory?
Definitely, yes, 100%.
The one lap tango.
I thought they'd deliver, and they did, to be fair, so there we go.
Now, I am supposed to slip away because I have to go to a UL meeting for the relay, so I'll talk to you in a second, Rory.
Yes, no problem. Enjoy the rest. Well, it's not rest, you're busy. It's all work. All work. So we are back here now with our women's 1500 metre walk just about to get underway, and Cillian Sheeran has joined us. We'll go through the lineup, I suppose. Alana Moore of GUS, we have Ava Costa Azwata-Scary of TCD, Kara Wilson Bowen of DCU, Destiny Ogbekanbi of TUS, Kieran Mooney of DCU, Lauren Carney of TCD, Ruth Monaghan of ATU, Maeve O'Connor of SCTU, Ava Dada Hunt of DCU, and Lily Scanlon of Trinity College Dublin. So 10 athletes in this one, Cillian.
Yeah, looking at the front of the pack now, in the lead, Kira Wilson Bowen. She's an athlete to keep an eye on this race, second at National Senior Indoor Championships, of course just behind Kate Veal, who is our best female walker in the country at the moment. So, you know, very, very talented from athlete here, Kira, who's still obviously competing at university level. So battle up for first and second at the moment, all DCU. But yeah, it's an event, Rory, that many athletes go in not knowing maybe too much about, but they're there just trying to get points on the board as well for their college. So it's a mixed bag of athletes here today in the women's walk.
Absolutely, yeah. So Kira Wilson Bowen and Kira Mooney, the two Kiras, have taken it out.
An ear stud. Possibly a diamond, possibly not a real diamond.
The first 300, and they'll have 3 laps to go now. See Jack Hickey to the bottom of our camera. He'll probably come back up. But we'll get a 400 split on these athletes now. The two Kiras, Kira Wilson Bowen and Kira Mooney.
Yeah, a little bit of a shorter distance here today for these women. They'll appreciate that.
Yeah, they've gone through there in around about 1:48. So good walking so far. Looking back down in third, I think it might be Maeve O'Connor of SCTU.
Hardest event on the track.
And Ava Dada Hunt then sitting in fourth of DCU also.
And for
yeah, just coming up to 400 metre mark now. 2:17, 2:18. Sorry, that was not the 400 metre mark. This is the 1500 metres. That was the 500 metre mark.
So about a third of the way through this race.
Yeah.
Still the two.
As I mentioned,
Kira's leading the way.
British Milers Club, in conjunction with Lagan Valley, are holding the meeting here on the 15th of June, Saturday the 15th of June. The meeting last year.
Yeah, Rory, there's been a lot of talk about weather conditions today. A lot of things getting cancelled and then put back on, then cancelled and put back on. It's sunny, but there's definitely gusts of wind out there at times.
Yeah, no, it is fairly windy, alright. Maybe not as windy as I thought it would be, but still, nonetheless, quite blustery conditions, and definitely made it difficult for our sprinters earlier on.
Yeah.
Down that back straight in particular, it seems to be quite strong. So they're having to contend with that.
There's a lot of headwind coming into the home straight as well, so can't really escape it anywhere you try to go on the track.
And then Lagan Valley are promoting a 100 and 400 for men and women, and a 4x4 mixed relay.
So our leaders will come up to
women's hammer,
800 here next.
And the men and women's long jump.
So Kira Wilson, Bowen from Kira Mooney.
Very shortly.
Going through there in around 3:45.
Suppose, Rory, if I gave the 500 metre mark, I may as well give the 900 metre split as well.
Yeah, you may as well.
Keep it consistent. Make it look like I done it on purpose.
So there'll definitely be some nice points on the board there for GSU in this one. All going well should the athletes continue without any disqualifications, etc.
4:14 through 900. It is good walking from the two leaders, so.
Yeah, so the Dublin athlete versus the Wexford athlete, both in the colours of GCU, so it'll be interesting to see what unfolds in the course of the last 550 metres. Will one of these try and make a break for home?
This is the thing, kind of sprinting in the last couple of metres, if it comes down to a sprint finish, is there an automatic disqualification card, or kind of how do them rules pan out?
I'm no expert, but I don't think so. I think you have to pick up warnings and then fouls, but you just have to be careful, obviously, to maintain your technique throughout. So
when it comes down to a sprint finish, technique can start to get a little bit sloppy, but usually it has no serious repercussions.
Kira Wilson-Bowen.
So a lot to go for these athletes. It's the one tier that have been since the start, moving back to third. It's SEGU's Maeve O'Connor, who is walking strongly at the moment.
Third place
can be a hard place to be, that third place, and you're not battling for first and second. Be still in contention for a medal, but the gap is really, really big between the lead pack.
Yeah, so just 300 to go now into the closing stage of this one, and it is now Ciara Mooney who has made a bit of a move, and she's got maybe 3-4 metres on Ciara Wilson-Bowen. So the Adamstown AC athlete moving to the front. The Mooney family in Wexford, well known for their walking exploits down the years. Of course, Joe Mooney, I believe, is in Pottabrady today competing over 20k, along with a lot of the other Irish athletes. The national 20k championships are in Pottabrady today.
Last year in Ireland for the
so
5k walk.
Ciara Mooney, she's extending out that lead now to about 5-10 metres on Ciara Wilson-Bowen, and seems like she'll be your intervarsity champion barring disaster in the closing 150 metres.
Yeah, Ciara Wilson looking to put another little bit of injection of pace in here around that back bend, but it might be a little too late coming into the home straight for the final time.
Set here in 2018.
Yeah, so down the home straight now, Ciara Mooney is going to come clear and take this 2024 Irish University's track and field title in the women's 1500 metre walks. Just outside 7 minutes on the clock. It's going to be 7:05, and she is the champion. 7:04.94 on the clock. Ciara Wilson-Bowen coming out to finish in probably around 7:15 there. So good performance from the DCU girls. And looking down the home straight now, Maeve O'Connor of SETU coming in to finish in third position.
Yeah, some nice points on the board there for DCU.
Maeve O'Connor in third.
And Ava Jenna Hunt coming in fourth as well.
Rounding off the DCU athletes in the women's walk.
So a number of athletes left to finish here, and we'll have our men's walk up shortly, with 6 athletes expected to toe the line.
Yeah, things looking good for Irish walking at the moment, with big things at home for the Irish team selected now to go abroad.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting. Obviously, you've got Europeans and then Paris, but first, I suppose, the World Race Walking Team Champs taking place in Antalya, Turkey next weekend. So we'll have our 400 metre champion coming up to join us in just a second.
to Scary, finishing from TCD.
World Relay is probably next.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see.
So we're here with our women's 400 metre champion Lauren Cadden, and taking in a massive PB 53.38. It's I think 0.85 or so off the PB you only set yesterday evening, so a very good 24 hours.
Yeah, very good. Yesterday I was actually really happy to run a PB. I think it's been a long time coming. I felt really relaxed yesterday though, and then going into it today I only really had one goal, and that was to come out and win. This is actually my first outdoor varsities, believe it or not. So all I wanted to do was get the win, and obviously to knock another chunk off my PB, I'm delighted. Finally got into 53, so yeah.
And what was the plan coming into it?
The plan was just attack the first 60 and then cruise kind of down the back straight, and then the last thing my coach said to me was on the last 100 just make sure you use your arms, and I think I did that quite well, so yeah.
Yeah, and you look pretty strong in the last 100 metres there, so I imagine the winter slog of speed endurance probably paying off.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I can be quite strong at the end of my race when I hold my form. I think I just have to learn to trust myself a little bit more. This is my first season properly focusing on 400, so I can't really complain with 2 back-to-back PBs.
Yeah, and I suppose like you're looking ahead to the summer. Obviously you've got World Relays, which selections will be made in the coming weeks, and then Rome, and then perhaps a chance of Paris. You know, like obviously the spots on the relays squad are like competitive, but you've put yourself in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. Like, look, it's a very big summer coming up. I think the depth in 400 metre run at the minute for women is huge. So I'm just going to keep doing me. I definitely think that there's a lot more in the tank. So I'm excited to see what I can do. I think I'll get a good boost of confidence coming off this weekend and back into another bit of training, a bit of slog training, and then we'll see what else I can do.
Yeah, well, the weather, I suppose, has been the talk of the town today. You said you're using your arms coming into that final straight. You're cruising through the first, 1 to 200 metres. Once you cross the line, coming into the final straight, like, how much did the wind affect you?
Yeah, like I think the last 104 is never going to be easy anyway, so the wind definitely didn't help. But as you said, all I made sure I did was use my arms. I kind of tried to stay tall, hold my form a little bit. It was hard. I felt it coming into the bend and coming off the bend, but I mean, all of us are in the same boat, so I kind of try to forget about that to some extent and just run my own race. But yeah, it wasn't easy, but we got the job done.
Exactly, coming away with the win anyways.
Exactly, coming away with the win.
Well done, congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a million, guys.
Cheers, well
So Jack, probably performance of the day from Lauren Cadden.
Oh, without a doubt. Probably caught a fair few people by surprise, but probably warranted. I think I was chatting to Marcus Lawler on a walk around there. He said Lauren's coach, Roddy Gaynor, up in Sligo, was fairly confident she was going to take the win. But I'd wonder, was Roddy really wondering, was she in sub 54 shape today? But certainly it's no harm. We definitely need another female 400 runner. Like, strength and depth is not a bad thing at all. But yeah, great. It bodes well for the season now for that female 4x4 squad.
Yeah, and you never know, she could soon break into the 52s if she continues on the trajectory that she's going at the moment.
Yeah, such a talented junior, like cleaned up all around her really over 200 metres and 100 metres. And I suppose now, if you have that kind of speed in as a junior, it can be very easy to kind of build a bit of strength as you get a bit older and develop a bit more. And she's clearly done that.
Absolutely. So we are just about to get underway in our men's 3,000 metre walk. That's going to be the next event on the track. I think we have a start list there. Jack, you might do the honour of running through.
Yeah, so Jake O'Brien of UL will be drawn on the inside rail. Mark O'Connor of MTU, doubling back from the 400 hurdles earlier, is now in the 3,000 metre walk. Eno Sullivan is a strict man, and he will throw anyone into the walk in expense of a few points. Andrew Glennon of TUS, one of the probably standout names here. Ryan Roberts, veteran of the IUA walk from Maynooth University. Adam McInerney of DCU, long-time staller to DCU, been involved in every committee that could possibly be made in DCU, Killian. And Stephen O'Shea of MTU will round out the field. So 2 MTU men, a DCU man, Maynooth, TUS and UL all represented in this race.
Yeah, looking to be a good battle of the colours here, Jack.
Yeah, it's going to make our life very easy for commentary, really, to be honest. IUA record, David Kenny, set in Carlow 2 years ago, 11:26. David Kenny, a class apart, really. Yeah. That day, Oisin Lane followed him around, if memory serves me right. I don't think that record will be threatened today.
No, I don't think it'll be challenged today, especially with the conditions. But still, with that lineup, looking to have a good race and a good battle on our hands.
And I'm sure we'll get a good bit giggle out of some of the unconventional techniques employed in this race also.
Yeah, Jake O'Brien though, a UL man as well. He's he's an athlete to keep an eye on in this race. He was third in the varsity indoors, but it came down to a very close sprint finish between himself, Matthew Glennon and Andrew Glennon as well. So definitely good battle on his hands. Of course, Matthew can't be here today. He's competing abroad, but Andrew Glennon and Jake O'Brien as well, two athletes to watch here today. Could be a real battle between these two.
A bit of a novel approach, saying a sprint finish in a race walk, but it actually was.
It was, to be fair.
It was, and very seldom you see a photo finish as look. There was some great walking at the front, and the two MTU lads at the back are also here. But
points are points, I suppose.
Points are points. MTU ploughing. It's going to be a long 7.5 laps for those men.
Yeah.
But Glennon and O'Brien, and it is
Adam
McInerney tucked in. No speed suit from McInerney today.
No, not following in his teammates'
I'm not
footsteps.
sure he's even wearing a DCU singlet, to be honest.
No, he is.
It is.
Yeah.
It's just my eyes and lack of wearing glasses. It is. No, McInerney, very upright, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He let the field get away from him a little bit in the indoor varsity championships. I think having Matthew Glennon in there on the day kind of maybe struck a little bit of fear into some of the athletes.
Absolutely, yeah. So, but these three will work together.
Yeah. Tactical though, sitting in behind the taller Andrew Glennon. You can all the drafting you can get, I suppose, out on that track today, especially when you're walking around for 7.5 laps. As much wind as it can be blocked out, the better will do you just as good. Just coming up to the 400 metre mark now for this leading pack.
And the 200 metre mark for Mark O'Connor, who I don't think you'll find has had a stiffer arm carriage. He's out with shot. But they're trying their best. Stephen O'Shea also trying.
Yeah, Stephen O'Shea, very unique form there.
I must find Ian O'Sullivan to get an insight into their coaching. How many minutes of coaching did they get in advance of this?
I'd say it was just a warm-up.
When Oisin Lane was asked to find a replacement for him, he's away in Poddebreddy, he's off to Antalya. I don't know, is he walking in Poddebreddy? Rory might be able to tell me. Is Oisin Lane walking today? He is, sorry, I put up the post yesterday wishing him the best of luck.
I put the
Rory's
microphone
having
in his face while he's eating.
Oisin Lane was asked to find a replacement. We suggested Cathal Kennedy, who fell into the timing system yesterday in the 4x4. Oisin Lane said anyone but Cathal Kennedy.
Yeah, this pack came through 400 in about 151, 152. So good moving for these boys.
Yeah.
Still nicely bunched together. Trying to stay in a pack for as long as you can for a 3,000 metre steeplechase, Shaq, is so important.
I find it's even more important in the walk, which is actually the event that's happening in front of us.
Did I just say steeplechase?
Yeah, you did. But you got to be on your toes up here, Sharon. You got to be on your toes up here. These first years coming in with their Instagram pages and interviews.
They think they know it all, Jack.
Think they know it all. Yeah. But I was there in DSD last year, freezing with Rory Cassidy.
They do one interview and they think they can come on commentary.
That's it now, yeah. But we're glad to have you, Killian. We're glad to have you.
I'm sure the steeplechase athletes are getting mentioned all day.
The steeplechase are delighted. Ryan Roberts passing through there. He's he's stuck in no man's land, but he's actually moving really competently there. But it's still the same three: McInerney, O'Brien, and Glennon at the front. As they're coming up to lap our O'Shea of MTU. If he could just integrate a bit of hit work, he'd be moving much cleaner.
Yeah, you got to think what that does for the soul, though, getting lapped within the first 2 laps.
Yeah, but they went through the K there in about 3:48, 3:47, I think. So that was good clipping, maybe a shade under that actually.
That is good going though for the walk. That is
like, people really underestimate how fast these guys are moving. Like, if I was to head out for a 3k for a run, I would not be running as fast as these guys are walking.
It begs the question, maybe, how good at running would they be?
Well, I know our guys, they will jump in from time to time with our cross-country group, and Oisin Lane would have ran the cross-country recently at the varsities and would have finished quite well. And you'd find in the winter a lot of walkers will employ some bit of running. It's a very high-impact sport. Like, you can see the pressure that it puts on the knees and the ankle joints.
4x1, we need ATU to declare your running order. I'm also going to point out to DCU, you can only sub 2 people in the men's 4x1. You've subbed 3.
As we have unfortunately lost Mark O'Connor. He has been disqualified.
Huge upset here today.
He's getting a big round of applause from the crowd. He might even give us a wave. He ran really well in the 400 hurdles this morning. He walked slightly less well in the wall.
Oh no.
And we've had a withdrawal. This other MTU athlete is gone as well. So a round of applause for our 2 MTU athletes. I think they were allowed walk for the K, and now they're gone. But I'm
actually sure they'll be pretty happy with that.
They will. I'd nearly grab Mark O'Connor to see his thoughts on that, to be honest. But 0 points for MTU. So we will only be giving out 4 point placings.
Lost their points and their dignity here today.
No, I think dignity's still intact. They gave it a go. Gave it a go.
Maybe I'm being a bit
I know
harsh.
his DCU are missing a spot, Killian. It could have been you.
Yeah, well, look, they were begging me, Jack. They were.
But you said the commentary was more important.
I did indeed.
Same as myself.
They were asking me to go around the track with the mic, though.
That was it.
Yeah. I said the IUAA committee wouldn't allow that.
Yeah. As you were anyway at the front of this race walk, it's O'Brien and Glennon and McInerney working together quite well. It's, well, to be harsh to say, a small bit of a gap has developed to McInerney. He's probably just allowing them to take the brunt of the breeze. But Glennon has taken most of the pace so far.
On the track.
Yeah, just now with just under 4 laps to go.
How fast do you reckon you could walk a mile, Killian?
That is a good question. Now, am I
you're race walking, yeah. As McInerney has dropped off the back of this pack now. So it's just O'Brien and Glennon.
I don't know. 8 minutes, is that?
That's rash, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Like,
I'd say closer to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But would it take you 12 minutes to walk a mile in normal? In general, like?
I know.
No.
About a K and 10 if I was clipping it. So.
Yeah.
No, I'll grant I haven't given much thought. But this is the waffle talk you've come to the IUA stream for.
That's it, exactly.
Jake O'Brien is now starting to push the pace, and if there's a bit of a wind-up happening, it's happening now because their cadence appears to have risen. O'Brien and Glennon starting to think about who wants to take home the gold medal. There's a bit of blood between these guys. They've gone tete-a-tete over the course of this season. They'll start to see Ryan Roberts in their sights, who's ploughing a lonely furrow throughout most of this race, but really moving competently, it has to be said.
So
and there's been a warning given out to one of those athletes, I'm not entirely sure who, by one of our officials, but O'Brien has created a bit of a gap, and Glennon, I think, has got his second fault there.
Yeah, looking the grimace on his face now with 3 laps to go, he's starting to struggle. The injection of pace they put in there over McInerney, it raises the question, how comfortable were they over the first couple of laps of this race? But now, looks like both of these lads are definitely in the pain cave.
Absolutely.
And the gap is beginning to grow between O'Brien and Glennon. O'Brien and VUL just starting to stretch away now as they come into the back straight.
I'm sure Oisin Lane, his mentor, is probably not watching it at the moment, but he'll be watching this back at some stage. But I'm sure he's very happy with O'Brien at the moment. Glennon's probably feeling a bit of the effects as they approach the 200 metre point over there. That's a K to go there. And they've gone through in about 9 minutes. So 4.5 minute Ks, Rory. It's clipping. Could we go as far as to say it's honest? Honest. It's honest. Honest walking.
Good honest walking. Considerable gap continuing to grow here between the two lads though. Stuck well in with each other for the first 5 laps of this race, but as soon as Jake O'Brien put that injection of pace in, it was just too quick for both Adam McInerney and Matthew Glennon for Andrew Glennon, to hang on. Slightly different race to the Varsity Indoor Championships, where Matthew Glennon took the lead early on, but then seized up, allowed these two lads to close the gap and left it to a close finish. Coming up now with just over 600 metres to go. And there's about a 20-25 metre gap between Jake O'Brien and Andrew Glennon.
University of Limerick.
As he comes into the home straight for the penultimate time. About 120 metres to go before he takes the bell. Adam McInerney coming in there with 2 laps to go. I think how big of a gap between McInerney and O'Brien is now just shows the injection of pace that he did put in. They were nicely bunched up for the first 2-3 laps, maybe even coming up to the first mile. And now the gap is very much sizable. Andrew Glennon coming into the home straight now for the penultimate time.
For Jake O'Brien.
About a 90 metre gap there now. Seriously good walking by Jake O'Brien of UL. Andrew Glennon about to take the bell now. Coming through in about 11:45.
Andrew Glennon in second on his last lap.
Jake O'Brien coming in now with about 160 metres to go. He'll be looking to wrap this up nice and quickly. Many of these men out in no man's land on their own for the majority of this race. He comes into the home straight for the final time. Jake O'Brien is going to be your Varsity Outdoor 3,000 metre walk champion. UL taking all the points here today in the men's walk.
He takes the bell as our leader comes down the home straight. Jake O'Brien, University of Limerick.
Big well done to Jake O'Brien coming in champion over the 3,000 metres in 3:04.60. Adam McInerney, who is in third place currently, just took the bell not too long ago, as Andrew Glennon is going to come into the final straight for the final time. He's looking like he is struggling. It is windy conditions out there, especially for a tall lad. He's going to come in. Good rivalry between these two lads though. Be close mates. And training partners at times as well.
Andrew Glennon coming into finish second.
Big well done. Andrew Glennon to take silver. He was hurting there though. Keep an eye on Adam McInerney coming up to the 200 metre mark in the back straight. Yeah, Rory, some good walking there from Jake O'Brien.
Yeah, I think he closed the last kilometre there in around 4:03, 4:04, so that'd be good going there. There was definitely an injection of pace probably after the K, but the last kilometre was particularly impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I think how bunched up they were at the beginning and then how spread out they got so quickly just shows how much of an injection Jake O'Brien put in. We've Adam McInerney coming into the home straight for the final time now to take third. Well done to him. Putting some good points on the board here for DCU. God knows we can use them at the moment, I think. He's going to come in a time. He's going to dip just under 15 minutes, time of 14:58.
Yeah, well done, Adam.
Yeah.
GC Athletics Club chairman.
One lap to go for Ryan Roberts. Or then you.
So Ryan Roberts takes the belt. So shy 400 metres left for Ryan to negotiate.
Yeah, it could be the most grueling lap for Ryan when everyone else is finished. Although he will take fourth. We had two lads drop out.
And we'll be moving on soon enough to the 200 metre finals, the women's final first, followed by the men's final. So the women's scheduled to get underway in 5 minutes' time. The men's final 10 minutes later.
Still some big finals, Rory, though, to come up all for the rest of the day. Of course, we had the women's 1500 metres as a straight final yesterday, but the men's 1500 a little bit later on. It seems to be an event, no matter what competition you go to, whether it's schools, varsities, nationals, national under 23, junior, European or world level, it's an event that is hugely anticipated.
Yeah, definitely always one to look forward to, and I think the final later on should be thrilling. There'll be a relay final as well. They always create a bit of drama and excitement, the 4x1s to come.
Especially in a point game, Rory.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And then the 4x4s as well as your men's 5,000 metre finals, which 5,000 metre final which we're getting underway in just over an hour, 3:10.
So, action-packed weekend of athletics as well, with the juvenile indoor championships rounding off the indoor season for all of our Irish athletes.
Ryan Roberts coming in to complete his 3,000 metre walk.
Juvenile championships are also live on this YouTube channel. I did see someone was watching them both at the same time earlier. Someone who was here who had the live stream on from Athlone as well. So both on this weekend, and of course many thanks to Entry who are here with us in Belfast this weekend and also in Athlone. David and Ger with us in Belfast.
The official result of the women's walk went for Kieran Rooney in 7:04.94.
Wind not looking to be dying down much, is it?
No, occasionally there's these big massive gusts that come along that like shake the screens here in front of us, which is not good, but they're still standing still, which is the main thing. Plenty of duct tape on them.
Are these entry screens, are they?
They are, yes.
So we better keep them safe.
That's it. So just showing our women's 400 metre presentation. Then third place, Miriam Daly from UL. Second place in a personal best of 54.01, Rachel McCann. Then gold medalist, breaking a 25-year Irish University's record in a massive personal best, 53.38, is Lauren Cadden of ATU in her first ever outdoor varsities as well.
Yeah, what a way to, I suppose, make your varsity debut. Not many better ways you could do it.
Definitely not. It's just a couple of minutes until we get underway in this women's 200 metre final now. The athletes about to stand behind their blocks, and as you can see from the grass on the banks behind there, it is quite breezy, and you can see it with the cage there as well. But the lineup here will have Lorena Harrison of DCU in lane 1, Emma Guion of Queen's University of Belfast in lane 2, Lauren McCourt of UCC in lane 3, Sarah Millay of TUG in lane 4, Alana Ryan, our 100 metre champion from earlier on, in lane 5 from UL, Katie Bergen of UCC in lane 6, national under 23 indoor 200 metre champion, in lane 7 Jenny Sawyer of UL, and in lane 8 Ashlyn Kelly of UCD.
It's got to be Katie Bergen you're keeping an eye on here, Rory. You know, she ran so well at the indoor championships this year, and you know, even through the heat she looked so strong, cruising. I remember we were chatting about her yesterday. We were commentating during the heats in the semi-finals, and it nearly looks too easy for her out there over the 200 metre distance.
Yeah, she's definitely achieved quite a lot of maintain that senior podium as well.
The result there, Jake O'Brien 13.04.60, Andrew Glennon 13.39.68, Adam McInerney 14.59.89, and Ryan Roberts 17.40.
Quietly confident Katie is today, we can say. But it's an event where the wind, if there's a headwind in the home straight, you can really feel it. If you get out of the blocks way too hard, as you're coming in, closing over that last 40-50 metres, and you've nothing left in the tank, you can be robbed at the line with the headwind. So hopefully they time the start right when they get to a little bit of down.
The women's 200 metre final. Marina Harrison, Emma Guion, Lauren McCoy, Sarah Millian, Alana Ryan, Katie Bergen, Jenny Sawyer, and Ashley Kelly.
The other UCC athlete as well, Lauren McCourt. So, back on here, I think the batteries went in our mic, but we are good to go for this women's 200 final. And they are away, and a really powerful start by Katie Bergen. As expected, she's got a very hard. Alana Ryan also going well, and the other UCC vest, Lauren McCourt, as mentioned, flying around the bend. But it is Katie Bergen who leads them into the home straight. The UCC athlete from Kilkenny looking very strong. Queen's University's Emma Guion also going well, but no doubt about your champion, Katie Bergen is the champion for 2024 and 24.85. A fantastic performance from the UCC athlete to take victory. I think Lauren McCourt second, and perhaps Alana Ryan may have got up there. We will await confirmation of that result. So really strong performance there from Katie Bergen, Killian.
Yeah, really good. You know, there was no real question of who was going to take the title here today, Rory, but you know, really good running from the rest of the field there. We had, of course, Katie Bergen of UCC, but as well Lauren McCourt, who got out of the blocks really strong and came off the bench strong as well, hunting down her teammate. So really good run from UCC all together in the final.
Yeah, so Katie Bergen takes the title. 24.85 on the clock, very impressive. We'll await confirmation of that result there to see who may have got up for second and third. I decided to drop all the entry batteries. Not my finest hour.
Looking like we won't have entry back here next year because of that now, Rory.
Yeah,
You've
well,
annoyed them.
I'll be to blame.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll forgive you. Whether it takes the full year or not.
So we're back with two mics now. We have our men's final coming up now in just a couple of minutes' time.
Glory Winning ECC, Alan Miley of the University of Limerick in 2. Lane 3 will be empty. Bancolic goes in lane 4. Michael Luciano in lane 5 for ATU. Armstrong Bolster at 6. Darren Murphy UCD in 7. Harry Donahoe of TCA.
So the men's final down for decision in around about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, a lot of finals up and coming now. Of course, he had that really, really good women's 200 metre final there, Katie Bergen taking the win, followed now by the men's 200 metre final, and then of course the men's 1500 metre final and all of the relay finals as well. So a lot of action still to come. So if you can, get two screens up, your phone, your laptop, your TV, whatever it is. All TVs nowadays have YouTube on them, so there's absolutely no excuse. And nearly everyone has a phone as well, so get the Juvenile Championships up, show your support there. And of course, the Varsity Championships going on here live in Queen's, Belfast.
Queen's 25:52.
Mustn't go without saying, Queen's University is one definitely for the eyes. It's may even say it puts the aesthetic of Trinity even maybe to shame a little bit, as much as it hurts me to say that. It's a real castle, Rory. It's right in the town centre as well. It's a really nice location and a really nice building.
Eric Brady, women's discus sheet is ready.
That's nice, the DCU campus now. Don't get your head of yourself.
No. So the lineup for this, you'll have in lane 1 Glory Wangima of UCC, in lane 2 Alan Miley of UL, in lane 3 James Holden of UCD, in lane 4 Alaman Bancole of TUD, in lane 5 Raekwon Luciano of ATU, in lane 6 James Armstrong of Ulster University, in lane 7 Dara Murphy of UCD, and in lane 8 Dara Donoghue of Trinity College Dublin.
These men just about to take their blocks now for the final of the men's 200 metres.
So next field event will be the women's weight for discus, 25 feet, down in the jump runway adjacent to the water jump. We already have some of the athletes down there. We're looking for officials at this stage. So Roddy Gaynor, Evelyn Coughlin, Laura Fry, I'm not sure who she is.
And they're away. These men are off for the 200 metre final. Really good start from UCD's James Holden out in lane 6. Really strong. It'll be interesting to see now as they come off the bend and the stagger continues to unwind. ATU's Raekwon Luciano is battling back for second place, but it's looking like it's going to be UCD's James Holden's going to hold off and take the win here in 22.15. Really strong running there from James Holden. Straight out with the blocks, made up the stagger on TUD's
unofficially, of course,
Raekwon Luciano.
Yeah, very close there on the line for silver and bronze.
Yeah, no, really, really good run there. That's going to do it, though, for the 200 metre final. And both the men and women's side. Next up on the track, we will have the men's 1500 metre final.
So the next event on the track will be the men's 1500 metres at 2:40. Well ahead of time on the timetable.
Oh, we're going to absolutely waffle here. Did you send me that speed? Okay, this is now the Galway boys taking over the commentary for the men's 1500 metre and the men's 5k.
Back on the mic.
So we have 20 minutes until the men's 1500. So we're going to give you a short historical interlude about a Cuban postman, Andarian Carjaval, based in the, was it 1904 marathon? 1904 Olympic marathon. Okay, so I'm going to read this excerpt in the time being. Cuban postman Adrian Carvajal had also joined the marathon, arriving the last minute. After losing all of his money gambling in New Orleans, Louisiana, he hitchhiked to St. Louis and had to run the whole event in street clothes that he cut around his legs to make them into shorts. Not having eaten in 40 hours, he saw a spectator eating 2 peaches. He asked if he could have the peaches, but the spectator declined. He then stole both of the peaches and ran away. Later, he stopped off in an orchard en route to eat some apples, which turned out to be rotten. The rotten apples caused him to have strong stomach cramps, and he had to lie down and take a nap. Despite his discomfort and his pause, Carvajal still managed to finish 4th place in the men's 1904 Olympic marathon. Quite a story there.
That is very impressive, Aaron. I believe, if I recall correctly from 1904, the winner of that race actually had hopped in a car and got disqualified. So did your Cuban postman come 4th pre-disqualification or post-disqualification? Do we know?
I currently don't have the information on that. This was a post. So they did some analysis. They checked the cameras from the buses and they found your man.
So he was 5th.
So, no, he was 5th, to 4th. Promoted to 4th.
That's
correct.
A fantastic story.
Yes.
That's great here. On the side note, we've been joined by our co-commentator today, Thomas Devaney of UL.
Delighted to be here, lads. I love that story, Aaron. I made the trip up this morning. I got part 1. I made that 4-hour drive go by so quick. So really appreciate it. You've been doing a great job, though, boys.
It's good to hear. And no better man to commentate on the men's 1500 and 5k. Thomas Devaney, back in 2022, having won the men's 5,000 and 10,000 in 2 days' time. Yeah, Mo Farah-esque, if you will.
That is absolutely fantastic. But if I recall correctly, Aaron, in the same year as Devaney did that double, you claimed that 1500 metre title.
Yes, listen, there's a team of champions here. You're listening to a team of winners, so you're getting the best event. And we're also here with Sean Cotter, last year's bronze medalist in the 5,000 metres. Sean, what do you expect from today's 5k?
I suppose, Aaron, your interlude there really struck a chord with me. I suppose it really displays the true grit and the nature of athletics. How, Carvajal had to dig so deep, found himself stranded in an apple orchard, but still managed to finish it out and come 4th in the Olympics, I suppose.
And he was also poisoned as well, you have to remember. He ran this off 2 poison apples.
I suppose I really am truly touched by that story, Aaron, and I hope, today we will see these athletes in the middle distance events, absolutely giving it their all. And hopefully they can kind of put on a display like Carvajal did, and not hitch a ride from a car like the cheater did at the front. So a multifaceted story there, Aaron. Yeah, no, thank you for that. Looking forward to some good action today. Some big dogs in both the 1500 and 5k, and truly quite exhilarating. Can't wait to watch it.
Thanks for that, Sean. Insightful commentary there.
And we do, of course, have the women's and men's 4x100 metre finals splitting these events today.
So, first of all, it's the men's 1500 metre. Thomas, predictions for the men's 1500 metres today?
Yeah, we're just going to grab the start list there, Aaron, if you don't mind. I think UL have some good lads in there. Niall Murphy, of course, top 10 at Eurocross this year. And, he's been doing a lot. Them Ennis lads have been running really well the last year. There's a group of them there coming through. I think you can't overlook Callum Morgan as well. Another world qualifier, world finalist, over 3k, under 20. And Dara Donoghue looked very good yesterday, I think. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, very interesting lineup. As you said, we constantly go back to it today now with the conditions here in Mary Peters, that it is so windy, that is there someone there willing to take out this race, or will it come down to a kick? When you look at the likes of, as you mentioned, Niall Murphy and Callum Morgan, maybe guys who wouldn't be too keen to leave it late, because you have the likes of Dara Donoghue, silver medalist in the senior 800 metre indoors this year, who of course has that fantastic speed over the last lap.
And of course I think Gavin Kenny, when Aaron won his gold medal, I think Gavin Kenny was on the podium that day, was he, Aaron?
So I think Gavin Kenny was bronze last year, so we have last year's bronze medalist in the event, Gavin Kenny.
Brilliant. Very excited for that.
Very stacked field altogether.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I had to predict, I'll have to say Callum Morgan.
You go Callum Morgan, is it?
I would have to go with Callum Morgan. Yeah, I think he has the strength and the speed to prevail today.
I think Niall Murphy is someone who has always been on the scene, but I think this year in particular he's just come through so well. And being a UL man, I've heard some crazy stories about what he's been doing in the past month or so. So very excited to see how he does. Whether he has that kick in him that maybe Dara O'Donoghue has, I think you'd probably back Callum Morgan on a kick as well. But we'll have to see how Niall Murphy gets on.
Yeah, I feel in these tough conditions that it might just come down to that kick. It's a championship race. It's tough out there. I think we're probably looking at maybe Dara Donoghue having that strength over the last lap with the speed. Sean?
Yeah, no, it has the absolute makings for a classic here, and I suppose Oisin Davis isn't to be discounted either. He really is in the mix. There's 7 or 8 athletes there that I reckon will all be there with a lap to go, depending on how the race goes. Be very interesting, I have to say. 5k as well, I just think it'll be an absolute classic. I think the wind will play a massive factor in that race, really. It'll be all down to who is willing to be the sacrificial lamb possibly and take it out from the front.
Yeah, well, as we know, we have Pierre Merchant in that race, and he's a big fan of the front running. So it might be a case that he tries to go hard and it's who can hang on to him. But you also have UL's Mark Hanrahan, who can do it over all distances, really, Thomas. You know that.
Absolutely, yeah. You guys have trained with Pierre as well. Can you talk to me a bit about what's he like to train with? Obviously, multiple national senior medalists at this stage.
Yeah, so he did a stint in Galway there with ourselves, and I can't say I trained with him now. He was a bit far ahead for me, but unless Sean or Aaron maybe got somewhat close to him. But
well, we do have Thomas McStay here with us. Thomas, would you like to add how it was like training with Pierre Merkin?
I think Tom is gone camera shy or microphone shy, I'm not sure which, but no, very, very strong athlete, and he's just been going from strength to strength. We've seen him recently put Sean Tobin under quite a bit of pressure in that national 10k, and you just can never count him out. He always finds something.
Absolutely. He's running in the colours of Trinity now, isn't he?
Yes.
Am I right there?
So we just had him for 2 years in Galway. He did 1 year in Galway, and
I believe he was in DCU before that.
No, Trinity man, Trinity. I believe, the whole way, yeah.
Okay.
We mustn't forget, when Pierre was at Trinity, he could have ran for Trinity, but he chose to do his 1 year down with the University of Galway. It shows the kind of loyalty that man is.
I don't blame him. You have a great group there in
Galway.
The
respect and loyalty towards the University of Galway.
Volumes, really. Speaks volumes.
Yeah, I think it really shows what a great group we have here in Galway. A real family feel to it, and we all push each other on from strength to strength all the time. And that year, Pierre, he actually helped the Galway team bring home the Fox in the intervarsity cross country.
Have you retained it since, out of curiosity, Jack?
I think we're getting it next year.
Yeah,
we're keeping it west. We're booked in for next year. We have the return of Sean Coster, the return of Thomas McStay, and it is going to be one for the classics next year.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Well,
I think UL are on for 3 in a row, is that right?
I don't think the 3-peat's happening. The Fox will stay on the west coast. It won't go near the likes of DCU or UCD.
We agree with that.
It will be on the west coast.
Okay.
North of the Shannon, though. North of the Shannon.
My geography is not very good now, Sean, but I believe that means Galway.
Thomas Devaney himself, a Mayo man, so is north of the Shannon. He is happy for it to be there.
And of course, Jack, myself and you have competed for the same club at juvenile level, Westport AC.
We have been Westport AC members, yes. We've moved on and up from there, I believe, have we?
Castlebar and GCH.
GCH, yeah. So a great foundation was learnt in Westport AC.
Yeah. And it's great to see the Connacht athletes doing so well. You know, I think I've been on camp with all these lads, Connacht the Rise camps and stuff like that, and it's great to see the level of Connacht distance running right now.
They were fantastic. We had many a great training camp out in Killery Adventure Centre.
That's
right. In the middle of Connemara, so got everyone nice and strong for that cross-country season.
Absolutely. And I think it went to show with the recent World Cross Country performances, a lot of Connacht athletes there. Ballina was very well represented with 3 athletes.
Absolutely, Ballina very well represented. The University of Galway, we had Fiona Everard, who although is from Cork, is based in Galway. She's training in Galway and really kicked on under that regime.
Yeah, and Matt Lockett's still coaching you there, lads, is he?
Absolutely, he's up here today spectating. He's doing a fantastic job.
Brilliant.
So the men's 1500 metres shortly underway now. Callum Morgan, I'm seeing over there with the buzz cut, resembling Phil Foden almost, you can say. He'll be looking to run quick today.
He does, now that you actually mentioned that, Aaron, I can see the Phil Foden resemblance. It must just be that fresh fade he's gotten. Phil Foden, of course, a great hat-trick there during the week for Man City.
He's some player altogether.
Ice in the veins.
ATU, Setu, TUD, captains to the check-in area immediately, please. There's an issue with your 4x1 teams. ATU, Setu and TUD men.
Just for anyone interested in the stats and statistics of this race, the IUAA record is held by Brian Tracy, 3:44.4, and he ran that in 1993 in Cork. So a fantastic run from him that day, no doubt. It's tough to see if that's going to be under threat today now. Callum Morgan, of course, has gone quicker, but very tough conditions out there.
Third, Recon Luciano, ATU 22:49.
Seems the wind is causing a bit of havoc here, Aaron. There's a lot of stuff flying across the track, jackets and different bits of gear. So hopefully that won't cause any issues in these races.
If you listen to the wind closely enough, you'll hear mutterings of this party in Ryan Miskelly's house tonight, I believe. It takes a trained ear to listen to such whispers.
Once again, I can neither confirm or deny anything about this.
So if we look at the start line now, the athletes are doing their strides. I can see a few of the DCU athletes there lined up. Colin Smith, Dara Donoghue and Benjamin Collier. So quite a stacked DCU field here. They'll be looking to get points on the board. I know it's close in the team points between themselves and UL. So
yeah, we have. I'm not sure have we gotten an update on that quite recently, but certainly about halfway through today they were absolutely tied. So all to play for, surely.
Yeah, and we can see there Oisin Davis in the pack. His luscious locks are flailing in the wind, majestic as ever. So Maddie Banks has commented, lie down, lie down, Scotter. Scotter, can you?
Also, Harry Colbert is wondering, what is Sean Coster going on about? I think he was fairly self-explanatory there, Harry. These men are certainly being held around this start line for quite a bit of time now, Aaron.
Yeah, you know the nerves are tingling here. You just want the race to go.
Absolutely,
I'm sure they'll be gone in a minute or two now.
So 12 runners lining up for the final of the 1500 men.
Any thoughts, Thomas, now as they're about to go off?
Yeah, I think you want to be looking at the lads and seeing how they look on the start line, who looks confident. You can see the wind blowing the trees very strongly though. So I think it could come down to a tactical affair. Probably not the smartest thing to go out hard. How did you win your 1500 metre title, Aaron? Was it a tactical race or?
Yeah, it was tactical enough, and then it was just a kick with 250 metres to go. But I feel like for some reason this field is a lot more stacked now. The field has really improved now the last 2 years. It's looking like you need to be a 3:45 guy to win it this year. So, and they're about to go.
So I'll just run you through the lineup here. We have Daniel Buckley, MTU, Benjamin Collier, DCU, Oisin Toy, ATU, Oisin Davis, UG, Colin Smith, DCU, Luke Kelly, UU, Niall Murphy, UL, Gear Long, UCC, Gavin Kenny, UCC, Callum Morgan, QUB, Dara Donoghue, DCU, and David Williams, UCD. And that is Oisin Davis gone straight to the front.
Oisin Davis is currently employing the front running tactic here. He's looking to lead it from the front.
Not so much using the tactic discussed yesterday called bagging.
Yes.
He is not sandbagging.
Normally Davis prefers to sit back, enjoy the ride, and then kick with 200 metres to go, but today he's leading it out from the front, albeit not at a quick pace at all.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Benjamin Collier's caught in there behind Oisin. He's maybe just looking for someone to go up on the shoulder and do a bit of work with him there.
You'd probably say two of the race favourites though, in Niall Murphy and Callum Morgan, just biding their time right now, looking very relaxed there in the middle of the pack.
It's important to point out that this wind is causing chaos now,
and it has just picked up as you start speaking, Jack.
The timing system has just been thrown to the ground. Our equipment up here is flying all over the place. This is going to play a factor.
And I think we went through that 400 in about 69-70 seconds, so very relaxed for a lot of these guys.
Very pedestrian for these boys. That might explain why Oisin Davis has gone to the front, stay out of trouble, and it's nice and relaxed.
So I feel like someone like Niall Murphy or Callum Morgan now, the strength-based athletes, need to pick it up here if they want to outrun Dara Donoghue, who has the 148 PB over 800 metres.
Yeah, of course, this is potentially playing right into Dara's hands. We should see some of these men move up towards the front, I think.
The man who leads them, David Williams in the yellow of UCD.
That's Luke Kelly on the outside coming up, looking to get involved in that action. He's hit the front now with 800 to go. Niall Murphy following, Callum Morgan in behind.
Morgan also taking...
I think these boys are at risk of it being a bit messy if they keep going at this pace. I saw a few clips going on there, but Niall Murphy has heard what I've said and he's gone to the front now.
Yeah, that's a 2:21 800 to open, so very slow.
Yeah, a lot of these guys could run faster than that for 5k, so but it is picking up a lot now, Jack.
Yes, Luke Kelly really putting himself in a great position there at the front, inside line. Niall Murphy outside him, Oisin Davis and Callum Morgan in behind. 600 to go.
I'm just looking for Dara Donoghue.
I think that's him in 5th place.
5th, yeah.
Picked up as they come into the home straight for the penultimate.
A national senior medalist, is that right?
National silver in the 800 indoors. So he really kicked well to beat Roland Surlis and Mark Milner that day. Callum Morgan paying very close attention now. What will happen?
And who has it over the last 400 here?
3:05 at the bell.
Big fight here. Oisin Davis in a great spot there beside Dara Donoghue, behind Niall Murphy and Callum Morgan.
Will it be the strength of Murphy or the speed of Dara Donoghue? Callum Morgan goes to the front.
Oisin Davis having a stormer here, moving himself into the bronze position.
Absolutely.
Can he hold it?
These 5 men are moving away. They are going to take home the 3 medals.
Callum Morgan with 200 metres to go.
It looks like Callum Morgan and Dara Donoghue pulling away. Maybe Niall Murphy left that move too late.
So it's looking like Callum Morgan at the minute, followed by Dara Donoghue, as we said. Niall Murphy trying to hang on for the bronze medal.
Niall Murphy might be at risk here from the DCU athlete, and Oisin Davis is rallying really strong.
It looks like Morgan is going to hold on.
Callum Morgan first, Dara Donoghue second, and Niall Murphy third, Oisin Davis fourth.
What a run.
Local title today.
Hometown hero, Callum Morgan.
Sorry?
Hometown hero.
Hometown hero. Bringing it home on the home track. Fantastic running from him.
Portugal.
And 4:01, they must have ran that last 400 very, very quick.
Yeah, well, was a 2:20 at the 800 mark,
yeah.
so last 700 was a 1:41, and they didn't have much of it going.
The women's, of course, not being run last night.
So they're probably sub 2 minutes for that last 800 metres, so good moving by the boys there.
With the men's 5,000 metres.
Really strong, but not a bother on Callum Morgan down there. He looks fresh as ever. Looks as though he maybe didn't even run, and I think we might see him later on in the men's 4x4. But yeah, really a really enthralling race, that very exciting. Really came down to the wire.
Yeah. I think the medals were expected. Callum Morgan first, Dara Donoghue second, and Niall Murphy third. Everyone kind of expected that. It was just the order that to play out there. Very strong run from Oisin Davis, almost catching Niall Murphy at the end there. Well done, Davis.
Yes, of course, and we had the women's final yesterday, so that has already played out. So I think our next event on the track will be the 4x100 relays.
Relays are always very exciting. Of course, there's extra points up for grabs for the relays.
I'm just taking the case of the vacuum second.
Yeah, so that's the next event on the track I've been handed is the 4x100 final for the men. The men seem to be up first in this one.
Who do you have for that, Jack?
Well, so we have MTU, UU, UL, DCU, UCD, ATU, SETU and TUD. Of course you have to look, DCU always really strong, but UCD as well. They have Bori Akinoli, the men's 100 metre champ, in there for them, so he will of course play a big role in this.
I've been very impressed with the ATU sprinters as well today. Putting on a great show, and they have a great group down there.
Yeah, really strong group forming there in ATU, so it'll be interesting to see how they can get on today. Do you know much about how your UL team is looking today, Thomas?
Yeah, obviously, look, UL, we're always going to feel confident. We have a great setup down in UL. I think sprints have always been probably a strong point for UL in recent years. Our distance programme has come along a lot. You know, we won the last two cross-country men's titles. But look, we always have quality, and we've great coaching, great facilities down in UL. So I'm sure the lads are looking to get a few points. You know, it's a tight race up at the top there.
Yeah, of course, they should be competitive in this. You always, in every relay, you think UL will have a good team and will feature prominently.
Of course, we've had heartbreak with the relays before. 2021, I think we lost the overall title on
the relay,
last, the last leg of the relay. One of your very own, Rob.
Was it Rob McDonald on the 4x4 that day, or the 4x1?
Rob McDonald on the 4x4 and pushed UL back into third, and we ended up losing by a point, which was very unfortunate, but always an exciting affair, the relays.
Absolutely, no shame there as well. Rob McDonald, of course, he was over with that relay team at the Tokyo Olympics, so a very strong athlete who we hope to see back on the track very soon.
And what about that Galway team, Jack?
Unfortunately, no Galway team here today. We've had a few injuries along the road, but our women's 4x100 team will look to be featuring, hopefully trying to get into those medal positions.
Brilliant. Aaron, are you excited for the relays?
Very excited. You know, this is the hallmark of any track and field event, the relays. It'll be exciting to see now if the changeovers can go well. There was a few DQs yesterday. I know the DCU women got knocked out of the 4x1. Bad changeover on the third leg, so it'll be interesting and a lot of points to play for, as you're saying, Thomas.
Sorry there, now we were handed probably the wrong sheet. It turns out it's the 4x100 women up first, so I have them here, and that will be TCD, SETU, UG, UL, UCC, Queen's, UCD and TUD. So as I said, hopefully our University of Galway women's team should feature here. But we will probably be looking towards UCC. They had a 1-2 in that women's 200 earlier on, and they have a really strong team. And we had a bit of controversy in the semis here yesterday. DCU just on that last baton changeover, just outside of the changeover zone, and did get disqualified for that.
The win for Callum Morgan, 401.56. Dara Donohoe, 402.70.
Jack Maher, as a fellow national medalist over the relays for Galway City Harriers, I know you have multiple medals over 4x4 for the Harriers. Talk us through the process of the relay, getting the handovers right, etc.
Yes, of course. In our exploits, Aaron Brennan, we were in the 4x4s, so the handovers weren't of too much importance. You just had to make sure they were right. But in this 4x1, the handovers are absolutely vital. They can make or break your run. You need to have your mark. You need to make sure you go as hard as you can when your incoming runner hits that mark. Hand up, but make sure you get that baton before the end zone.
TUD in lane 8.
Just taking a while now to gather a few of our teams here on the start line. So the IUAA record for this event is 46.12. So we'll see if any of our women can come close to that today. Do you have any knowledge, Thomas, on this UL team today? No insider information there, I don't think. So I can see there we have that UCC team I spoke of. You have both Katie Bergen and Lauren McCourt, who were 1-2 in that women's 200 just earlier on. So really strong from them. I believe in that same race we would have, I think our bronze medalist was actually from UL. It could have been Alana Ryan, I think it was. So she should be featuring here today for this UL team.
Yeah, Alana ran a great race today, a final there about an hour ago, so she'll be looking to come back from that and put in a strong leg for UL.
Yeah, of course, these sprinters, they do so many races over these championships. They have their heats, their semis, their finals, the relay qualification and their relay finals. So some sprinters we've seen doing 7 race events this weekend. So real commitment to the college and to the team.
Yeah, but there's a big camaraderie between the colleges. I think especially in recent years there's a lot less athletes going to America. There's better programs in place, so these athletes are only delighted to run for their college and represent. So we'll see.
I think that's it for sure, Thomas. We've seen maybe a change of angle from certain athletes looking to stay in Ireland and stay in the colleges here. As the programmes are growing, they're developing, there is great opportunities here. You know yourself, as someone who I'm sure had offers, you stayed put, went to UL, and you're really, really finding that beneficial. We've also had the likes of, we've seen Dara McElhenney, Israel Olatunde all staying here in Ireland, and it has served them well.
Yeah, I think even that 1500 that just went off just shows the depth of, as a distance runner, I'll speak from a distance perspective, there's such depth in Irish university athletics right now, and the sprinters are no different.
Absolutely, I think it's much more difficult now than maybe previously seen in the maybe last, we'll say 10 years, to get these medals at these varsity competitions, because there are so many strong athletes.
And the girls are just getting ready to go there now. Their last few strides. Aaron, any pre-race favourites?
No, I know that the Galway women's team have a good chance in a medal anyway. They have the world silver medalist in the 4x200 metre relay, Sarah Quinn. She'll be running for them on the second leg. But who are the favourites? UL? UCD?
I think maybe we might be looking at UCC as the favourites. The Cork team, as I said, they've two very strong runners in Katie Bergen and Lauren McCourt. We will expect UCD to feature UL and of course UG, and we might see the likes of the TUD team out there as well.
Very good. It's worth noting that the wind has died down slightly here, so not as bad as it was. Still a small breeze, but it should be manageable for the athletes.
Yeah, from the athletes I spoke to, their main concern was this home straight. That's where you're really running into that headwind. So hopefully it won't pick up too much and these girls will get a good run through. So these girls are just being held behind their blocks now. Their final strides have been completed and we'll just wait for this to get underway.
It was great to see over 8 teams entered. I think there was 11 or 12 teams entered overall, so great participation across the board for the relays. So I'm expecting a competitive race here as well. Yeah,
great to see all the colleges getting their teams in for this. As we said, it's great to get a group of athletes together for these relays, and it shows a strong commitment to the college, commitment to the team, and between these women themselves. The starter is getting them ready. So once again, TCD lane 1, SETU lane 2, UG 3, UL 4, UCC 5, Queen's 6, UCD 7 and TUD 8. And they're away there now. We're going to have a great battle on our hands on this back straight. As I said, we have Katie Bergen racing our very own Sarah Quinn. Two extremely quick women.
It currently looks like Cork are leading, Galway second, maybe UCD third.
Yeah, I think it does look like those three athletes. I think you can't count out SETU, who look like they're also going well. And that's Lauren McCord for UCC and Jade Moorhead for UG.
So the bend is about to unravel now. I will see clearly who's winning.
They need to make sure of these baton changes. These are very important. And UCD are pulling away from UCC.
And that was in bronze.
Queen's up for bronze on their home track. Well done to them. but we had UCD, UCC, Queen's, and maybe I think it was SETU followed by UG.
48.33 for the winning time there, so that was a outrageous time for the 4x1.
Yeah, very
well
good
done.
time from those women.
Yeah, brilliant running there. Very tough conditions, but 8 successful changeovers. Very impressive.
Yeah, great to see. I didn't see any red flags. I'm not sure if anyone else was able to spot one.
And I think, it's so easy. We're at the end of day 2 to just let the mind wander a bit and allow them mistakes to creep in, but the girls did very well there. And the UCD girls look absolutely delighted with themselves.
Yeah, those third, fourth and fifth place teams were very close together.
I think Laura Frawley came back very well there for UL, put in a very strong leg to bring them up maybe into 4th or 5th, I think.
And now we're going across to the men's race.
And yeah, you can definitely see some people here who have represented their colleges numerous times already this weekend who are stepping out again. There's a lot of pride involved with the relays though, Jack.
Absolutely. I think I was chatting, as I said, Sarah Quinn now earlier on. I think she is after tying the University of Galway appearance record. That was her 36th appearance for the college.
Wow.
And unfortunately that will be her last. End of an era.
Never forgotten, Jack. Talking about a lot of appearances, I can see Jack Hickey down there getting ready for the UL team.
He's a man who's all
of
about
athletics.
All about appearance. You can see him there. He's look, the sunglasses, the bit of tape on the hamstring for style, I think, more so than anything else.
I think so too, yeah. He's a stylish man, hailing from Erlingford down in County Kilkenny, known for their style down there. So, yeah, and I think he's back with the GAA socks, I believe.
Yeah, not sure what that's about or why he's made that decision, but who am I to question his style choices? He is a
Jack,
more stylish
he was an underage Kilkenny hurling player.
Does he have a national medal?
I believe he does.
If you're a Kilkenny player, you should.
Yeah. And I think it's fair to say one of the nicest guys in Irish athletics. Is that a fair comment?
That's absolutely fair, yeah. He's a great fella. He's always up for a bit of a chat or a bit of commentary duties. So, yeah, can't knock him. As we see all the members of the other teams, they're spreading out across the track to go towards their starting points.
So this race was won in 42.8, I believe, yesterday. So, lads, time predictions for today. Do you think we'll go quicker, or will the wind affect the times?
I think we might see someone go under that 42 second barrier. I think we've a lot of teams in really good shape, hoping to go as fast as possible. So it'd be great to see a sub 42.
Yeah, there's always that thing where you want to hold back a little bit in the heats. So we'll see if that was the case yesterday. Obviously, it's very competitive just to be here today. So maybe some teams couldn't afford to do that, but we'll find out in the next few minutes. As Aaron said earlier, the wind has died down a little bit. So we know how fast Mary Peters track is as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see some very quick times.
Yeah, of course. We can now see our 5k men are just warming up on the other side of the track. They will go after this men's 4x100 metre race. So just getting their strides and preparation in beforehand.
Yeah, and I think this part of day 2 is always very exciting. Lots of finals, lots of blue ribbon events. And the 4x1 and the 5k are certainly up there as some fan favourites.
Thomas, I remember talking to you this time 2 years ago. You were doing your warm up for the 5k, or for the 5k, and I asked you how you were feeling, and you were saying, "Oh, I'm wrecked. I'm just going to jog around. I don't think I can even get a medal here." And it turned out you got the gold. So what's going through the mind of these athletes here warming up for the 5K?
Yeah, well, you see, I had raced a 10K the day before Aaron, so I'm not too sure if any of the lads have raced a 10K. But I think it's just a long day in general. You're going to be tired. And for me, you know, I had very good guys in that race with me that I was able to just hold on to and then try and outkick them at the end. But I think it's all about playing to your own strengths. We have people like Mark Hanrahan in the 5K, Michael Murphy, recent Irish debutant at the Celtic Cross Country. Daniel Stone obviously has been around for a long time at the highest level of Irish athletics. And so I think they're very different athletes. It's a case of just playing to your strengths and knowing what those strengths are. And I'm sure these guys have had chats with their coaches and their teammates to see what's best for them.
Changeover ready, thank you. Second changeover.
We can see all the changeover areas getting their readies and hopefully get underway in just a moment now.
Second changeover, are we ready?
We have all 8 teams lining up here. So once again, we have MTU, UU, UL, DCU, UCD, ATU, SETU and TUD. I suppose the lanes we're mainly going to look towards is
third changeover.
3, 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Okay,
the inside lanes.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this ATU team, the new kids on the block. And let's see if they can become the kids on the block.
Yes, indeed, it would be a big upset at a college like themselves, upsetting the big dogs, UCD, DCU.
Yeah, you can never write off UCD.
As I said, that looks to be Bori, our 100 metre champion, settling into his blocks there.
And you could hear a needle drop here, Jack. The excitement is ready to go.
Yeah, you can feel the energy here. These men are about to get underway. And they're away. As we said,
start from UCD.
Bori is out very hard there in UCD. That is a really strong opening from him.
And it's interesting, you can see who's changing over first. It's difficult with the bends, but you can get a taste of who's in front. And it's looking like UCD at the moment.
Yeah, we have to look out in these changeover zones for the flags, just in case any of these changeovers have gone wrong.
Well, clear this stage if they can get the back with.
And it's UCD, ATU, and UU.
And coming through inside them, ATU.
DCU from ATU, from SETU to UL.
UCD.
So as we said, UCD really strong, but as you said, the new kids on the block, ATU, showing really well there to come second place, Thomas.
Yeah, that is a double though for UCD over the 4x100 metre relays. Very strong programme up there in Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah, wow, what a performance by UCD. Breaking the 42-second barrier as well, like Jack Maher predicted.
Yeah, they might have just been holding back slightly yesterday. I'm not sure, did they have the same team or did they get 1 or 2 new runners in? Of course, you're allowed 2 new runners from your qualification.
Mm-hmm. So, next event on the track, the men's 5,000 metres. And would you believe there's 36 men to be lined up for this race? And absolutely stacked.
And Aaron, they are all checked in. That is 36 men checked in and should be starting. I wonder, will they go for 2 races or will they throw them all in at once?
36 seems like too much, surely. They'll break it up maybe. Or they might have a staggered start.
You'd hope they break it up.
18 go on one, 18 go lanes 1 to 8 and then another 18 go lanes 4 to 8.
On the outside and unwind that stagger. Very interesting to see what they do here. 36 is just too many people on a track because these athletes, they'll be moving so quick at the front, they will be lapping, and that could get very messy.
The biggest name here is Pierre Merchant. He's fresh off his 14:04 5k in the streets of Kilkenny, so he'll be looking for a strong run here. Then I would say maybe the second favourite is Mark Hanrahan. Thomas Devaney, as a fellow UL man, can you say anything about Mark Hanrahan's chances here today?
Yeah, Mark is someone I've gotten to know over the last year or so. Always confident, Mark. Really backs himself, knows how good he is, and a lot of the times he goes and proves it on race day. So yeah, I think he has a great chance. You mentioned Pierre will be a very tough man to beat. DCU are always very strong in the distance events, but 36 men, anyone can come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, surely not all going at once. We'll have to wait and see on that one.
Are they all confirmed check-in, Jack?
This sheet is checked in,
Checked in, okay.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Of course, we have a good representation from University of Galway in this race. We have our very own Oisín the Muzzler Murray.
Yes, he'll be looking to rizzle and drizzle his way through this 5k.
Absolutely, he's going to look to be up there. He has a very fresh taper fade. He has been going phenomenally this year. I believe he picked up a silver medal in that 3k indoors varsity.
As a black belt in Taekwondo, you know he can kick the house down when it comes to 200 metres to go here, so watch out for him.
You do not want to get too close to this man. He is dangerous. Of course, Donald Farron, another University of Galway man. You never know what to expect from him, Aaron. He's a mysterious man, but he is very good over the distance.
He's a mysterious man. If you can catch him there, I'm not sure where he is, but he has luscious black hair there flowing freely around the track. Yes, you don't know what to expect, but I think the windy conditions and tough conditions will suit him here today. He's a tough man.
Absolutely, very strong man, born and raised up in Donegal, so nothing can affect this man.
Honourable mentions as well to the DCU boys Daniel Stone and Michael Murphy. They'll be looking to put their print on this race here today.
And I believe Darrow O'Leary of UL, I believe his parents are watching in, so hello to them.
Paul Byrne, Joe Ryan and
absolutely, we were actually given a lot of shout outs to give today, Thomas. Mark Hanrahan had a shout out for us, I believe, wasn't it?
Mark wanted he wanted to receive a shout out.
No, for a special person in his life.
Well, hello Julia. We hope you're watching along.
Huge shout out, Mark. Really wants to give you this shout out. He said that best of luck in your half marathon in Westport, I believe next weekend.
Our debut half marathon.
Debut, and as I said, myself and Thomas, former Westport AC men, are going to be there cheering you on all the way.
And it's the beauty of IUAA athletics, relationships form and love blossoms, Jack.
It's phenomenal. Speaking of which, we have Oisín the Muzzler Murray's girlfriend Kathy listening in and watching on the stream, so hello to you, Kathy.
Hello, Kathy.
He also wanted us to give her a shout out.
Oisín Murray will also have a strong fan base from his park run club in Intralee. I know they watch all his races eagerly, so shout out to them. A little known fact about Oisín Murray as well, he's ran over 300 park runs in his time. So
I'm not sure about you, Aaron, but I have to assume there must be some sort of record there. Could he be the fastest Irishman with over 300 park runs completed?
I'm not sure if he's the fastest Irishman, but for sure a strange combination. He's definitely the person with 300 park runs who has the highest Mario Kart VR.
Okay.
Oisín Murray with a VR of 6,000 in Mario Kart, very strong.
Yeah, no, he's an all-rounder, that fella, to be honest. You have to think, so is he the most experienced man in this field, Aaron, completing well over 300 5Ks?
In terms of 5Ks, yes, he's well used to the distance as a parkrun specialist himself. Michael Murphy running here, and well known for his Instagram account, but a little known fact about Murphy, he's a well established barber and he gives an incredible fade.
I have not gotten one, but I've heard he has some good fades. He often does be out on training camps in Portugal giving fades on balconies.
And I believe a very talented archer as well, Michael Murphy.
Archer, I believe he might have does he have varsity medals in the archery?
I believe so, Jack, yes.
And they seem to now just be all moving towards that start line. That is a lot of people, Thomas.
Yeah, it does look like they're being all put in one race, so I don't know how that is going to work.
I would also like to give a shout out to Stephen Cashlin. He was away skiing there in January, so we'll see if the cross-country training in Fontramaux, not training in Fontramaux, just skiing in Fontramaux, will pay off for him today.
I have heard a very difficult thing for the legs skiing, waking up with cramps and all that.
And as you mentioned Fontramaux there, Aaron, of course, returning after 2 races yesterday, we have Niall Harvey from SETU just back from his training camp up in Fontramaux with, I'm not sure, you said he's with a club up there, was he?
I believe they have an Instagram account, himself and Cian Kelly. I've been told not to say the Instagram name, so I'm just going to leave it to someone else to say for now. I believe it's called BBTC. That's what I hear.
Very interesting name, Aaron.
Also a shout out to Gavin Curtin. He's around 8:15 over 3K. I know he's been injured recently, but if he gets into any kind of shape at all, he'll run well here today.
Very talented athlete, yes.
Yeah, he went sub 15 there in the Streets of Kilkenny 5K last week, so he'll be looking for back-to-back good performances there.
Oh, and we're just here now, breaking news in the loft here that we're going to have 2.
So it looks like we will indeed have 2 heats. We'll have to see how these heats are divided. Will it be split based on PBs, an A and a B, or will it be... Okay, I'm being informed it is split on PBs, so it will be an A and a B race. So more than likely we will have a championship race.
Ben Lean-Smith will be returning to action after yesterday's 1500 metres. He'll be looking for redemption. He wasn't too happy that he didn't make the final yesterday, but I know Ben and he'll be back stronger than ever.
Yeah, unlucky to miss out on that final, Ben was, but I know did have a couple of issues in the last couple of months with a couple of niggles, a couple of injuries. Might have affected the training there, Aaron.
Yes, great guy Ben. Currently doing a PhD in nutrition, I believe, in the UCC.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the lads who are not racing in the first race here to stay warm. They're all kitted out down there, so probably 2 heats of 18, if my maths is correct. So I think very important that the lads keep warm. It'll be 15-20 minutes before they're on. And we've seen how that can affect races in the past.
Of course, that was very impressive quick match there from you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Well done on that. You got it bang on. But yeah, staying warm here is going to be key because they will have depending on which heat goes first, they will have a 20-minute wait. And it's never nice to be ready to race and then have to wait another 20-25 minutes until you can actually hear the gun. On the infield here we have our women's discus continuing on. Now they are throwing into the wind, so the results from this I would not expect to be too massive, not too many PBs maybe.
For the information of the 5,000 metre runners, they are currently being seated, so if you want to keep warm, guys, keep on the move. At least half of
so these 5k runners are only now just being seeded, so we might be a bit of time until they go off. Potentially a problem they should have seen beforehand, Thomas.
Yeah, look, I'm sure it's a very difficult thing to organise so many events across the 2 days, and you know yourself, we've seen it this weekend. There's pull-outs and and I expect Heat B maybe.
So I've seen Cian Kelly has commented there, BBTC. He knows where his loyalties lie anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I know, maybe a founder of this club?
I believe so, himself and Niall Harvey. Yes.
Essentially a founder, yes.
Back from altitude there in Fontramaux.
We have Pierre Merchant just jogging here in front of us. Obviously he figures he has a bit of time till he's on the track. So just maybe try and keep inside, stay warm. Yeah, so all these men are ready to go. They've their jumpers off. I would recommend they put these jumpers back on. Stay warm. So have you been watching much of the action over the past 2 days, Thomas? I know you just arrived up here today, but were you keeping track? Did anything catch your eye? Any performances over the weekend?
Yeah, I was in the library most of yesterday now, Jack. Nearly finished. I have 3 weeks left of college, so trying to wrap up my dissertation there. But I had the stream on for sure the whole time. A lot of impressive performances. A lot of people giving their all for their colleges. And the same again today. I think I was just very excited for this afternoon. I think a lot of the blue ribbon events are on this afternoon, including this men's 5k. What would you say, Jack? Any performance of the event so far?
We had a couple of, I'll stick to the distance events, that's what we know, and we had a couple of very impressive front runs. Cottle O'Reilly yesterday in the 10k,
good, yeah.
He led every step of the race, I believe, and he closed really hard in that race and just beaten Shane Spring over that last lap. So that was highly impressive. But also today in the women's 3k, Edel Monaghan, really impressive run. She went straight out to the front. She let the field know what she was going to do. No one could go with her, and she opened up a 100-metre gap on second place.
Yeah, and that is the thing. They were both front-running performances. I was very impressed with that 10k yesterday from Cottle O'Reilly. He had 2 men on him for a lot of the way. Wasn't really giving much help. It's every man for himself out there. But Cottle held strong. And what a kick. I think he closed sub 60. It was about
a 57 high 58 for the last 400. Yeah. But I'd say that 200 split was very impressive.
Rapid. Very diverse athlete.
Yeah, I was speaking to him afterwards. The plan was he wanted to go out and get as close to that 30 minutes as possible. But quite early on in the race, he realised that today was not the day for it. Took the foot off a bit and kept a bit of kick.
Personally, I thought Lucy Holmes' performance in the 8 and 15 over the weekend was very strong, closing in 62 seconds in the 15 and then winning the 800 today. So she's my athlete of the event so far.
Yeah, really impressive from Lucy there to do that double. I don't think we've had too many athletes medaling in 2 events this weekend, Darren, especially on the track.
Yeah, it's a very competitive event, as you were saying. So medals are hard to come by, and never mind doing a double up. So I'm here with Kyle Moorhead. Yeah. So I'm here with Kyle Moorhead, first of all, and Luke Johnson. Kyle, you weren't able to run your 800 metres today. Tell us why.
Yeah, no, was locked in this morning. Kind of had the full expectation of racing the final, and got a phone call from Jack Maher, who was here at the track early this morning, and told me I was disqualified. And at first I thought he was taking the mickey out of me, and I was like, what's this guy trying to mess me out on race day? And then I know it turns out we checked in for the 4x4 yesterday evening, and one of our teammates picked up an injury in the 100 metre semi-final, so we just didn't show up to the 4x4 semi, and as a result the whole team got disqualified for both that and the individual events. So I got the brunt of it there, and wasn't able to race today, unfortunately, which is annoying enough. Like, I like to be a part of it. It seemed to be a good race between all the boys. Like, it was a bit of a burn up at the end, which I think would have suited me, but look, fields to fire for next year anyways.
Yeah, I'm sure Kyle Moorhead will be back for vengeance over the summer now. And I'm here with Luke Johnson as well, after a terrific bronze medal. Luke, how are you after yesterday's exploits?
Grand, yeah. Sure. 25 laps with the boys on a Friday. What more could you want,
Yeah, it was rough stuff. I also did the 10k, absolutely bonked as well. It was rough out there. Any plans for the future now? I know you're doing a 5k coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah, I'll probably do a few of the IMCs, and just take it from there as well.
Very good. That was Luke Johnson, bronze medalist in the 10k.
Simon, can you make contact, please?
Yeah, we're just starting to see who's in Heat 1 of this men's 5K. I think Thomas McCarthy out there.
Yeah, I think they have split them now, so hopefully getting underway in this first of the 2 5K races.
So in this race we have Dermot McDermott from Galway. A little known fact about Dermot, he lived for many years in Japan and South Korea.
Dermot Brennan.
Dermot Brennan.
Yes. Not to be confused with the very famous coach Dermot McDermott from Sligo.
Did I say Dermot McDermott?
You did indeed. Very famous coach.
Mixed up.
But no, this is of course Dermot Brennan. He's back in Galway training with us now. Yeah, he's been going well, but he has lived an interesting life for sure, Aaron.
Would you believe Dermot Brennan has played a soccer match against Young Min Sun? I believe that's
right?
true. In a 5-a-side, in a local 5-a-side in South Korea.
Wow.
Yeah, or 11-a-side, I believe, yes. So he's been around the world and he's looking to use that street knowledge in today's 5K.
And he's always a man to watch. He's predominantly in the 1500s and he always has a fantastic kick. That last 50-60 metres, Aaron.
Oh, sight to behold if you get to see it today.
It'll be interesting to see how he plays out in this 5K B race. Might just suit him perfectly.
So I'm here with Aoife Sheehy. She was running in the 400 metre hurdles. Sorry, I got the event wrong.
The 4x400, yes.
The 4x400 for UL.
Are you there?
Were you happy with the result?
We didn't get any points, and I was very sick afterwards, so not really, but
and tell
it
me,
was fun.
Were you featuring in a triple jump or a long jump,
Yes,
Aoife?
triple jump got 1 point.
1 point for UL. That is a huge point as things stand.
Yeah, and PB in the triple, my first competition, so.
Also joined here by Jack Hickey, as we previously stated, the most stylish man arguably in Irish athletics. He has fantastic sunglasses, he has pink tape on his hamstring, and he has UL gas socks.
It hurts to look this good, frankly, Jack. It hurts to look this good. Do you reckon, lads, we've enough commentary? I came up to the booth and I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 commentators. And Aoife Sheehy is also here now. Aren't you supposed to be warming up for the 4x4?
No, I didn't want to run in case I ran too fast, so I said I'll leave it off.
I'm only winding you up. No, the Galway lads got a fright there. They thought I was being stern.
Poor Sean Cotter, he's a keyboard warrior. He was in the comment section yesterday on our stream, Jack, calling us absolute wafflers.
It's fair, like, to be fair. We're up to 200 viewers, lads. Where's that Marcus O'Sullivan fella? Says someone in the comment. America, I think.
I think Marcus O'Sullivan is in this 5K now, Jack.
Oh, he's made a reappearance in RCSI. The world indoor mile champion, or whatever he was, 1500 champion, is now in college in RCSI.
I definitely believe he might be on that world record 4 by a mile team.
Apparently he's now in RCSI, so there's a turn up for the books.
And he has been drawn in this 5K B race, so surely he will mop up.
He's a bit past his best, in fairness, is our Marcus. How are you looking after Thomas Devaney up here, lads?
Thomas Devaney is lucky. He has a packet of nuts and Lucasade.
They're my dates, actually, lads. They're my dates. But the only date I'm getting this weekend is Orla's at home in Cork.
I found a bag of mini eggs.
So I'll just run the viewers through who we have in this first of these 5K finals. We have Ronan Flynn, ATU, Philip Walsh, MU, Michael Salami, MU, Kevin Munnelly, MU, Marcus O'Sullivan, RCSI, Sergio Chico Vasquez, SETU, Niall Harvey, SETU, Adam Condon, TCD, Jordan Ataid, TCD, Martin O'Gobin, TUD, Connor Murphy, TUD, Daniel McIntyre, sorry about that, TUD, Aaron Spate, TUS, Thibaut Ras, UCC, Ben O'Connor, UCC, Dermot Brennan, UG, and Thomas McCarthy, UL. And you have to wonder here, Thomas, is Sergio Chico Vasquez from SETU a response to your very own Spanish runner?
Yeah, Nacho, if he's listening. So we had a very talented Spanish exchange student with us in UL last year, Nacho Gimenez, who won the 10k here last year, is running Berlin half marathon tomorrow. So the offer stood for him to come back as an OID to represent UL today. But as he said himself, impossible, my friend.
Impossible. Yes, he has his priorities straight for sure. And what is he looking to run in this half?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm trying to think back now to his PB. I believe he is a 63-minute man. And from conversations I've had, I believe he is in better shape, he thinks now. Yeah, an iconic IUAA athlete.
Yes, of course. He spent a short amount of time here, but very iconic.
Iconic to me.
To be said. Did he win the cross country as well, Thomas?
He was second behind Keelan Kilrahil, another fantastic athlete who recently ran at World Cross Country.
Yes.
But he brought our UL team to that team gold.
Yeah, well
just
done.
As the 5k men start.
The first win for UL in quite a number of years. Was it a history breaking?
Yeah, it was the first win in my lifetime. I think 2000 was the last time we had won.
That's fantastic. And you mentioned previously Keelan Kilrahil, of course, another Connacht man coming through that Irish system.
Yeah.
So we're underway here in the first race of the 5,000 metres, and that is the...
I believe that might actually be Marcus O'Sullivan straight to the front.
Not Marcus O'Sullivan, who's ran 7:30 for 3k. I believe it's the other Marcus O'Sullivan.
Well, we can't be sure. It
might be his son.
We'll see how this unravels. Thomas, your teammate there sitting nicely in second place, Thomas McCarthy.
Yeah, brilliant guy. UL man himself. I think his girlfriend Emma is watching, so shout out Emma. But he has been working super hard recently. Recently came under the tenure of Coach Will down in UL and is speaking very highly of that experience. So we'll see if that experience comes to fruition today.
I really think, Thomas, though, he might need to just get on the back of Marcus O'Sullivan. He's keeping a 2 metre gap there. Get on the back, get a bit of shelter from this wind, and try get a free ride as long as possible.
It's a funny old venue because you think that it's sort of down low, there's trees all around, but that wind gets in somewhere. There's a gap somewhere.
Could be the big gap in the stand.
So they're currently on pace for a 15-minute 5k at the minute. They went through 400 metres in about 71-72. They appear to have slowed slightly, so we'll see if the UL athlete can pick it up here.
I think that's our UCC athlete, Ben O'Connor, in third place, followed by our Trinity athlete. Didn't get his number there.
And it's a funny thing because you want to get your time as quick as possible when there's two heats, because you do not know. It goes on times in the end. You do not know how fast Heat 1 or Heat 2 will go.
Absolutely. Heat 2, if they try to make that a tactical affair, there is a chance that the winner of this heat can get on that podium.
Yeah, and obviously there's the famous case in Irish athletics of the great Darren McElhenney being put in the wrong heat. So it can really affect an athlete, but you want to get out as hard as you can. And the great thing that we're seeing here is that although Thomas McCarthy is starting to break away, but there does seem to be a bit of a group going at a very fast pace to start off, as you said, around that 15-minute mark. Jack Hickey, you would know Thomas McCarthy quite well. He's currently leading. What do you make of that?
To be honest, I'm just happy he's not wearing the pink shorts that he wore across country. They're a bit more nicer with the UL green, but he's running well. I think is that our Marcus O'Sullivan in second?
That is Marcus O'Sullivan. We're not sure.
I know he was a small man in his day, but he's looking a little bit trimmer than he used to be. But he's moving well.
That is a 3:05 first kilometre. So, as I said, these men are looking to run around maybe 15:30 is.
Yeah, and that would make a PB for Thomas McCarthy, but it's a long, long way to go on your own. Whether Marcus can catch up and the two of them can trade laps, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, so our first 7 men here separated by about 40 or 50 metres, and that's Thomas McCarthy back as far as Dermot Brennan. They are first 7, and there's another gap to the chasing pack.
So the sun has came out for this 5k. Perfect conditions, slightly windy, but it's died down a bit since earlier today. So hopefully we should see some faster times.
Hopefully, yeah, if these men can really work together and try and get some fast times. I'm mainly looking at your first Thomas and Marcus out front, but there's 5 there close together. If they can all group in and work together, they might get a fast time out of this.
Jack, with a PB of 15:21, how do you think you'd fare in this race? Do you think you'd be up there?
I'd have to try and go with Thomas there, see what we could do together. Maybe drag each other to new PBs. But now 5k would not be my piece of cake. I'll stick to my 1500s on the track and 800s. Thank you.
I believe back in December 2022, I had a €10 bet with Thomas McStay whether you'd break 15:20 or not in the Jingle Bells 5k.
I believe it would break 15:23 because I did indeed break the time that was set in that bet.
Yes.
I can't remember who had to pay up. I think it might have been you.
It was me. I doubted you. I
You
didn't
were
predict.
the doubter.
I was the doubter, yeah.
That is quite shocking.
So the lesson we've learned is never doubt Jack Maher.
Never doubt a Galway man. I think that's
all we can take away from this,
yeah.
yes.
And we can probably even go a step further to never doubt a Connacht man.
Yes.
Thomas McCarthy, still in first.
And I'm not doubting Thomas McCarthy either here, as he's churning it away at the front.
Marcus O'Sullivan has just caught up and has gone straight past him. He was not hanging around. I thought he might look for a bit of recovery on the shoulder of Thomas, but he's gone straight by him, and Thomas is tucking in to try and get a bit of shelter from that wind. Although much taller stature Thomas is.
Devaney, do you think Thomas will be able to hold on here?
Yeah, so I'm currently here in Abuja, Aaron, but I did a session with Thomas before I got injured, and he is a very strong athlete mentally. But then again, we're 5 minutes into a race.
So I'll take this down, and when I have someone else, then and you shut up. Yeah.
Condren in third.
All right.
I'm looking for Ronnie Gaylor and Oisin Spillane to go to the 35 pounds weight for distance.
Yeah. All right, I won't introduce you, son.
Guys, I think we need to get on the court.
Come down here with a clear. I'll just have to go to 2 on the 4x1. Yeah.
Should I have my jacket on? Should I look at the camera?
Yeah, well, I'll just talk to him.
Why don't you just start sharing? Kira's It won't zoom in.
Guidelines should go for leading Jew. Dermot Brennan will be the first year Galway.
That's all I can hear. I was like, yeah, because all of them were screaming. And I was like, oh, you're all people here. I was like, I don't recognize you.
Do you find Chinese?
No.
He's probably up there.
I know, but I've got away from here.
I know. I don't.
Oh, really? Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, fine. We're ground. We have ground.
Easy. Easy.
That's how to say it. You have to be.
Marcus O'Sullivan. New light starting to appear between him and Coach McCarthy. Just have one line to go. Condon.
Good last lap, Jordan. Pull it back. Good stuff. Keep that pace. Good job, man.
Yeah, I know.
Sit lads, well done. Who will I interview? Tactics.
Hear my entries.
You were married.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'll run it if I have to.
Yeah. No, I'm not meant to run at all. I was like,
Oh, yes. You have to earn the banquet, Susie. You have to earn the banquet. Did you find him? Did you find him? No. You see John
McCarthy still in second.
It's supposed to be warming up for the 4x4.
I think I saw him a minute ago. Either down there or up there. Let's see if I can find him on the travels.
Oh, there it is. Sean! The lads are looking for you for the 4x4. Can he walk straight past you?
That's it, Tom. Get her rolling now. 1 more minute.
Come on, Tom.
Keep that up. Go, focus, come on. Keep that pace. Well done, boys. Well done. Good stuff, Daniel. Cap, Laura had me looking for you for fucking ages. They have someone now, I think. Also down. How are you center? How are you center? How's this going? Hey?
Second place, McCarthy third, Condon in fourth. Our leader enters the home stretch. To win till the next race is over to see where he finishes in the overall positions.
What's first and second one?
That's a good win for Sullivan.
Tom!
89.
Let's go hard, let's go hard.
Thomas McCarthy and Adam Condon.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Wind it up.
Now Harvey has to finish it quickly to take this over the line.
Top class seating.
Okay, one me anyway.
Second base.
Lynchy, you'll go on the interview.
What?
You'll be interviewed.
Me?
Yeah. Winner of the triple jump.
It's a bit late in the evening.
Winner of the triple jump. Come on.
It's that watershed yet, man. Where?
Here.
No.
Come on.
No need.
Come on.
You did me bad the last time.
I did not.
What about 1-2?
I didn't do this. How many are you interviewing?
3 outdoors in a row. 1 set, 1 indoors.
Come on, you will let you.
The boys just go out to talk about the goals you captured.
I got on good yesterday.
Yeah.
This is Steve Gogarty in the discus.
No, I have got.
Putting out some really big throws.
You come down.
Unfortunately, we're not getting any information as to distances from the discus.
Jack wants you there. No, I'm not. I'm not.
No.
I just remembered she default by 4.
A race should be a great spectacle to watch.
Oh, I've been on.
What? Oh yeah. Yeah, 1 second.
Shout out to Damien Madigan. He's on his 1 year down at the minute. This is his last dance, last ever race for the college. He's been a bit of a hero for UL. I believe he was the 6th scorer when UL won the cross country there a few weeks ago. He's done bits. Thomas Devaney, do you have anything to say about Damien Madigan?
Look, what I will say is that Damien Madigan came into the UL programme, 5 years ago now. We're the distance team, maybe weren't performing as well as they would have liked. He's been captain of UL Athletics, but he's also been the captain of our hearts, and he's put in an absolute great effort over the last few years, and it's paid testament. We are, as we said, 2-time cross champions in the last 2 years, and speaking to him, I think he's really looking forward to seeing what he can do today and can he PB. He's also a former Irish international.
Yeah, great to see, and of course this is the last dance for a lot of these year downs. As we mentioned, we've had Sarah Quinn, our very own Dermot Brennan, just featuring there. That would be his last time representing University of Galway. So sad to see, but he's been a trooper.
It is, it's a 4-year experience, and you're fighting for your team, and for it to be the last time to do that, I'm sure these athletes will want to do their absolute best and give everything they have. Another UL man, Mark Hanrahan down there, the tall figure. But you just can't overlook those DCU guys to put in a fight.
Yeah, really strong. So let me just run you through the start list here. So we have Michael Murphy, DCU, Alex Cunningham, DCU, Daniel Stone, DCU, Charlie Gaffney, MTU, Pierre Merchant, Trinity, Stephen Cashlin, Trinity, James Tanner, TUS, Gavin Curtin, TUS, Ben Lean Smith, UCC, Cian MacDonald, UCD, Aina O'Brady, UCD, James Lynch, UCD, Dylan Wright, UCD, Oisin Murray, UG, Donald Farron, UG, Jared Dunn, UG, Mark Hanrahan, UL, Darragh O'Leary, UL, and Damien Madigan, UL, also in there. Seems like we have 19 runners in this heat, so we didn't actually evenly distribute the runners, I don't think, Thomas, but 19 runners, that shouldn't be any problem to these men.
Our final finisher then of Heat 1 is just coming through now.
The final finisher, there's 150 metres to go.
I believe that's it. There's another one. Oh, there's one more coming.
The winners this year were UCD in the time of 41.
I believe that is an MTU vest. And I just wanted, Michael Murphy is an athlete that is running this Heat 2 of the 5K. Michael Murphy, an athlete who has come along so much over the last couple of years.
Absolutely, he's grown as a person, he's grown as an athlete, he's grown his Instagram account. It's really been great to see him growing over the past couple of years. We can just see here around the track we have a lot of our 400 metre athletes just starting to get ready as the 4x4s will be after this 5K A race. So once again, it will be a great spectacle.
Daniel Stone in this with an 8:18 3K PB. He's currently training under Phelim Kelly, and he's an all-round great guy, so I hope he does well today. Yes, and with a half marathon PB of about 64 minutes, surely the strength will come into play here on this windy day. So it looks like they're about to line up here.
I'm sure a lot of these athletes will be looking to break 15 minutes, Aaron. What do you think?
Yes, one name that comes to mind is Jared Dunn. It's his first year doing the 5K this year. He's in first year in the University of Galway. I believe he's ran about 8:45 for 3K, so hopefully now it's tough conditions, but we all backed Jared to do the business here today.
Yeah, he came in, he was very, very successful as a junior, Jared, but maybe he just took a bit of time away from the sport, but he's really getting back into it now, training with ourselves in Galway under Matt Lockett, and you can see it's really helping him. He was a scorer there on our cross-country team that earned bronze, so really good to see.
Yeah, and that 8:45 would be roughly translated to just over 15 minutes, so he will be looking to break that barrier.
Yeah, definitely a guy. I think he can definitely try and tip under that 15-minute barrier today if this race goes his way.
I think so, and I believe we still have an athlete running in the second race of the 5k, so we're just waiting for him to finish up now before we can get underway of the second race.
He's moving along nicely. I wonder, will we have a big sprint finish from this man?
I wonder. He seems to be tying up a bit now with 200 to go, but who knows? When they start to see the finish line, they get a new lease of energy and they can fairly send it. You know?
Certainly has a lot of support here in the crowd. Every time he goes around, all his club mates, all his college mates just really cheering him on.
Kyle Moorhead, predictions for the 5k, 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, tough to predict now. I think I suppose Pierre Merchant after his 14:02 in Streets Kilkenny would be probably the favourite, just ahead of probably Mark Hanrahan, Michael Murphy, Oisin Murray are probably the guys to be.
Sorry to interrupt you here, Kyle.
Along with Daniel Stone.
There's a fantastic sprint finish going on here from this athlete. This is absolutely phenomenal. I think with a finish like that, he could have won the 100 metres, Aaron. And the Usain Bolt celebration.
Great speed, alright. Fantastic to see.
But this is what you come to expect from varsities. This is a fantastic atmosphere, and it's great to see, Aaron.
This is what it's all about.
Lining up for the second.
And now we're going to get underway here with the A race. Oh, no.
So one last time, we'll just go through the field here. Michael Murphy, DCU, Alex Cunningham, DCU, Daniel Stone, DCU, Charlie Gaffney, MTU, Pierre Merchant, Trinity, Stephen Cashton, Trinity, James Tanner, TUS, Gavin Curtin, TUS, Ben Lean Smith, UCC, Keegan MacDonald, UCD, Aino Brodig, UCD, James Lynch, UCD, Dylan Wright, UCD. So 4 athletes for UCD running here. Oisin Murray, UG, Donald Farron from the University of Galway, Jared Dunn from University of Galway. Then it's Mark Hanrahan, Dara O'Leary and Damien Madigan running for UL.
Yeah, so the sun's really come out here. The wind's still strong, but was a lot worse earlier on. So it's overall not too bad conditions for this 5k race.
No, I know we were promised a storm today. Driving up from Limerick was very tough this morning, but Belfast seems to be doing all right.
Yeah, we did have to cancel the pole vault earlier on in the schedule today. It was probably the right decision at the time. The wind was very strong. Unfortunately, we had huge go interest in this pole vault. Our very own James Burke, he's been trying his best at the pole vault. He's gotten into it this year, and it's great to see him developing as an athlete.
Yeah, always nervy moments on that start line waiting for that gun to go off. But these are all experienced guys who I'm sure can keep their cool fairly well.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how this plays out. Very exciting race. Of course, we hope Oisin, the muzzler, Murray, pulls it out of the bag for UG.
Yes, we know he's quick from his Mario Kart skills, but can he convert that to the track here today?
Of course, possibly Aaron, the most talented man in this field. He has such a wide variety of skills. Studies medicine, grade 8 piano, national finals, varsity medals, taekwondo.
He can do it all.
Park runs. He does it all.
Speaking of talent, Donald Farron is another man who has talents in buckets. Every single day when he plays the New York Times Connections game, he gets it all in 4 in a row.
That is serious
This
talent.
man was on an Irish linguistics team back in secondary school, so he's got talent.
And we are finally away. It looks like, is that maybe Michael Murphy just going out the front with Pierre? It looks like Michael's just looking to No, he didn't want to go with Pierre. He's waiting for the group to come up to him.
Yeah, I have a sneaky feeling Pierre is looking at that IUAA record.
Do we know what that record is?
It is 14:20 something, we will confirm.
Yeah, Mark Hanrahan going after Pierre. Hopefully they can work together and get that record.
Yeah.
Merchant of TCD, the man to take the lead on the second.
Okay, unfortunately now that IUAA record is 13:48 from the great Eamon Coughlin, set in Belfield 1978.
I was a little bit off, Jack, I apologise for that.
Maybe just out of reach of these men.
Yeah, maybe.
But the great Eamon Coughlin, of course, that's a fantastic time.
And it's Mark Hanrahan that has now pulled on to the shoulder of Pierre Merkin. A very good tactical runner. Are these tactics going to pay off?
Yeah, everyone else seems to be holding their cards close to their chest, trying to just see who we have down there. Maybe Gavin Curtin leading the chase pack, with Michael Murphy sort of tucked in. The muzzler, of course, in there as well, and Daniel Stone.
Just while the lads are rambling on there, from the field, Niamh Fogarty from Athlone, representing TUS, has broken the championship record with a throw of 52.78. One of the leading discus throwers in the country over the last couple of years has now finally put her name in the IUA record books. The PhD student up in Athlone. So that's the latest update from the field. Back to you in the studio, Jake.
That is absolutely fantastic to hear. Another record fall in the field events. Are really getting a lot of records here today between the women's hammer throw and the women's discus.
These are off very quick.
That is an 800 metre split of 2:14 for our lead men. That's averaging 67 laps. This is quick. Our chasing pack, it looks to be Michael Murphy taking up third place, Oisin the Muzzler Murray in fourth. Daniel Stone is maybe in sixth there, and we have a few UCD athletes in among us as well. Probably Aina O'Brady in there.
So it looks like Michael Murphy is putting in a concentrated effort to try and get back to the group here.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to bridge that gap. Doesn't want to let them get too far away. But he also, Aaron, he does not want to be stuck running into that headwind all the way.
No, this is going to be tough for the GCU athlete leaning it out in the wind here. Through the K in 2:57 in the pack, and the front group went through in about 2:48, so they're fairly moving here. 14 flat pace.
14 flat. Maybe that 13:48 is on the cards for these men.
Yeah, brilliant run. Of course, Mark Hanrahan, known as more of a 1500 metre runner. We mentioned earlier that his girlfriend is debuting in the half marathon, so maybe he's getting a bit of strength from training with Julia.
Power couple, you could say.
Power couple is right.
Great to hear.
And Mark, a PE student, so he knows a lot about physical education.
I would hope so. I believe is he balancing placement at the moment, so a busy time in his career.
He is, I believe, yes.
And here we go, Pierre and Mark, 9 laps to go. And that's Oisin Murray has had to hit the front. We'll be looking for him to hopefully tuck back in. So that chasing group, it looks like we have about 8 athletes here, 3 UCD athletes in there. Michael Murphy, Daniel Stone, Oisin Murray, Donald Farron, and just can't see the other athlete there.
So the front group go through the mile here in about 4:30. So about 67 second pace on for 14 flash. So it's a strong pace being held out here. Will Mark Hanrahan hold on to Pierre? It remains to be seen.
Yeah, he's doing a great job so far, but he's making sure Pierre does all that tough work. What do you make of this strategy from your club mate, Thomas?
Yeah, very interesting. I mentioned before the 1500 background. I don't think he's, of course, a Eurocross qualifier, I should mention, but I don't think anyone has seen him run a 5k on the track. So, look, he always looks good running, to be fair. Beautiful stride, but can he hold on? We're about a third of the way through the race now. A lot of running left to do.
We could just see on that home straight there in this chase pack, Michael Murphy making a direct move in behind Oisin Murray, trying to shelter from that wind. No one wants to be at the front there. So they're now single file.
And again, the third position still open to any one of these.
So Oisin Murray currently leading the chase back here. Cashy will be watching on anxiously to see can he come away here with a medal.
Hopefully he can maybe replicate his indoor performance and get back on that podium.
Yeah. We know the Tralee Park runners will be watching on in eager anticipation to see if Oisin Murray can come away here with a medal as well.
Of course. But great run from Pierre. You can actually see the wind blowing him to the side on this home straight. That's how strong it is.
Yeah, and that gap just seems to be opening a little bit there between Mark and Pierre.
It's tough for Mark there. If he falls off Pierre, he will really be in no man's
there's a
land.
big gap back then to Michael Murphy in third. It's very close to 100 metres really, isn't it?
You have to say these men in third and fourth, and there's a good pack of them there, and it does seem to be Murphy and Murray alternating that lead.
Yeah, brilliant to see from them.
Yeah, they have to work together. If they're going to try and get Mark, they really have to work together. Like, Mark is falling off Pierre.
So the gap is now open to about 20 metres. Will Mark hang on for the silver medal here? The chase pack are working together to close this gap.
Long way to go yet. About halfway through the race. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, this crowd here really trying to get behind Pierre, get him through this race and get a really quick time. 6 laps to go, 7:24 on the clock.
The IUAA record is 13:48.
Yeah, I think that's safe for today. But really good pack here. We've 2 DCU men, 2 UG men and 2 UCD men, all battling it out for third place. That is going to be very exciting.
So that's Donald Farron in 4th position there, followed by Daniel Stone, and then it's the UCD athlete. We'll get a name for you now. I believe that's Aino Brodig.
I think Aino Brodig, and it could be Cian MacDonald in there as well.
Yes.
We'll just have to confirm those numbers. I think it's those two.
No.
What was it?
Yeah, and Cian MacDonald, previous contestant on Ireland's Fittest Family.
Oh wow, there's a bit of random trivia.
I believe the year was 2019.
Here
that
we go,
gap is
Pierre.
opened up a bit now, Jack, hasn't it?
Yeah, Pierre, 3K split, 8:32. And Mark Hanlon just coming in behind him, 8:37. Really impressive run in here. But Pierre is pulling away from Mark. And Oisin Murray, Michael Murphy and Donald Farron are trying to bridge that gap. And that's the UCD athlete Cian MacDonald trying to get it on the back of Donald Farron, but that is tough. And that group just under the 9 minutes for the 3K as well, so they'll be looking to come home in around 14:45 maybe.
Pierre just looks so comfortable though, doesn't he?
He always looks good.
He always does.
I've never seen the man look like he's in pain.
Yeah.
So Oisin Murray has just made a breakaway now from the chase pack. He's currently sitting in 3rd position with about a 5 metre gap. Michael Murphy trying to close the gap, followed by Donald Farron.
You have to wonder, could this be a decisive move from the muzzler with just about 1,800 metres to go? And Pierre's coming around again, looking really smooth. Just a mile left in this race for Pierre.
Jack. So we're joined here by Luke Kelly. Luke, what do you think is going to happen here in the 5K?
It seems to be a hot enough pace early on here, so I don't know. Pierre will probably stick it out here. So
yeah, Pierre leading from the front here, very strong.
Oisin Murray looking really strong here, a mile left. He's closely followed 2 or 3 metres behind by Michael Murphy and another few metres back to Donald Farron. These men, I think, will fight for that bronze medal.
The result of the first race, a win from Marcus O'Sullivan in 16:08.89, Dermot Brennan 16:21.83, And Thomas McCarthy.
So Thomas,
26,
what do you see happening in this chasing group? Oisin Murray is now actually putting quite a gap into Michael Murphy.
Yeah, and I'm
Donald
just looking
Farrell.
at Mark Hanrahan. Is that gap closing between Oisin Murray and Mark Hanrahan?
I think so. We'll track it now. It's about 60 metres, maybe 70.
Ever so slightly. Whether Oisin has just run out of space to catch Mark, we will see. As Pierre comes around, 3 to go.
Yeah, so it'll be 1,200 metres to go. Oisin Murray.
That gap is definitely closing, Jack.
He is moving quick. Mark is struggling. You can see he is physically struggling out there. He is breathing quite heavily. And Oisin Murray looks phenomenal.
He looks so calm.
As always, Murray rizzes his way away from Michael Murphy, and he's looking to close the gap.
I think it has to be that haircut, that taper sort of mullet haircut. It really keeps him aerodynamic in this wind.
Coached by Pádraig Flaherty in Galway, the University of Galway Athletics barber.
Yeah, does a strong job for the whole team. So that race, it looks like Oisin Murray is going to pull away for that third place, and Michael Murphy, Donald Farron and Cian MacDonald might be fighting it out for fourth. But if they can really surge late, they might catch Oisin. But fantastic front running from Pierre, we have to say. He's going to have 800 metres to go when he comes around now, and be interested to see the time on the clock. That is just under 12 minutes. So if he can close hard here now, get around that 14-minute mark.
The athletes moving out to
But Thomas, Oisin Murray is definitely working on this gap to
He's
Mark.
closing the gap, but he only has 2 laps to go. You can see Mark's facial expressions, but he's a tough cookie. I think he'll hold on here.
Yeah, Michael Murphy here, fourth place. He is hurting, but he will try and hold off Donald Farron.
Yeah, and a very strength-based athlete, Michael Murphy, we know from his training. So
and we have a few more athletes coming through here. Daniel Stone with 2 laps to go.
Gavin Curtin just coming into 2 laps to go now, hitting the 800 metre mark in about 2:52.
Yeah, so Pierre, he's currently lapping athletes, and he's going to have 450 metres to go. We'll see how hard can he close. Can he get around that 14-minute mark?
13:07 is a superb run.
I have to say, Mark Hanrahan looks like he is really struggling here.
Yes, and the gap back to Oisin Murray is only about 40-50 metres. Thomas, do you think Murray will catch Hanrahan?
I don't. He looks far better, but I think Mark is going to tough it out like he always does. 400 metres to go. That gap is down to 6 or 7 seconds. No way he's catching him.
Oisin Murray in third.
Can the muzzler do what he does best? I think it's a big ask. I think that gap is just too big.
Can the muzzler blast his way into the silver medal position? Remains to be seen.
Great fight here for 5th place between Donald Farron and Cian MacDonald.
Ben Smith.
Pierre Merchant very strong, coming into the finish now. 100 metres to go.
This is a fantastic run from Pierre.
By Pierre Merchant.
The crowd is right behind him, getting him all the way home. And he is your 5K varsity champion.
Murray
14:09. Huge finish here. Mark Hanrahan being chased down by Oisin Murray, but Mark has just left enough in the time
I think
to hold
so. The
off
gap
that
is down
charge.
to 30 metres, 25 metres, but he's just going to run out of road. Mark Hanrahan, UL second, brilliant performance, and Oisin Murray of the University of Galway to round out the medals.
Have to say, fantastic run from Oisin Murray to hold on to that bronze. That was in Galway last year, care of Sean Cotter, and it will stay in Galway. Michael Murphy coming through for a well-run 4th place. Very impressive in these conditions. And Cian MacDonald has gotten the better of Donald Farron over this last lap.
So Cian MacDonald here in 5th position, Donald Farron in 6th. Great run by the lads.
And Daniel Stone coming with a late kick here. He's racing that UCD athlete. I think it's Dylan Wright. And Daniel Stone has gotten him.
Gavin Curtin coming in here now. He's clear in about 8th or 9th position. Great run. followed in by Stephen Cashton of Trinity.
Great race there, Aaron. You can see all the bodies on the ground. That they have really given their all there. That was a very tough run race.
So, Sean Cotter, as a fellow housemate of Oisin Murray, how does it feel to have the bronze medal back in the house? I know you got bronze last year.
You know, I'm a proud man. I think Oisin put out a great display there today. I believe 14:32 or so in the end. Really brilliant time considering the treacherous conditions out there. But my hat has to go off to Pierre Merchant with a 14:09 5k in such windy conditions. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. Hanrahan did very well to hang on to second. Brilliant stuff overall.
Yeah, great to see. Brilliant run from Pierre, alright.
And I think that is all our athletes in. That was a really, really good standard 5k. And we'll be on to the 4x4s next. Our in-house specialist of sprints, Jack Hickey, will be in to commentate on these.
That's the first time I've been a specialist in anything.
It was kind words.
Kind words. Thank you very much to the Galway folks and to Thomas Devaney, who's actually... Are you staying? You're staying on, are you? We can if you like. He's staying on. He's not the most mobile in his boot at the moment. But yeah, that was a great 5k. Pierre really... honest running, Rory Cassidy.
Yeah, and it was really metronomic in his approach. Like, I was watching it split 250s for the Ks there, and 14:10 in the end, pretty good. 14:09 to be exact, but good stuff.
Yeah, well done, Pierre. A great win for the IUA committee as well.
Absolutely all important.
Yeah, the PRO, the man behind the Instagram, and all public relations, Pierre Merchant with the Irish Universities.
So those teams should be reporting now to the starter.
And the writer of the report, the preview.
The writer of the preview, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, did he tip himself to win, did he?
I don't think so.
He's a modest man, Pierre Merchant. A man who's competed for every college you can imagine apart from some of them. But I think he's been in a DCU vest, he's been in a Galway vest, and now he's in a Trinity vest. But a brave effort by Hanrahan rewarded with silver as well.
Yeah, and you could see Mark really having to dig deep there.
Yeah,
but he just about did it.
A bit over distance, it has to be said, for Hanrahan.
Probably came in around 14:30 in the end, maybe. Yeah. So still decent enough. Galway athlete was closing in on there, and honourable mention to Michael Murphy in fourth. You know.
Yeah. I'm sure he went better as he went on.
Yeah. Of course he did.
Yeah. Tom, any other closing remarks? Any athletes down the field you think ran really well or that we might have missed?
No, I think it was a lot of gutsy performances. You could see those facial expressions with a cage go that just pure hurt. I think Mark Hanrahan held on really well, and Oisin Murray of University of Galway with a very quick close. But I think the star of the show, without a doubt, was Pierre Merkin.
The man they call Pear. Probably a pronunciation thing.
Yeah, obvious reasons. You don't need to do too much explaining on that, Jack.
Merchant. Pierre Merchant. That's what I think we'll go with.
So we are down to the last two races. Somehow.
Time flies when you're having fun, Mr. Cassidy.
That's it.
Or when you're writing press releases.
I know. Got to be done.
But yeah, we're down to our final two. We've still got a bit of a men's weight for distance going, although they're in a huddle. I think that competition may be at a close or close to it. But yeah, we've got two 4x4s, as is the tradition, to round out today's action and the weekend's action. Women's heats didn't go ahead yesterday. We'd only the 8 teams checked in, and the men's heats happened, even though we'd only 8 teams. But the less said about that now, the better. That's in the past. But
anyway,
it happened.
All 8 teams got the batting around, just about.
Just about, yeah. So I would imagine significant chopping and changing of men's 4x4 teams from those heats yesterday. Within the rules, of course. But the women's 4x4 final, we can see down there one would imagine UCD, who look in pole position to win a maiden sprints trophy, will have one eye on doing the 4x400 double to match their 4x100 metre double. As Darren Murphy alluded to earlier in the interview, Adam McMullen deserving massive credit for the work he's put in along with James Nolan in UCD sprinting of late. They're yellow is the colour of the day, I think, in the sprints anyway, Rory.
Yeah, I think so. UCD dominance, to be fair. Despite what some colleges said on their own Instagram.
Yeah,
but, we won't get into that.
Yeah.
UCD dominance in the sprints, to be fair.
I can see Susie Nestor, who's our defending 800 metre indoor champion, and saw her 800 metre title go away from her. She didn't toe the line individually this year, but she is there for the 4x4 for UCD, so she's going to add a bit of fresh legs to that UCD quartet that I would imagine will call upon the likes of Molly Horahan. I look down there and see who else is down there in yellow.
2 events to go. Take this opportunity of thanking all of the
not quite sure who else can I see. Lauren McCourt is down there in her parachute pants.
Thanks also to the medical team.
Miriam Daly will be in the UL quartet that was also containing Ava McKeown, who
also to the
finished in the 400 hurdles final in 6th place and ran a leg yesterday in the mixed 4x4.
Refreshment over the 2 days. Can I remind you that the entries for the British Miners Club are open at the moment, and the Lagan Valley events on the 15th of June here will be open very shortly. Keep an eye on like Facebook. All of the races will have, all of the events, I should say, will have cash prizes.
Charlotte Burke looks set to take the baton off first for the Trinity College Dublin team as well. We thought out a very good 4x1 as well. Trinity probably not best known for their sprinters of late, but I think their female 4x1 team were just pipped for a medal in a finish.
Yeah, just narrowly, I believe.
So they're obviously putting together a few quartets in the sprints as well. So we'll give you an official start list. We have 6 teams in this ladies 4x400 metre final. In lane 3, Trinity College Dublin. In lane 4, University College Cork. Dublin City University will be in lane 5, and outside them is Munster Technological University. University College Dublin in lane 7, and on the outside, halfway around the bend, the University of Limerick.
University of Limerick, 14:29.50. And third, Oisin Murray of the University of Galway, 14:33.41.
So nearly all set to go. We are quite behind schedule, but we're nearly at the end. I'm sure a lot of people's attention already turned to the banquet.
Yes, that medal presentation trophy thing, that's definitely not a banquet anymore. Yeah, it's probably a staple of IUA competition. The after dinner or after event entertainment. Earlier in the programme we were researching the first one that was on the database, the 1914 championships, where athletes, Thomas Devaney, were brought to Carlingford Lough for entertainment the day after the championships in 1914. That's when it started, yeah. Amazing.
Very exciting stuff.
Huge.
Great to get all the colleges together. I just think it's a great event to get all the athletes together. You know, we compete against each other for 2 days. Colleges battling it out, but once that last gun goes off, I think it's just a great event for getting everyone together.
Will the socks be changed, Mr. Hickey?
That's a good question. That'll depend on how many pairs of socks I packed this weekend. We'll see. We'll see. I believe I'm in a room with Mr. Devaney, so we'll go through a few different water options. We'll mix and match. We'll see what we have. We'll put together an outfit. We'll see what goes with Tom's boot.
Running the long stagger.
So they're called to their attention, Rory, for the second last event of today on the track.
Yeah, so GCD, UCC, UCU, MTU, UCD and UL. A lot of letters there.
A lot of letters. It's almost like someone got alphabet spaghetti and just turned it out. One would anticipate lane 7, Molly Horahan, a fast starter. Keep your eyes there. And Burke of Trinity on the inside lane will also look to make the early running.
Yeah, so away, first time nice and cleanly. And looks to be the UCD athlete there. Off to the best of the starts. I think it could be Molly Horahan, not entirely sure. It is Molly Horahan, Jack Hickey is telling me.
It's Horahan for UCD. Jenny Sawyer, who was fourth earlier in the 400 hurdles and just outside the medals in the 200. She's had a busy weekend. She'll try and negotiate this lap one last time. Charlotte Burke for Trinity also making some great running on that tight inside lane.
In lane 7. Trinity.
Yeah, to see you also going strongly there as well.
We look at some of the outgoing runners. Horahan will hand over to Susie Nestor, who has some fresh legs for this weekend.
Yeah, so strong leg there for UCD.
Yeah, so
Trinity going to be coming in second
hand
there.
over just on 55 seconds by Horahan. Trinity are in second at the handover. Lauren McCourt from UCC will get the baton in second, and McKeown, and the athlete from DCU, will battle with her to the break. But it's UCD from Trinity, from UCC, and then DCU and UL.
Yeah, big lead then for UCD at the moment. Must be about 15-20 metres. Trinity still going strongly. As are the UCC team in behind in DCU also seems to be going well. UL back in fifth at the moment. But no doubt about our leaders, Jack.
Yeah, no doubt. Susie Nestor running really well. As we said, fresh legs for her, so she's not really too feeling the effects of her weekend. And Lauren McCourt in the UCC vest pulls into second, so she's having a storming leg, probably the fastest on this one so far.
Yes, Susie Nestor coming in strongly next finish, but UCC athlete is making quite good ground.
Yep, so it's UCD in the lead from UCC, then Trinity here at the handover. Holly Carroll has the baton. She was fourth in the 1500 metres yesterday for UCC. She'll be looking to use that distance strength to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, she's gone out hard for a 1500 metre runner, but I'm sure she will feel that she has to. She's going to catch the UCD athlete. Back in third, Trinity, fourth GCU. Still UCD just holding the lead just about, and perhaps extending down the back straight as they get 200 metres to go on this leg.
Yeah, the fastest mover here, I'd say, is the Trinity athlete, who's closing the gap on Carroll in front. Quivero running a noble leg behind for DCU. She's feeling the effects of her busy weekend as well, I'm sure. But it's Trinity up into second. UCD still at the front. They've led for the most of this race. They're going to hand over in the lead and hope it's enough.
Yeah, UCD 3-4 metres, but look at the Trinity athlete now coming back really strongly, and it could actually be Trinity. He'll get the baton first here.
Storming leg, but I think that was Inez Duan of Trinity, and Sophie Jackman will get the baton for Trinity, just back the 800 metre athlete from South Kilkenny. She's going to have a bit of work to do though to hold on to that UCD athlete.
Yeah, looking back at the bottom for broads, that will be interesting as well between UCC and DCU. But out front, UCD and Trinity, about 15 metres maybe in it at the moment. UCD, Trinity back then 20 metres or so to DCU. And is that gap growing? It seems to be. Trinity are going to have a big battle on their hand to close it. Sophie Jackman there with the baton for Trinity.
Yeah, it's pretty much UCD's to lose in this last 100 metres, but on a varsity relay anything can happen. But it's UCD rounding into the home straight. They've won the men's 4x1. They've won the women's 4x1 and now they're on the way to win the women's 4x4 and nearly set up the clean sweep of sprint relays. It's UCD
and
Cueva Cronin has got up for silver in a storming leg.
UCC in 4, Limerick in 5.
Yeah, so make that 3 for UCD.
3 from 3 for UCD. And they've got an all-star men's 4x4 about to take to the blocks as well. So the sprint relay quadruple couldn't well be on for UCD.
Lucy Holmes there finishing it for MTU, 1500 metre champion. Did she win the 8 earlier? I can't remember, but she was definitely in the... She did win the 8 earlier. So the 8 and the 15 champion stepping down.
Hannah Murray was the last leg there for UCD. I knew I couldn't quite place a name at the time, so apologies to you, Hannah, but a really strong leg, went out really hard, did all the work in the first 200 to secure that victory in 3:56.90, so that's 59 second legs. So at the end of the long 2 days of competition, that is very honourable.
Then there was one.
And then there was one. And then there was one, Thomas Tamani. Then there was one, he says. He's just waiting to go home because I think I'm bringing him to the hotel. Yeah, probably neglected to mention Cronin there, but she ran an absolute stormer of a leg there for DCU. She's probably done enough to hold off UL from claiming the women's team title. I think that's pretty much wrapped it up for DCU.
Yeah, so good day for DCU again.
I think we're looking at margins in the teens in both the men's and women's competitions. UL put in a gallant show to try close the gap to DCU this year, but just enough to hold off. I think it's fair to say Rory Paul Byrne was a little bit worried this morning.
Yeah, but worked out okay in the end. I think they'll be happy enough leaving here.
Progression down at the bottom end. Men's 4x4, MTU in lane 2, DCU in 3, UCD in 4, Queens in 5, Limerick in 6, Cork in 7, and TUD in lane 8. So winning time for UCD 3:56.
So the men's 4x4 will have 7 teams.
DCU 3:59.84 in second.
Lane 1 will be vacant, and then in lane 2 will be MTU. DCU will go in 3. In lane 4 will be UCD. Queens will be in lane 5. UL in lane 6. UCC in 7. And TUD will be on the outside in lane 8. Trinity unfortunately disqualified yesterday in the heats. After all they had to do was pass the baton, and they failed to do so legally. Probably worth a watch if you have a bit of free time tomorrow. Go back to watch the end of day 1 and the carnage that was the men's 4x4 heats. But a lot of tired bodies out there, but I think the ones to watch Rory, UCD. We've got Joe Doody, the 400 champion. We've got Hugo McGee, Canis Weirty, and a certain Keane McPhillips.
Yeah, it's an extremely strong UCD team, probably the envy of the rest in here.
Yeah.
And no doubt they'll probably have their eye on that championship, the IUAA record, which stands at 3:15.88, set 2 years ago in Carlow by the University of Galway team.
Shane Mooney, Aaron Keane, Andrew Egan and Rob McDonnell. Anyone who's there in Carlow might recall Rob McDonnell leave closing in a 45.9 at the end of a long 2 days of competition to catch Cathal Crosby and ruin UL's chances of beating DCU in the men's competition. That was the same day Thomas Devaney did something significant, wasn't it, Tom? Something about a 5-10 double. and it's really stood him in good stead ever since. Yeah, who else we can see down there? Jed Walsh doubling back from the 4x1 for DCU.
So once again,
Owen Kenny doubling back from the 4x1 for UL. Sunglasses still attached.
University of Limerick in 6, University of Cork in 7, and TUD in lane 8.
So, Duty probably the one to watch over this opening leg. Owen Redmond, also a 400 metre finalist, will lead off for UL. And in lane number 4 for DCU, or lane number 3 rather for DCU, is Jack Kelly, who I believe was in the medals in the 800, if not winning it, I think.
No, he didn't win it. Kevin McGrath won it.
Kevin
I think
McGrath
he might have won silver.
Yeah, I was warming up during that one, I think. Well, loads of shaking hands in the mezzanine of athletes down to our left as they prepare for their legs, as our athletes settle into their blocks for the final event of the 2024 InterVarsity Championships. A long hold here as
told to shush.
As the starter goes for silence. And away they go. Eyes to Duty. Can UCD secure the sprint relay quadruple? UCC running well out in lane 7. They've made up the stagger already on TUD. And Duty up on the shoulder, the Queen's athlete.
Making the early running.
Yeah, good start there by Joe Duty. He's got away.
Moody Duty, he's been asked to be called. I don't know why, because I think he's pretty happy with his runs this weekend.
We can go with it though.
But Duty comes into the home straight now. UCC amongst the leaders, and UL probably the best of the rest. But Joe Duty running an emphatic leg for the South Dublin College. He'll hand over to Canis Weirty in 48-49 for the first leg.
Yeah, so UCC just getting the batting change over there in second, and UL just back in third, DCU fourth, University of Galway fifth. But big lead now for Canis Weirty and UCD as they break down the back straight.
Yeah, Weirty looking pretty comfortable. He's away on his own, and Sean Hayes from UL has won the race to the break, and he's going to take second place with DCU in hot pursuit.
Yeah, so it is Canis Weirty maybe got a 60 metre advantage there from that UL's athlete in second, and then Finn Wocher just there in third, and will be trying to get his way around to get into silver medal position, but no doubt about the leader, Canis Weirty and UCD.
So it's Hugo McGee's batting now for UCD, as again we've managed to run into the timing system in a 4x4, but it's Jed Walsh and Jack Saunders with the baton for UL, but I think the UCD crowd just in front of us, Rory, are starting to get a little bit excited. But it's Hugo McGee in a world of his own, 50 going 60 metres out in front. Saunders is trying to stick like glue to, I think it's Jed Walsh of DCU anyway. They're away with a gap back to Queen's University, and then UCC in fifth. But McGee 2:12, 2:13 as they round the bend into the home straight. He'll hand over to Keane McPhillips, who'll have the envious tally of taking home the glory. But McGee starting to feel the effects.
Yeah, but
as Kenny starts to call for a bit of a cheer. So 2:30 on the clock. He'll have to come home in about 45, which I don't know is within his remit. But Kenny gets the baton with his eyes on the DCU man in front.
Yeah, so it's really a case of the battle for silver and bronze. No doubt that UCD, barring an absolute disaster, will be taking the fourth of 4 sprint relay titles here this weekend, which is just a phenomenal achievement. Coached by Adam McMullen there and James Nolan doing a lot of work there in UCD. And there'd be full value for it, to be honest, Jack, because they've been seriously impressive.
Absolutely, they're going to take home the Sprints Trophy. They're going to take home the 4x1. They're going to take home the 4x4. They're going to take home all the Sprints titles, because this weekend, when it comes to Sprints, Belfast is yellow. Keane McPhillips crosses the line in 3:18 And it's Owen Kenny from UL who's done just enough to get UL up into second. It's silver for UL, it's bronze for DCU, and it is the end of our IUA Championships. Rory Cassidy, as UCC and Queens come in for 5th and 6th respectively. 4th and 5th rather.
Oh yeah, what a weekend here in
Well,
Belfast.
thank you very much, everyone. Again, thanks to the officials, particularly officials from athletics.
Well done to all the athletes, all the officials. It's been quite the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. On behalf of the IUA, we'd like to thank N-Try and Athletics Ireland, Rory especially, for their support. Thanks to all the officials, Athletics NI and Athletics Ireland, who helped run this championship, to all the captains who helped the entries, and that's our university season over and out. We'll see you again in November for the Road Relay Championships, but thank you very much for watching over the last 2 days. We'll see you at the banquet.